stole an F-16.
Put it in the military base right now. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the ink. We'll figure it out. It's yours out. It's free. Put your hand in the ink.
Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
Put your hand in the RE. Grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the ink. We'll figure it out. It's yours out. It's free. Put your hand in the ink.
Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
Put your hand in the RE. Grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the EPSTEIN. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the ink. We'll figure it out. It's yours out. It's free. Put your hand in the ink.
Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I'm sure it's already glitching. I'm sure it's already messed up. The internet is messed up, I know. But we're still doing it live and alive, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a spectacular day. It's a special day. You already know what time it is. It's a very special one of the week, every week. It is Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And here on the broadcast, we celebrate the Friday when we can, because right now we can't do shit because it's not playing the video. It's not, I don't even know what's going on with my internet at this point. Like, the upload is fine, but the download is gone now. I can't begin to explain to you how much I fucking hate my ISP and I want to change it. Oh my God.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
But we're gonna have immaculate vibes regardless of the rolling blackouts on my internet. We're gonna be talking to someone from Cuba later who will probably have better internet than me. Let's be real, in spite of the American blockade, because America treats its own domestic cattle class the same conditions that they subject the other everyone on the world to. Not the same exact conditions, of course, but we're just fucking disgusting. We're a disgusting country. I swear to fucking God, we're a disgusting country that has allowed capital owners to do literally whatever they want to and absolutely destroy material conditions here on the home front. And let me tell you, Americans will never rise up. Americans will never rise up and take over and take the reins of control for slave masters, because the average American mentality is one of us. That's right. And I'm, of course, included in this as well. God damn it, the internet is already fucking broken. It is so bad. God, I fucking hate it. I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that if there was real justice, the things that we would do to executives over separate ISPs. The thing we would be allowed to do. I want to build the Red Guard specifically so that we can punish big executives at ISPs. That's what I want. I want Maoism, not for the landlords, but the landlords of the internet. Okay? Well, maybe for the landlords too. It is disgusting. It's unacceptable. And there's not really much else to say about it, is there? You already know how bad it is. And before people fucking chirp at me, I've had a technician here every single day. I have the highest availability for internet here. I have literally I'm doing everything I possibly can. I'm doing everything I possibly can. And we're not there yet. So new Ezra Klein take. I can maybe it'll download. Maybe I'll be able to see it. Okay. Have you tried moving to Korea? They have really good internet there. I mean, they also have real democracy or the democratic process there, and they have a thing called accountability there. We don't have that either. It's so surreal to me. You can't change your ISP law. They live in one of the poorest countries in the world, and all it takes is one phone call to change your ISP. Also, the fact that you have mobile carrier contracts is crazy too. Dude, I'm cooked. I mean, there's not really you can do. There's not really anything I can do beyond what I've done so far. It's really devastating. It's really sad. And people don't know how bad it is. And people don't understand. Like, there's literally not anything else I can do. I'm trying. I guess the one thing I could do is move. We could move. I could just move from my home. Anyway, yeah, does Starlink not work? No, nothing is working. You signed the fulfilled a promise to move to New York City. Starlink also doesn't work when it's raining. And these issues started with the rain. You're being emo about it? I am being emo about it. Move to the Bay Area, our internet is immaculate. Yeah, like when I inevitably do move out of this home, I will make sure that I live in a fiber home. I will never make the mistake of not living in a fiber home ever again. For sure. Anyway, personal news-wise, it's Friday. It's the 20th of February, 2026. Sorry to start off on the bad vibes. Bruh. We're gonna actually move from the bad vibes to the good vibes. Bruh. We're gonna pick up the vibes real quick right now. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I was having a fantastic time before I went live. I'm not even kidding, and it's not even chat this time around. And the immaculate vibes, we're gonna bring him back. It's gonna happen. The immaculate vibes are gonna be back. Let me just conjure up all the power I have inside of me to make sure that we swap the vibes around real quick. How can we do that? If only there was some kind of heavenly joyous sound. There it is. That's right. Oh, fuck, that makes me feel good every time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Big Hossie in the morning, Hossie baby in the morning on Friday, and the vibes are immaculate regardless of the horrifying nature of oligopolies under a liberal capitalist democracy where they only give you the fallacy of choice. Meanwhile, there are massive multinational conglomerates that own marketplaces and dominate you and offer you worse and worse service every year while they rise up the prices. So those in the ivory towers that control the productive forces at the behest of capital for the almighty dollar and profit can give you less and demand more. That's right. It is pertinent on the working class to seize the means of production at the Hossie Baby Hour. Seize the means of production. Okay. Respectfully, this is my least favorite. Oh, you don't like the wacky morning DJ guy? What about this? I'm gay and Lebanese. Anyway, radio voice is the real voice. Yeah, that's what I sound like normally. Yeah, personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, there's not really much going on in my life. I mean, there is something I gotta say. Game of Thrones, the new Game of Thrones show. Oh my God, dude. It is, I just like, I'm not going to give you spoilers. I'm just going to say it's fucking peak. Okay. It is Kino. It's incredible. It is fire. Like, no ad here, no hashtag ad whatsoever. Shit is mint, dude. This is the official final trailer from 2 months ago.
Sir Duncan the Tall.
The last, here, that's all I'm going to show you. But the last episode is the highest rated Game of Thrones episode in the entire franchise, right? And that's why I dove into it, because I was like, what is this about? Like, it's so good. Like, what are they doing here? And I understand why that last episode was so highly ranked, so highly rated, because it is spectacular. No spoilerino, okay? No spoilerinos for any of you, but all I'm saying is it's got it, okay? It's fucking awesome. I was anxious as fuck, yeah. My heart was thumping the entire time. It is fantastic. It's incredible. Main character is a guy who's also taller than everybody else. I looked up his height. He actually height mogs me. He's 6'5". I'm 6'4", as you guys know. But like, it is, yeah, I've heard Dunk is just Henry from KCD. He is. If you liked Kingdom Come Deliverance, which was peak, which was a masterpiece, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and you like the character Henry of Scalaga, okay? If you are a fan of Henry, Dunk is literally Henry, okay? He can fucking eat it. He is incredible. I hate that it's only 6 episodes. Wait, what? It's a prequel to the Game of Thrones show, like years before the regular Game of Thrones. And it puts you in the main protagonist, the main character is a man who is a hedge knight, like a shitty knight that is not like of high. He doesn't have like, he's not like a fucking very famous knight at all. A knight of disrepute, I guess. He's not a landed knight. He's just a hedge knight, as in he sleeps on the hedges, and he's a vagabond. He is knighted under mysterious circumstances by his hedge knight that he was squiring for, and he's a broke boy. He's a lowborn, and he basically he's like a hired hand, pretty much. He's a hired, and he tries to enter this tourney with another person who is his squire, and his this little kid whose name is Egg. And it's awesome. It's so fucking good. It's irreverent. It's not serious like the Game of Thrones show is. So if you're expecting that, spoilers, no, none of that is a spoiler. This is all first episode shit. Not saying it's bad, just saying what it is. Bro, it's just Nice Tale with Heath Ledger with GOT aesthetics, a little bit new Batman 2. Come on. I fucking love it. I loved it. I enjoy it. It was great. Especially the last episode was like fucking insane, dude. But yeah, this is Duncan the Tall, or also known as Dunk, and all the other characters are fantastic too. Apparently the finale is Sunday, so it's only 6 episodes, which makes me very sad, but it's incredible. But if your expectation is that it's going to be like serious, well, then this is not the show for you. It's not serious at all. It's actually very unserious. It's very irreverent. It takes itself not super seriously. Production is great. Visuals are great. The gore is great. The drama is great. I can't recommend it enough. Also, so that's what I watched. I watched the 5th episode finally. It was fucking excellent. And we love our Fruity King, Lionel Baratheon. Yeah, all the it's great. It's a rags to riches story, you know? It's a come up story for Dunk. Finally, like the other reason why I liked it is because like finally there's something for us talls, right? Because normally we don't really get a lot of coverage. Like we're always like, we're never main characters, always a bridesmaid, never the bride, right? Let's be real, it's true. Talls are always like a secondary character, and the only reason why they are relevant in a story is because of how fucking tall they are. Everyone's like, oh, look at this brute, right? Normally, talls are never the main character. Think about that. There is not a single character that is ever like perceived as like taller than everybody else Like Superman is straight up like an average height, like presented as like a towering figure, but like is average height. He's like towering because he's a godlike figure, right? Tall derangement syndrome. All I'm saying is there's a lot of tall erasure. There's a lot of tall erasure in mainstream media. Now we can't talk about it because the reverse tallism that is basically led to the Holocaust, if we're being real. Like I'm just coming out and saying it. I'm an advocate, okay? Like reverse tallism and tall erasure in movies and in cinema and in books is a very real part of the existence of talls, where you as a tall are always told like you can only be like a secondary character in a movie, right? Like you can only be like a brute, that people only look to you as like, you know, like a barbarian class guy. That's all it is, right? And honestly, I'm really, really glad that this is doing a lot for tall representation, even though Sir Duncan the Tall is kind of a brute as well. It's fucked up. As the Ayatollah, I issued a fatwa on A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I like it. The fatwa is everyone must watch it, okay? Shorts and talls, you can all enjoy it. And hopefully for all of those who are like, you know, short, people who are like 6'2" and below, they can enjoy it and understand what it's like to be above 6'2" and all the trials and tribulations that go into being 6'4". You're right. You're totally right. And respect for you speaking out for us lesser privileged talls. All we get are women swooning and men's respect. No representation as main characters. Yes. I'm saying it. I'm finally saying it. You know, it's important for talls to get represented as main characters in movies as well. It's not enough. It's not enough that we get all of the advantages in the real world. We also must get representation, proper representation of said advantages in the fantasy universe as well. Yeah, lobster too buttery, steak too juicy. I'm out here saying what must be said. Tall lives matter. Okay. Dunk mention in Maine got GOT plus dunk edits.
4 pages for Sir Duncan. Must have been quite a man.
So they say.
Okay.
What's your name?
Sir Duncan the Tall.
What chance do I have?
Well, you have no chance. Be brave. Be just. Be tall.
Sir Duncan.
See, when I heard that, like if I was a kid and I saw Lionel Baratheon tell a tall main character, be brave, be tall, I would know also not to scrunch up all the time. Okay? Because like the reality is like these are some of the aspects of being tall that people simply do not comprehend. They cannot comprehend. Like, I need to hear a wise, somewhat, eccentric, possibly gay, very fruity, king-style individual to tell me, like, don't be ashamed of your height. Check your posture. Stand tall, stand brave. Like, because my whole life I've thought it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And so I'm glad that there is like a representation and someone that's brave enough to also stand up for tall people. I'll just say it. I'll say it finally. Too many short people in movies. You know what? Fuck it. I'm saying it. I hope it raining more in LA. This guy got so mad that he couldn't even type with proper grammar. He said, I hope it raining more in LA. Literal height slop. As the biggest dude in school, I got picked on for it. If I could actually stand up straight, I probably would have been fine. That's what I mean. Nobody knows. Nobody knows the plight. Nobody knows the plight. I'm glad that someone understands it now. Okay? We're doing away with the Tom Cruises that have dominated Hollywood for far too long. It's more Jacob Elordis, okay? We need more lanky, tall guys, more buff guys. We need more Jacob Elordis out here, and we need more Sir Duncan the Talls too. Like, think about it. Think about it, okay? Sir Duncan the Tall, main character, okay? Jacob Elordi, What is his role? Frankenstein's monster? Sure, women have like a beast fetish apparently, and they find that to be hot. They're like, oh my God, Frankenstein's monster, please blow my back walls out with your weirdly disfigured penis. But like, that's again not the main character. You're in many ways like you are a freak show, a curiosity, something that will be forgotten. A freak show, a curiosity, something that will be forgotten, something to be fascinated with, but never something you can identify with, right? Until now. This whole discussion made me realize 9/11 hit the wrong tower. Anyway, now that I got my truth out there, I hope people understand like where I'm coming from. And if you don't, then, sorry. It's just, this is yet another indication that we're not putting out enough representational material for the talls. Clearly, like if you don't understand what I'm saying, like obviously that means that the tall representation, which matters quite a bit, has not been as salient as I would like for it to be. But today we got a big broadcast as always. We're talking about Iran. Are we striking Iran or not? Or is Donald Trump going to strike SCOTUS instead of Iran? Tall people are truly the most oppressed race. Yes. I'm glad that people understand it. Tall kings will never know the feeling of looking up to mommy. See, don't bring this stuff up. It hurts my feelings. Branson is 6'6" and says he would be 10 feet tall if he could be. He's fucking insane. I'm 6'1", and you talls are ridiculous and just big for no reason. That's crazy that you're. See, this is yet another clear-cut example. Someone who's 6'1", who objectively would be considered tall by average society, by regular society, hiding among the masses in an effort to be like, I'm just like you. Do you see what I mean? This is a very real pain that we talls experience. The pain of being tall, the pain of having your joints hurt, okay? Constantly slouching, getting scoliosis. Nobody understands. Everybody just wants to be average. You said 6'2" and under earlier? Yeah, the reason why I did that was to protect my tall brethren. To get as many on the side of the shorts as possible, so they are sheltered from, like I said, the Holocaust, which is coming any day. Being normal is not a virtue; it rather denotes a lack of courage. Yeah, the smolitariat. Oh my God! What is this? What is this? Osama bin Laden, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, all tall. Okay, I think some of those guys. I think you're just like broadly categorizing every villain as tall, it seems. Osama bin Laden was tall. Elon Musk is not that tall. Donald Trump is lying about his height and wears elevator shoes to be tall. See, there's a lot of people who are height fishing. And I think they do it specifically so that they cast this negative association with the talls, right? Like Donald Trump is probably like 5'6", 5'7", but he wears like he has like all these heel elevation, all this shit, and he's doing it to make sure that people understand that like only evil people are tall. The tall people are evil. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? All your political idols are short. It's true. It's true. For Friday Fun Day, you should watch the I Show Speed hockey vid. Probably not. By the way, Baby Keem dropped a new album and it's heat. Yeah, I heard he's doing anti-vaxxer memes in 2026, which is pretty crazy. Gavin Newsom's team hates you. Yeah, no, I know. I saw. All your political idols are tall and or bald. Do we have a blast off meme or not, chat? L. Braun? Okay, we'll do the L. Braun one. Fuck it, why not? All right, where's the hat from? It's I think it's called like a modern Bedouin or something. Anyway, new Wow Mao edit.
Hatred.
Wow, new Wow Mao. Wow, fucking, he's out here. He's doing it. HasanAbi is a hat guy sometimes. I also have like a crazy. I don't even know what it is. It's not like even a zit. It's next to the permanent zit that I have, but it's not even like a zit. Or maybe it is and it hasn't like developed yet. but it's like super red. I think I got like bit or something. It's under the skin. Can you go to the derm? I know I don't have time, but yeah, I'm very self-conscious about it. Man, you need to take that beast to the dermatologist. I know. It could be a spider egg, I think. I don't know. Stop cortisol maxing. The Macy's being a drama slop Twitter guy now stinks. Okay, don't fucking ever disparage the Macy's. Probably an ingrown hair. Got to use BHA to clear the dead skin. I don't know what it is, but I do need to go to a dermatologist. Hassan Piker soundboard haters experience. I personally love it. Be grateful you don't have OCD picking disorder. You think I don't pick? Are you kidding me? Are you insane? Do you know how hard I pick at everything? That's the one thing I do have. Anyway, let's see what this new Alex Jones Wow Mouth edit looks like.
Patriot, vampire, nationalist, mental retard, eugenicist, a scared man,
Really?
retard, traitor, vampire, next level, Moses, patriot, vampire.
God, he's so good. I don't know how he does it. Not Wow Mao. I'm talking about Alex Jones. He's just so funny. You can make the funniest edits of him. Yeah, this is Izzy Gardon, Director of Communications with CA Governor Gavin Newsom. Laura Loomer once called me an F slur. Tweets and bad opinions mine. Bernie mocks Hassan on his own stream. He hit the double S too. Now we know why Gavin Newsom is not coming on the broadcast anytime soon. Anyway. Potentially a big story. Georgia State Election Board letter reprimand America PAC pre-filled absentee ballot applications. Maybe. Israeli soldier kills 19-year-old Palestinian American. Yeah, we got that too. That guy reposed DDG. Ew. I mean, whatever. Address as squirrel replies. No. Like, I think I'm duking it out with people on Twitter enough as it is. With liberals. Enough as it is. You want me to fucking duke it out with Twitter squirrel too? Like, no. I want to hold together as large a tent as possible in an effort to make sure your bump isn't staph. What? Okay, calm down, bro. Only this chat could be like, it's a staph infection. Only this chat would be like, oh, you have a most likely a cyst or some sort of like acne. You're gonna die. I don't even want to know what squirrel is. It's just a Twitter poster. They're fine. They're like super pro Palestine, as am I. But they're one of the people that will be like, if you even interact with someone like Bernie Sanders, you're an enemy of Palestinians, and you should be fucking put in a trebuchet. And it's just similar to Bad Empanada style commentary. They get a little heated, and it's understandable because the issue itself is like a very, the issue itself is a very serious issue. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You just have to deal with it. Okay. Obviously, one of the main stories of today is going to be the Supreme Court decisions that just took place. SCOTUS struck down Donald Trump's tariffs regime as unconstitutional. And this has been a very interesting morning for Donald Trump, who believes that nothing he does could ever be considered unconstitutional. Rather have ultras yanking us left and right. That's how I see it. I don't see people to my left as my enemy, so I just try to not talk about them to the best of my ability. I don't want to be seemingly left punching, right? And especially because, like, I think like ultras and people of that sort have the capacity to pull people more and more to the left, or even make people like myself look more reasonable in comparison as well. Those are liberals, not leftists? No. Squirrel is definitely a leftist. And even like Bad Empanada, Bad Empanada is like an ultra. I mean, he's just an insane person, unfortunately, but that's it. Can you at least stop defending people who purposely lie about you and can't give you charitability to give to the likes of Assad? No, I can't stop offering people charitability because no matter what happens, there's always going to be people like that, and everyone is going to do that to me. And I just have to deal with it. I just have to live in that world. It is the world I live in. All right. We're going to start off with Donald Trump reacting to the Supreme Court decision on tariffs. Obviously, that's the biggest story of the day. S&P 500 jumps after Supreme Court knocks down Trump's emergency tariffs. Everyone is joyous. Everyone is celebrating. Stocks gained on Friday after Supreme Court ruled against President Donald Trump's tariffs, potentially providing relief for companies burdened by higher costs from the duties and easing concern about sticky inflation still plaguing the U.S. economy. Now, for me, I find that a little bit dangerous, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because technically tariffs are just additional taxes, and the Supreme Court striking down tariffs as unconstitutional, no matter which way it goes, is still frustrating to me. Like, I want to live in a world where if the president wants to increase taxes, the Supreme Court doesn't have the power to strike it down. So I'm in this unique predicament where I'm in this unique place, I feel like, where on the one hand, I think like Donald Trump wielding the tariffs in the way that he was idiotic and virtually indecipherable. But also at the same time, I don't want the Supreme Court to just like in a future, let's say in a future presidency, like I don't like that the Supreme Court can just be like, no, we are protecting capital and you're not going to be allowed to do that. Like what if there were massive taxes on the ultra wealthy or on corporations or whatever, and the Supreme Court was like a Bernie style president or like a socialist president decided to do this and implemented it and did it in a similar way to Donald Trump, using like the executive office, greatly expanding on the powers of the executive office. And then the Supreme Court comes in and is like, no, you can't do that. I don't really like that, you know? But in this case, Donald Trump's tariffs regime has been inconsistent, idiotic, and it's understandable why the Supreme Court would strike it down. And it's also understandable why the government is, or not the government, but the markets are responding positively to it. Donald Trump basically said, the tariffs decision is an outrage that weakens our economy. Also, the decision to let me charge more tariffs than I did before, but also it's terrible and the justices who ruled against me are disloyal, but also they made me stronger. Given the tariff ruling, I'm not sure the Supreme Court would agree with the president's view of his ability to determine who is invited to the House chamber. Having said that, let's take a look.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh.
Yeah, the real guy who's going to make out like a fucking bandit here is Trump's Commerce Secretary, or not Trump's Commerce Secretary, sorry. A subsidiary of Cantor Fitzgerald, which was run by the sons of the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, is letting clients essentially bet that the president Donald Trump's tariffs will be struck down in court. This has been an ongoing situation. So Howard Lutnick is, heads I win, tails you lose style situation here. And his family is going to make incredible amounts of money because they bought the rights for the tariff refunds, making a gamble that Donald Trump's like inconsistent tariffs regime was inevitably going to be struck down by SCOTUS. It's so fucking gross.
For their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
Okay, there's one guy dancing in the aftermath of this who also made out like a bandit after 9/11. His name is Howard Nutlick, okay? Howard Nutlick was a 9/11 profiteer, and he is seemingly profiting from the international trade 9/11 that Donald Trump implemented as well. It is mind-boggling how much this guy, no matter what kind of catastrophe is taking place, He is always there at the scene of the crime making money. Remarkable.
Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it.
Okay, did they make it dark on purpose in the fucking White House press room? Like, the vibes are abysmal, dude. The vibes are ominous. They're abysmal. It's like there's a state of mourning in the White House. He got that by lighting. No, it's not even by visibility hour over here. It's like weirdly dark.
That they're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Chinese factories are shut down because of the new year. U.S. companies want them to open up quickly to Russian product. Oh my God. Yeah, and then the fucking swell, the swelling of commerce that will come of this in the interim. Donald Trump will literally turn around and go, I did that. Ah! It's so fucking annoying. Just wait. Once there's this big fucking rush, he's going to turn around and be like, remember when I did that? It's like, bitch, you broke it. You broke it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. God, it's so fucking frustrating. Also, if you think that this will lower prices, I don't think it will, for the record, because as we've seen over and over again, the major reason as to why prices are always high and stay high and don't actually respond to regular market conditions as they did in the past is because of tremendous corporate consolidation that allows companies to basically control these markets through price leadership. And therefore, I know people say that's like pop economics. You're not real. What's his face? Paul Krugman was a big anti-greedflation advocate for the longest time. And then he also succumbed to greedflation and corporate consolidation as being a primary driver of inflation in this country. Later, he's woke now. We won one. We got one of those guys on our side finally. Give it more time. Maybe he'll be Paul Krugman is a dumbass about that issue. It literally makes sense once you look into it. No, Paul Krugman is like one of these guys that I'm explaining was a big like anti-greedflation guy. He was like, oh, corporate consolidation is not the major driver of inflation. You're crazy. And then a couple years after, even with the monetary policy trying to make sense of it all, it turned into even with monetary policy trying to make sense of it all, it turned into this situation where it turned into the situation where like it was undeniable that there were other factors at play. Sorry, I'm getting text messages from my friends saying don't fight with Camilla Cabello, because I tweeted gross when I saw this. Camilla Cabello raises awareness for the living conditions in Cuba. It has been 67 years of a failing dictatorship and an oppressive regime. The Cuban people are suffering in an echo chamber where no one can hear them because to speak is to risk your life. Many people are starving, looking for food in trash heaps. And then the only way to survive is having relatives ship you boxes of medicine because not even the hospitals have medicine. Yeah, that's the reason why the Cuban population is starving. What a fucking spectacularly awful, what an insane statement, dude. What a fucking insane thing to say. I can't stand people that say stuff like this when it's like very clearly defending America's as unimaginable and unyielding cruelty. She was in Fifth Harmony and got exposed for being racist towards her co-member, a black woman, Normani. She was also found to have said the N-word and had to go on an apology tour, so this adds up for her. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about her. But this is like, when I read something like that, when I read a press briefing from Marco Rubio coming out of Camila Cabello's the Instagram account, I'm like, the fuck is this shit? Hashtag SOS Cuba. Anyway, I got banned for saying that Cuban Americans will not care at all as they see Cuba be rotted by the USA. They're all brain rotted to the max. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I truly do not fucking understand how you can have immediate relatives still living on the island and the country that you now reside in is like directly starving them. And you're like, yeah, it's because of the fucking communism dictatorship. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? It is so, it is nastiness. It's a nasty business, dude. I don't understand how you get that level of brainwashing. Like, you can fucking tell me all day, every day, like, oh, well, it's the communists. It's the communist stupid. You don't understand. You will never get me to agree to borrow the Camilla stands are going to come for you. I don't give a shit. They can call me fucking racist all day, every day. I'm going to fucking Cuba. So, also, speaking of Cuba, I will be talking to Belly of the Beast today, a reporter from Belly of the Beast today that is directly tuning in from Havana. To talk about the conditions there. The Cuban lobby made them right-wing, please. Not enough people talk about it. Yeah, the Cuban lobby is fucking nutty. We will be talking about that as well. Unfortunately, that chatter is correct. My brain-broken Cuban conservative grandparents now live in North Carolina have told me nothing but lies about Castro and the revolution growing up. Yeah. It's similar to the brainwashing that happens in the Jewish American community related to Israel. Cuban Americans have been brainwashed by Cuba for decades. Yes. I will say this, though. If we can put... can you explain why you hate or take? What parts you take offense to? What do you mean, all the parts? There is one primary driver of pain and torment for the Cubans that live in Cuba, and that is the United States of America. Anyone that takes the responsibility away from the completely unjust, completely inhumane blockade that has been implemented for decades, for 67 fucking years, and says that like the real reason why it's a failure is because of communism, is because of the regime, it's because of the dictatorship, is a delusional monster. And the only way, it's victim blaming through and through, but the only way that you can have that thought is if you live in the fucking bosom of luxury in the United States of America and you've actually never experienced any of the downsides of being in the crosshairs of the United States of America. And therefore, you have no capacity to understand what it's like when America decides that you're a fucking foreign adversary. Okay? We're starving Cuba and then acting as though, and then there's people that are saying like, while we are starving Cuba, our government is directly starving Cuba, there are still people who will say, oh, it's the regime, it's the communism, it's the dictatorship. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Any country that is in the periphery that thrives against all odds. Okay? There's so much going on here at home and so much I can say about the heartbreaking things in the immigrant community is experiencing here in the U.S. I also feel a personal responsibility to speak about what's happening in Cuba. I still have family on the island that we speak to and send medicine, food, and clothes to. It's been 67 years of a failing dictatorship and an oppressive regime. The Cuban people are suffering in an echo chamber where no one can hear them because to speak is the risk of your life. Many people are starving, looking for food in trash heaps, and the only way to survive is having relatives ship you boxes of medicine because not even the hospitals have medicine. I wonder why the hospitals don't have fucking medicine in Cuba. It must be because of the communism. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know how fucking stupid that statement is? We are literally starving them. The entire planet that is terrified of coming out against the United States of America has said time and time again over the past 67 years, please end the blockade. This is completely unjustifiable. Please release the Cuban population, free them, allow them to fucking exist normally, allow them to engage in commerce, allow them to actually grow their country. And America has said, fuck no. Time and time again, people have voted for the blockade to end. And America has decided that no, we will not do that. We will not allow that to happen. Yeah, exactly. It's unacceptable. The power is gone for so long that food spoils and water becomes scarce. When people have peacefully protested, they've been disappeared or put behind bars, some as young as 13 years old. This is the reality where a post online costs you your life. The Cuban people have lived without dignity and hope for so long. It's no wonder so many Cubans have thrown themselves in the shark-infested waters, making boats out of tires and sticks and risking their lives for freedom. They are now in the midst of a profound humanitarian crisis. I wonder why. I wonder why. I guess they just hit the communism button too hard recently. Is that what happened? They were like, we're going to do even more communism because communism means starvation. Like, you are medically stupid if this is your take. It's disgusting. It's extra disgusting when you're parroting this imperialist propaganda at a time of crisis when your fucking family members are directly being starved by the American government. Wake the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. And this has not even anything to do, for the record, this doesn't have anything to do with like ideological commitments to communism or anything. This is just like, this is not dissimilar to what's going on in Gaza in many respects. There's an ideological slant associated with it from why the American government justifies this kind of brutality and gets away with it in some respects. But ultimately, it's a matter of right and wrong. Is it appropriate to genocide and starve and siege the Gazan population, the Palestinians? No, it's not, right? Same question can be directed at the United States of America. Is it appropriate and right for the American government to offer offer siege warfare to the Cuban population for almost 7 decades at this point? No, it's not. It's fucking ridiculous. You guys are hating on her for helping. It's insane. Helping what? Where does she take that away from the blockade? Are you fucking stupid? I mean, yes, you are. I'm sorry. You're a stupid stan if you literally look to that statement and assume that it's not directly claiming that the fucking government is responsible for the American blockade. It's victim blaming. What the fuck are you talking about? It's 100% victim blaming. Get the fuck out of here. She's like, as a Cuban, I'm telling you, this is like, as a Cuban, I'm telling you, it's not the American blockade. It's the fucking, it's the Cuban government. At a time when the American government is like added on additional cruelty, additional cruel measures. Music isn't even good enough for you to be out here defending her, chatter. I mean, I don't really care, but I don't really care about her music. Ain't this the pop star that was super racist on Tumblr? I don't care about any of that shit. This is, to me, individual acts of racism pales in comparison to looking at a situation where the American government has openly declared complete warfare, siege warfare upon the entire Cuban population and saying, yeah, actually, it's the fucking government. Like, aligning with the government that's doing that to your relatives is infinitely fucking worse. Straight up. This is where awareness matters the most. She's from Mexico. Okay, regardless, she has Cuban family members. Yeah, I work in affordable housing. I grew up loving Castro because of how I saw how we were treated. I am a Politico, even did the USA tour. Please talk about Israel also being a part of the groups enabling the blockade. Yes, exactly. It's more insane when you consider the fact that mainstream media isn't even trying to manufacture consent for this one. They're just like barely talking about it. Meanwhile, a humanitarian crisis is unfolding in Cuba because of Trump's blockade. U.S. strangulation of Cuba is so severe, U.S. media isn't even bothering to act like U.S. sanctions are incidental to the suffering of the people like they did for years with Iran, Venezuela, previous Cuba reporting. It's a post-liberal order where humanitarian pretenses don't matter much. The president is openly and proudly starving multiple countries' populations at once, and the only pushback is a handful of progressives in Congress releasing statements, and that's basically it. Open sadism basically cracks the top 10 news items. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. It is pretty wild to see the New York Times write, not with like a neutral tone, but with like direct language saying a new U.S. blockade is strangling Cuba. That's pretty fucking nuts. It's crazy. There has been a very strict embargo on the entire island for almost 70 years at this point. And now that embargo has taken on a new life where it is even more severe than before, where all of the additional trade partners that were offering oil to the island can no longer do so. Mexico had to stop sending oil. Venezuela is no longer a sovereign nation, right? Venezuela is no longer sending oil. The only country that has actually said we'll pick up the slack here is Russia. And who knows if that's going to be real. I mean, they're very far away. And the American government has already seized Russian oil tankers in the past. But now that the SCOTUS has now that the SCOTUS has cast aside Donald Trump's tariffs threats, maybe Mexico can pick up the slack again. Who knows?
It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important.
He's so mad.
To be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything. I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things, but they've given us great national security, these tariffs have, and together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth, all of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives.
Yeah, they've done nothing, and I mean nothing, to actually use tariff authorities as a part of industrial policy to reshore critical industry and help rebuild manufacturing capacity. Instead, they've scrapped industry policy from the IRA and are using the chaos as leverage for personal favors and bribes. It is one of the most insane open instances of corruption that I have ever fucking seen in at least like the past 13 years of my political commentary career. It is like, there's always been corruption. There's always been, backdoor dealings and people getting favorable deals if they're like close to the administration. This happened with the Obama administration, it happened with the, Brandon administration as well as Trump and far before that as well. But this is like open plunder. And it's not even like, I want to say this is Turkish levels of corruption with like the Erdogan government. But honestly, even in the Turkish government, like they don't do it this transparently, bro. It's crazy. It's literally like a full-blown Turkification of the economy, but it's also being done in the United States of America and more flagrantly, like more honestly, more in a more vulgar manner. It's crazy. They're like basically saying we're butt fucking you, okay? Like your taxes are just directly supposed to feed money into me and my friends' pockets. They're just saying it out loud, and everyone's like, hell yeah, Mr. President, thank you for fucking, thank you for draining the swamp, I guess. I don't know. Amerika bizi kıskanıyor dedik, inanmadınız. I don't know. It's It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Yeah, J.D. Vance also had a take. Today, the Supreme Court decided that Congress, despite giving the president the ability to regulate imports, didn't actually mean it. This is lawlessness from the court, plain and simple. And its only effect will be to make it harder for the president to protect American industries and supply chain resiliency. Is that what the American president was doing? Because I didn't see it. I certainly didn't see it. President Trump has a wide range of other tariff powers. He will use them to defend American workers and advance his administration's trade priorities. Yeah, basically, we're hell-bent on making you pay more for coffee, even though we don't and can't grow it domestically at scale. Like, there are certain goods, certain commodities that you just cannot have, right? You just can't. You can't do it. Like, coffee is one of them. It's just we don't have the capacity with our current ecological limitations, with our current climate limitations. We just simply cannot have enough coffee in this fucking country. Okay? Like, we can't do it. So when you slam these tariffs on goods like that, you can't do anything. Like, you just have to pay the additional premium, the entry fee. And when, you know, importers are doing that, they're basically slamming that cost back onto the consumer. So it's basically a regressive tax, an additional regressive tax. The tariffs they levied on all major coffee producers, such a perfect encapsulation of how this has nothing to do with protecting American workers. These chuckle fucks loved illegally using tariffs authority to extort businesses and author countries into giving bribes. We do like the USSR did and grow coffee. They grew citrus in gigantic greenhouses, expensive, but we could. Brother, coffee is one of the major problems that caused the literal fucking riots in the USSR. Like, coffee is a perfect example because it's just region locked. Okay? It's just fucking region locked. So the problem within the USSR, there were literal riots in fucking East Germany over coffee. Okay? It's one of the examples that I use all the time to talk about how, like, important treats are to keep people happy, to keep people satisfied. That's one of the major issues within the USSR's manufacturing. For sure. Not saying it's a good idea. Exactly. It's one of the, yeah, look, East German coffee crisis. Like, it's quite literally one of the major incidents that I use with regular frequency to describe the importance of making sure that you have, like, light industry, or to make sure that you have your like international trade design work to provide some of these commodities, some of these goods to the population so they don't fucking lose their minds. It's not even like, when I say something is a treat, I think like it feels like I'm undermining its importance. And the role it plays in good governance. I'm not undermining it at all. I think it's a very important aspect of good governance to ensure that people have access to these commodities. It's not just like, oh, something you can live without. Why don't you just live without it? You know, socialism is an ascetic lifestyle that you need to live like a monk. You need to do away with these pleasures. It's like, no, these are things that make humans human. These are things that are an absolute fucking necessity. And as long as they are readily available, people will be less likely to fucking revolt. But yeah, America's doing the exact same thing for no reason whatsoever. They've done fuck all for using tariffs authorities as a part of an industrial policy to reshore critical industry. They haven't done that at all and help rebuild manufacturing capacity. Instead, they've scrapped industrial policy from the IRA and are using the chaos as leverage for personal favors and bribes. And that's precisely what they're doing. That is precisely what they're doing. They are... They're open about it. They're not hiding it. They're not sheltering you from the truth. They're just saying it out loud. So it blows my fucking mind that, like, you know, more people aren't frustrated by this. Rand Paul, of course, being the libertarian that he is, decided, in our defense of our republic, the Supreme Court struck down using emergency powers to enact taxes. This ruling will also prevent a future president such as AOC from using emergency powers to enact socialism. Now, that is part of the reason why I'm not super stoked. That's part of the reason why I'm not super stoked on the Supreme Court decision. Like, I get it. It's good to use it against Donald Trump, but it's something that you need to, like, back pocket and remind yourself. If there is ever a moment where we win power, we can't let that happen, okay? Let's be real. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they're very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very...
Well, you just have to do socialism democratically then. First of all, that's not how that works, because the Supreme Court it has an undemocratic design. What are you talking about? Like, this is a secondary concern for a fucking hypothetical future that may or may not ever happen. So I'm not going to stress too much on it. I'm just saying, what are some of the downsides? What are some of the potential downsides? Okay.
These will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1.
Not $1
I assume
under
to protect
IEPA.
other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries. Certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country.
Like, presidents have broad tariff authority outside of IEPA. He's just been using IEPA as the primary tool to just like to engage in this like tariffs policy, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, okay, which gives the president broad authority to regulate commerce and freeze assets during declared national emergencies. That's the reason why they declared fentanyl as a crisis, as a national emergency, right? So there are still plenty of tools in the tool belt to deploy here, and the president will do that if his team is invested in continuing this like tariffs warfare. And it seems like there are plenty of people who are invested in continuing along with that regime. Do not give him ideas, chatter. Come on, there are plenty of intelligent people, plenty of competent people in Trump's team that are obviously giving him a range of different options as far as tariffs. Okay. And as a socialist, you also should understand the power of trade protectionism. For the record, the issue with Donald Trump's tariffs agenda was that there was no real discernible reason for why he was enacting these broad tariffs. He was basically dunking on the international trade design that they had designed prior to this. It's not like, I am not fundamentally opposed to tariffs as a defensive posture to reshore industry, critical industry, to improve the standing of the American labor class, to bring back companies, to force back economic activity to the United States of America, and to make sure that there are protections for labor in the process as well, that like all of these companies that are coming back and reshoring on U.S. borders are going to have unions. These are going to be union shops, union factories. They're going to be built with labor unions, union construction companies. Like, those are things that a left American president, a socialist, sounds funny to even say, that's not going to happen, but a socialist American president could do in a hypothetical future that is still very far away. I'm not even saying AOC would do this. I'm just saying this is a tool in the tool belt, industrial policy, and utilizing defensive tariffs as a mechanism to bring about a new wave of American manufacturing. Okay? These are things that we could do. These are things that maybe we should do. Okay? So the IEPA, International Emergency Economic Powers Act, allows the executive branch to respond to unusual and extraordinary foreign threats to the United States national security, foreign policy, or the economy. This is precisely the reason why Donald Trump was utilizing the fentanyl war, but like, he wasn't even, his heart wasn't in it. Okay. Half the time he was like, I'm doing these tariffs because of fentanyl. And then the other times he would be like, I just don't like you. Like, he would be like, what kind of fentanyl trafficking was taking place on, like, I don't know, some random fucking island nation? Like, oh yeah, Laos is a big, like, Laos is actually harming the American heartland with all the fentanyl that they're shipping from over there, Cambodia. Because then the other half of the argument was fixing trade deficits, which again is also stupid. How do you fix a trade deficit with Cambodia? How do you fix a trade deficit with Penguin Island? Like, who are you taxing? The penguins? What the fuck are you saying? None of this makes sense. So, obviously, it was expansive. It was crazy. It was unilateral. It was, directly breaking the previous global trade design that we had set, that we were benefiting from greatly, or at least like that created this insane force of finance capital in the United States of America. And Donald Trump is trying to like move those puzzle pieces around a little bit, but because he's a stupid little baby, he's moving the puzzle pieces around by just slamming puzzle pieces into places where it doesn't fit. Okay? That's the best way I can describe it. It's reductive, but there is a goal behind it. Make no mistake, to feel as though this is like rudderless or directionless or totally without any decipherable reason in a with like some sort of future vision is wrong. I just don't think that they are ever going to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, because it's still being done at the behest of capital and not at the behest of the proletariat, not at the behest of the working class. And therefore, there is no move that you can make that will be protective for the labor class in this country, the working class in this country. So all it ends up doing is move money around to some of your ordained dick riders that are your billionaires. Here we fucking go, dude. All right, we're back. We're back. Of course. Big F. It's so fucking unbearable. Anyway, so if you think this is going to like ultimately change like a lot of the tariff rates in general, no, there are other statutes that give the president broad tariff authority. So in the interim, Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974 explicitly authorizes POTUS to apply tariffs up to 15% for 150 days broadly. So that's one of the things that they have in the tool belt. Section 122 doesn't require any studies / other pre-process, but caps tariff rates and duration. Like I said, you can only do it up to 15%, and you can only do it up to 150 days. So like Trump still has some tools to keep up tariffs, right? And then there's also Section 338 of the Trade Act of 1930, which allows tariffs up to 50% with no time limit. Section 338 explicitly authorizes tariffs, unlike the emergency, the EPA that we were talking about, which the Supreme Court struck down. And Section 388 is so open-ended it may trigger its own court challenges if the White House uses it, but any such cases would take time. So expect broad tariffs to stay in place for some time. Here's the thing: Trump's broadest tariffs, the EPA tariffs in the Supreme Court ruling, not the targeted ones on steel, autos, etc., are often mistargeted and are on and off with ever-changing rates. Now we have the 2025 trade data and more showing results. To date, the results of Trump's trade policy are the opposite of his campaign promises. We've lost 88,000 American manufacturing jobs since Trump returned to office. The 2025 manufactured goods trade deficit is up 62 billion, 3.9% compared to 2024. This isn't an indictment of tariffs. They're a good policy tool if used strategically. It's about how Trump is doing it. He cut tariffs on China, a nation with mercantilist practices that fuel our trade deficit, but hit Brazil with 50% tariffs, even though we have a trade surplus with Brazil. And the reason why he did the Brazil thing was purely like that one was purely vindictive, because he was like, I don't want Lula, I don't want you to act out. I don't want you to have sovereignty. And I also don't want you to throw my friend in prison. It wasn't just Bolsonaro. Obviously, when Donald Trump is doing this like gangsterism, the reason why he's doing it is to reassert his dominance on nations that are potentially looking to alternatives like China to maintain their sovereignty and to leverage their relationship with America. So that's a big part of the reason why he's doing it, to be like, if you fucking do anything that I don't want you to do, I will punish you, right? Part of it is because Lula, and not just Lula, but like Brazil, a separate independent court, has found Lula guilty of fomenting and inciting a rebellion identical to January 6th, as a matter of fact. And now Lula or not Lula, sorry, but Bolsonaro is supposed to go to prison for like 27 years. And Donald Trump doesn't want that. Donald Trump hates that because he loves Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro is his guy. So he wants to punish for that reason as well. But if you're wondering why Lula, for example, has not said anything or hasn't done too much to save Mexico save Cuba, for example, this is part of the reason, because they are fearful of Donald Trump's vindictive tariffs agenda. And this is, I mean, there are so many other ways in which the American government could dominate countries. Basically, all the tools that we have at our disposal that we refuse to utilize on Israel, a country perhaps most worthy of tariffs and sanctions and decoupling, we are using on all these other countries. Like, there are an endless amount of opportunities for Donald Trump to basically destroy every other country's economy. Okay? Donald Trump could do this to every country on the planet, even outside of tariffs. You have the Treasury Department, right? Sanctions are another tool. So, you know, even before we get to direct warfare, boots on the ground warfare, striking boats off the coastline and shit like that, there are so many other tools in the American tool belt to dominate every other country in the periphery, right? So yeah, despite mainly balanced trade with the U.S., Canada got hit over perceived insults, but Trump's Commerce Secretary offered to cut steel tariffs, U.S. manufacturers and union support if the EU drops big tech regulations. That's not trade strategy. It's tariffs equals leverage for corporate favors. The deeper loss, and that's another reason why all these like tech billionaires actually dick ride Donald Trump into oblivion, because Donald Trump will literally go and say, we're going to hit the EU hard if you actually implement any sort of sovereignty over our tech companies our tech companies that are operating on European soil. And Europe doesn't even have any alternatives anyway. This is something that Yanis Varoufakis has talked about quite a bit as well, and you know his approach to tech feudalism, neo-feudalism in the tech sphere. So there's that as well. America understands that American capital works alongside American imperial dominance, because American imperial dominance is done at the behest of American capital, or international capital, if you want to call it that, because the ruling class nowadays is not so is not so stuck with the American nation. They don't really give a shit. They can move around, and they do. So the deeper loss with today's Supreme Court ruling, EPA allows no tariffs. Trump's abuse of EPA has now foreclosed a tool used strategically and judiciously could have been genuinely useful for future presidents pursuing smart trade policy. So that's it. The Supreme Court took away one tool from the tool belt. This doesn't mean that they took away all the tools. There's still plenty of fucking tools that he can use and will continue to use. Okay? Lori Wallach has an update. As I predicted in my thread a few hours ago, in response to Supreme Court ruling this AM Trump's EPA tariffs, POTUS just announced he will issue 10% tariffs on all imports using Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act. So that already happened. And there are other opportunities to dominate other countries as well, right? This is the United States of America. If we want to fucking bully a country, we have a million different ways of doing so, okay? If we want to cripple a country's economy, we have less vulgar methods, less overt methods to do so. Trump is just using the vulgar methods because he likes it. He likes playing fast and loose. He likes showcasing his dominance. He likes putting people in their place, right? He likes to do that. He likes to hit the place button with other nations in the periphery. Like, oh, you want to do BRICS? You know? Oh, you want to prosecute a previous leader of the country that decided to foment rebellion? Place. Yeah. So that's what it is. But let's continue.
In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do.
Oh, yeah. There is this other side of the story, too, though. Trump's Section 122 tariffs will expire in late August. It's going to be fun to see Republicans in Congress being asked to vote to extend tariffs that voters hate 2 months before Election Day. Yeah. So he's doing 10% global tariffs under Section 122. We're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices. And And yeah, so when the deadline kicks in, because we remember I told you like you can do 10%, you can do up to 150 days. When that time comes, it'll be right up in the ass cheeks of the midterms. So good luck. Good luck to Republicans in Congress to extend this like largely unfavorable trade agenda. And while I personally understand the necessity for trade protectionism, even for a country, you said up to 15%. I believe he can do it up to 15%. Maybe he's doing it 10% because he likes the number. Again, there is a grand design here. There is a conclusion that they want to arrive at, but they're not going to arrive at it. And also, the way Donald Trump operates is like he could just be like, I like 10 as a better number. Okay? I like 10 as a better number than 15. Or maybe he's thinking I can bring it up to 15% later down the line, so that if someone annoys me, I can say 15% for you instead of 10. I just added another 5%. So that's part of it. It's because, like, remember, we're talking about a guy who literally was like, I'm giving the American military $1,776. I'm making ICE agents train for 47 days. Like, he's behaving like a fucking numerology geek, okay? Like, some of the stuff he does is symbolic. The actions are real. The impact is real. But the methods of arriving at these, the methods or the guiding principle behind why he's choosing certain things over maxing out on like what he could do with the tariffs could very easily be for, numerology purposes, just because he felt like it,
Anything I want, but I can't charge $1 because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money.
Oh, as far as like who's getting a big payday out of this, I'm gonna talk about it. His name is Howard Nutlick. You can see his shoulder right here. You can't see he's grinning. You can feel him grinning in the corner. You can't really see his face, but he's grinning ear to ear because he's making out like a fucking bandit. His children are making out like a fucking bandit today.
So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee.
Epstein's
I could give them
neighbor, Howard Butlick.
2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. They've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't. He's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301. And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear. But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think...
Yeah, Pritzker is also calling, this is great, not only is it, not only hangs it around the admin's neck, but grates on the fake promise that the admin made to send out dividend checks. Pritzker demands a $1,700 refund per family for the people of Illinois after Trump's tariffs were ruled unconstitutional. I like that Democrats play ball like this, like they play hardball like this. Is a good move, okay? Because obviously it's not going to happen, but the point is it reminds the people in Illinois who actually is responsible for the cost of living crisis or who accelerated it. Oh, God, sorry. Holy shit, that burp just came out of my mouth out of nowhere. That was an uncontrolled burp. Yeah, it's good midterm messaging as well. It's good in general. Shout out to the big boy, JB Pritzker. Don't you think this is feckless? I mean, promising checks? This seems like lib shit to me. Checks? No, he's saying that your tariff taxes wreaked havoc on farmers and enraged our allies and sent grocery prices through the roof. This morning, your handpicked Supreme Court justice notified you that they are also unconstitutional. On behalf of the people of Illinois, I demand a refund for $1,700 for every family in Illinois. The Supreme Court has ruled, bringing the total to $8,679,261,600. The Supreme Court has ruled that this is yet one of the more unconstitutional acts by you and your administration. This letter and the attached invoice stand as an official notice for compensation that is owed to the people of Illinois. Meanwhile, Trump is like, oh yeah, I'm giving another $8 billion to the Board of Peace. That'll go directly into my fucking pockets. He's wrong. The other countries paid the tariffs. Okay, dude, shut up. You're not being serious, I hope. Okay. I thought we got one. I thought we got a Trumpy. Okay, I thought there was a Trumpy in the building. I was excited. I was going to pet you. Pet the hog. So many people believe that. Yes, they also believe Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, is coming back on earth any day now. Okay, what do? 42% of Americans also believe in ghosts. Okay, it doesn't matter. You know, it is what it is. You just got to keep fucking telling them what the truth is. Ay, ay, ay.
That the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way. They'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of...
I do love when he's sad, though. He gets, like, weepy, and he's like, man, I guess they don't like me no more. They want to pack it. They want to pack the courts. Like, it's funny to see him behave like this. Like, he doesn't even have the righteous indignation here. He's just like more restrained by design. He's just like upset, you know.
Our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is.
Look what you made me do. Look. Oh, did you want this to happen? Oh, you wanted only bad happen? I said nothing bad happen, only good happen. You want bad happen.
Standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years. To the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs, And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge.
Yeah, effectively rendering it useless. The fuck? Okay, so you can still say you're doing tariffs, but there's $0. You're accruing $0 in fees.
It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries.
It's awesome. The Supreme Court has done a great disservice to me, the best president of all time, but they've also made me more powerful than before. They've taken out one of the tools that I can use at my disposal to do this like ridiculous tariffs agenda, but also they've given me even more power. They've also given me more power to utilize tariffs now. Ha ha. Okay, so why are you mad? Is there ever a moment where Donald Trump does something wrong? Is a good question to ask here. Has there ever been a moment where Donald Trump has been in the wrong? Whether it be tariffs, whether it be Epstein, whether it be, you know, starving Cuba, starving Iran. Nope. It's always right. I did everything right and they indicted me. That's always the case. And there's no punishments for it. So you might as well, if you can get away with just saying that you're, you know, heads you win, or heads I win, tails you lose over and over again, you can just keep doing that. And that's what he's doing.
And businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past.
So the Ayatollah is not starving in Iran?
Under the various tariffs.
The Iranian population is starving in Iran.
Use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place. 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section...
Yeah, they said I was drunk driving and they took my license away, but they actually made it so I can drive more and drive drunker. No, they actually made me more powerful because now I'm taking the most powerful Uber rides, okay? And technically, I can still drive drunk if I want to without a license, but this time I will just evade the law enforcement authorities even better. Like, it's like that, you know? Your Honor, you took away my my license because you found me guilty of drunk driving, but that's making me more powerful. It's a grave injustice that you have done to me. Much dishonor for taking away my license, but I will drive drunker than ever before, and this time engage in evasive maneuvers against law enforcement, and you will see me on the roads inside of Ubers. More powerful Ubers will be taken.
122, over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't...
Yeah, America's so great, and it's getting even better. And it's bad, actually, but the only reason why it's bad is because Joe Biden made it bad. And I'm saving it, but also the Supreme Court is now also Joe Biden.
Have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward. We will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them.
What do you think about the reactions to your Adam Mockler convo? I haven't seen it. So I don't know. I don't know what the reaction is. I don't need to see it though, because I suspect that liberals' takeaway from that will be Adam mogged him. The DGG drones will probably be like, Adam destroyed him. Or I think they're mad. They were like complaining about how long I talked throughout the process. And then those to the left of me are like leftists. Leftists will say, oh, you didn't destroy him in the marketplace of ideas. You conceded too much. And it's like, I didn't concede at all. Those are my positions. Like, those are my fucking positions. Yes, harm reduction in theory is correct. It's something that I've said for years, and it will be something that I keep repeating over and over again. The problem is harm reduction is a tool that liberals use, establishment Democrats use to remain a controlled opposition party. Also, yeah, as far as like the principles goes, Adam agreed with like 80%. The disagreement was on optics. So if that's what you care about, that's what you care about. Most of the argument also revolved around like voter apathy and creating voter apathy. And my major point there was I am incapable of creating voter apathy outside of what the Democratic Party is doing. And I think he even agreed with that at the end. He just said, well, you're still doing your very best to create voter apathy. But I also understand that a big part of the reason why I feel like you're creating voter apathy is because of people clipping you without adding on the nuance to the things that you believe and the things that you say. You know? I don't know, maybe I'm too echo chambered, but the reactions I've seen were that Adam was too focused on the optics and was just talking past HasanAbi, who was speaking on political realism. Yeah. Did you consider not being clipped? I would love for these guys. I would love for liberals to not just like clip the most hyperbolic instance. If they truly believe that my word is capable of creating voter apathy, what liberals should do instead of clipping my most like hyperbolic statements and then letting it sit without any additional context that I always offer, and instead clip the entire thing and make an adequate assessment. Okay? Because if that is what is ultimately offering apathy, if that is what is causing apathy, if we think that like these words have the capacity to make voters all around the country mistrust the Democratic Party, then liberals that are working tirelessly to make it seem like I'm always saying, fuck the Democrats, don't ever vote for a Democrat, don't work with the Democrats, anything like that, should work tirelessly to ensure that the full scope of my sentiment is addressed. Because those are the guys who are churning out these takes. Dude, you talk about Ossoff too much and you need to shut that down to a lib audience. Look, I say Ossoff is a sleeper pick. He's far from my favorite candidate. I'm just saying that I see a capacity there, but it's entirely dependent on what kind of platform he takes on. Now, of course, if he is still doing business as usual establishment politics as he has done so in Georgia so far, voting for Laken Riley, and taking a more moderate stance in general, only coming out initially against Israel and then immediately conceding on that, a refusal to fucking increase minimum wage, shit like that, it's unacceptable. I will treat him in the same exact way that I do Gavin Newsom. But the reason why I brought up Ossoff as a sleeper pick, regardless of his dog shit voting record, is because I have this very stupid belief. Again, it's fucking so far out, for the record. It is so far out. I think John Ossoff is doing the opposite of what Gavin Newsom is doing. He agreed with you on everything. He just wanted you to admit that the Dems are better on some issues and that the difference is not marginal, which it is for the larger population. It is. You did say he's more progressive than he lets on. I know it's far out, but why not just push AOC as much as you can? I do. I think you guys are getting a weirdly culty on this for some reason. It's like saying, why bring up even Ro Khanna's name when AOC is far more progressive than Ro Khanna? Reality. It is the reality. You're tunneled in somehow. Sorry, but rare L take, bro. Sure. I'm not saying John Ossoff is a champion of progressives and or will be a champion of progressives. I'm saying if he wants to become a champion of progressive causes, he could have a very interesting lane there. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that combo was him trying to make Twitter lib haters seem reasonable by critiquing 2 clips for 2 hours. Then he conceded on basically everything while trying to shift the blame away from the Dems he was defending. I don't think so. I think he also conceded on a lot of the same issues that he sees as well. I started following his Adams News quickly co-sided with the establishment Newsom. I feel like he got the dollars. No, I don't think John Ossoff, if John Ossoff doesn't dramatically change his approach, he's dead in the fucking water, for the record. I will be treating him in the same exact way that I think Gavin Newsom will run. I just don't know yet. It's so fucking far out. Okay? That's it. Everyone from both sides have been very weird and parasocial about the debate conversation. Yeah, he's literally your least favorite pick. Why are people arguing with you, lol? As far as the establishment slant goes, I don't know why. Again, this is just this is purely speculative at this point. But as far as the establishment adjacent slant goes, I prefer John Ossoff to many others. I prefer John Ossoff to Josh Shapiro again, or Gavin Newsom. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because I think he's more progressive than he lets on. That's a really stupid way to make an argument. It's a really stupid way to make an assessment. I'm just saying, gun to your head, which one do you prefer? To AOC. No, AOC's not even a part of the fucking conversation. I think you guys have to be a little bit more fucking, like, you need to be chill. You need to be chiller about this. Okay? There is no world where it's like Ossoff over fucking AOC. There's no world where there's any other candidate over AOC for the most part. Okay? I think this is one of the most unfortunate byproducts of debate, and like the environment it fosters, where like I'll do a throwaway comment and everyone will be like, this is the most unimaginable, unacceptable thing that you have ever said in your entire life. I'm seeing red. I feel like you are my opposition now. I don't like John Ossoff. I'm not saying John Ossoff is my choice at all. And I guess it's because Mike got really mad at my even mention of John Ossoff. So now everyone that watched him in the morning are coming in here to yell at me and repeat whatever he said. These conversations are not only unproductive, but utterly idiotic right now, this far out. You're going to make me stop talking about, Elector not as the squirrel again. Yeah, you only saw like one clip. I don't even think we should be talking about who's going to be running in 2028. I love Summer Lee. No, we actually care and know who Ossoff is. You clearly don't. I don't. You know what? The more you say stop mentioning him, the more I'm going to say I love John Ossoff. I think John Ossoff is the future of the party. I've decided I don't even care about AOC running anymore. I actually like John Ossoff. I think John Ossoff is going to be the best candidate possible. Sorry. No, I've decided. I'm ride or die. I'm an Ossoffista. I'm the Fedayeen for John Ossoff. Yeah, he is basically the next FDR and Lenin combined. The next Lenin will come from Georgia. And his name, John Ossoff. I'm Ossified. And you know who I want as his vice president? Stacey Abrams. The Ossoff Abrams pick.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la.
John Ossoff, more like John Awesome.
Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
I don't think there's any what do you call it? I don't think there's any fucking lane for a non-progressive in my estimations. I'm saying that, like, given how you're the liberal dumbass, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm a liberal now. I'm a fucking complete liberal. I have been ossified. Thank you, Anonymous. We all know who the anonymous gifter is. It's the DNC. For the 100 gifted subs. Thank you, the DNC. The DCCC has gifted 100 gifted subs to the #1 liberal advocate. I'm doing third way. I'm doing third way neoliberalism. That's where we're at, baby. Let's fucking go. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be talking to Belly of the Beast. Don't be that guy that can't take any criticism. You talked positively about Ossoff a few times now. We're just going to tell you he sucks. I know he sucks. You're telling me something that I know. We're just trying to tell you he sucks. He's one of the most right-wing Dems in the Senate. Don't dig in. No, you're digging in. I know Jon Ossoff sucks. Hello? You are telling me something that I know. I said his voting track record as it stands currently is dog shit. I don't know. I can't understand. I'm saying, given his lack of experience in Congress, and if he actually saw the progressive lane, out of all the establishment picks, he's the more malleable establishment Democratic candidate that could potentially pivot. If he doesn't, then he sucks. It's that simple. But it doesn't matter. Then stop talking about it positively. I will talk about whoever the fuck I want to talk about in whichever ways I want to talk about. Okay? That's it. Like, how is this any different than like Adam Mockler being like, I don't like the optics of where you're standing here. You know what I mean? You're like, no, you're not going to get me to do that. Okay? I will promise you, I am a Janet Pills Mafia, Pills Miller, and I'm ossified. The drama brain portion of the community is being parasocial again. Yeah, call me Mr. Liberal. I'm fucking libbed up, baby. Yesterday, I thought you were just offering up Ossoff and Khanna to Mockler's audience to make yourself seem reasonable to rope them in a bit. You obviously do not want Ossoff or Khanna as president. Clearly, the chatters understand this, or am I wrong? No, they don't understand it. The mere mention of Jon Ossoff, implies that I love Jon Ossoff and I think he is the future of the party. And guess what? They're right. Ask your community, gun to head, Mafia or Plantner, get a poll in here. Dude, what do you mean? I will never run a poll for that. This is not a democracy. You betrayed us yesterday. Anyway, I absolutely hate that you only engage with people in the community that try to rage bait you and don't understand what you're saying for the most part. Okay, true. We're moving on. You are correct. You mentioned Ossoff and you are now Brandonized. I'm calcified in my position. I have a firm commitment to third-way neoliberalism, and I think Jon Ossoff is the best candidate out there. And you guys got me. Of course, you can talk about whoever the fuck you want, idiot. We were just saying there's bad consequences for fuck's sake. Don't be butthurt. We fucking love you. Okay, first of all, the bad consequences of me saying if Jon Ossoff were to pivot more in the direction of progressive politics, he could be an interesting pick, far from my favorite at all. What are the consequences there? If he doesn't do that, if he stays the course on fucking establishment conservative liberalism, then it's over. He's an op. What is the negative consequence of that? Like in the extremely unlikely scenario that this pivot happens, he could be an interesting candidate for me. Not my favorite, not even in the top contender at all. I literally mentioned people that have no investment in running at all, like Jon Stewart and fucking Sean Fain, before I even mentioned the Georgia senator. And you are choosing to make me talk about it because you keep getting mad about a last second addition. You're making me talk about it. If you want me to keep talking about it, I will keep talking about it. I will talk about it all day, every day. You have the Lib Hasan endorsement. Agree with every word of this from Hasan the Hun. Yeah, liberals liked it. Liberals liked that I threw him a little bone with the Ossoff pick. You know, they liked it. If you phrase it better, your take could have a lot less issues. No, there's always going to be issues. But you're right. I can always phrase everything better. New Hampshire poll. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy one. New Hampshire Dem primary, ages 18 to 34. AOC at 42%. I can't believe there's still New Hampshire libs that fucking are putting Pete Buttigieg at 24%, by the way. 18 to 34. Don't act like you and Jon Ossoff aren't the same person.
Jon Ossoff really wants you to think he's ready to be in Congress.
I've got 5 years of experience as a national security staffer.
There's just one problem. Ossoff wasn't exactly fighting against terrorism. He was fighting against restrictions on cake parties. You see, Ossoff was just a college kid, doing things like dressing up with his drinking buddies and pretending to be Han Solo.
I'm Han Solo, captain of the Millennium Falcon. She's the baby ran 4 kegs by docks under 3 parsecs.
And here's Ossoff and his college buddies making fun of Georgetown's female students. Jon Ossoff, not honest, not serious, not ready. Sorry, Johnny, but the truth strikes back. Congressional Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this episode.
It's actually good that you're opening up this lane for Ossoff. If he believes there's space for him on the left, he'll move in that direction. Even if he doesn't win the presidency, he's still a senator. I mean, I don't think John Ossoff hears my fucking words. Like, I think it's a utterly irrelevant statement overall. The whole convo was so centered around optics that I felt like the conclusion was that it's fine if Dems just change their messaging with left populist talking points. Like, I don't care about the Dems winning if they're just tricking their base to vote for them better. I don't want Ossoff to trick the base into liking him when his actions prove otherwise. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. That's why I always say earnest. Whenever I talk about Democrats, I say it's not about just convincing people with a more progressive policy, but it's also about actually fighting for it, like showing people that you are capable of fighting for it. The John Ossoff campaign would like to thank you for your endorsement. Thank God. Thank God they got it. Our community mobilizes in ways that others don't. I do think they listen, probably more than you think. There's a new super PAC for progressives. They want to help Claire Valdez. A new progressive group says it'll spend $10 million to boost preferred Dems and counter pro-Israel groups that have spent tens of millions of dollars to shape party primaries in recent years. It's called American Priorities and already spent $500K in North Carolina 04. New super PAC launches to counter AIPAC spending in Democratic primaries. American Priorities has already reported spending more than $500,000 to boost North Carolina Democrat Nita Allen in her primary challenge against Representative Valerie Foushee. Why does Squirrel say you won't disavow AOC for the defensive weapons distinction? It's because I have already done so, and they know the truth. They know my secret, which is that I love giving Israel defensive weapons. It's a little bit of a kink. And I kind of, it's like a hyperfixation of mine. I love defensive weapons. I love Tamir interceptors specifically. And I think more of them should be deployed on the field. And I really do. I'm a fan. I'm a multi-fandom enjoyer. And one of the fandoms that I enjoy is I live in this lane where, like, I want Hamas to have Tamir interceptors, but I also want Israel to have them too. Because ultimately, I'm a military-industrial complex lobbyist. The reality of Ossoff is he has the most Obama-like new guy to seen potential with good instincts as we're likely to see. And if he sees the reality of the Bernie craft populist wave, he can fill that role effectively just by being a political animal, even if he isn't a sincere believer. Yeah, I mean, I still don't trust them, though. I don't trust them at all. Like, I don't trust John Ossoff at all. I'm just saying that there is, like, a lane for that if he chooses to seize on it. Are you centrism maxing? I'm Lockheed maxing. I'm weapons trade maxing. I don't even think that will happen, for the record. But I don't know if you guys noticed, but ever since I came out as a liberal who loves John Ossoff and also giving weapons to Israel, my internet hasn't gone out. So I'm going to keep doing that. M Israel high, M Israel high, M Israel high, M Israel high. I wonder why you take so much time to make your point and constantly over-explain everything you say. It's not like everyone is doing their best to misunderstand you. Yeah, and it still doesn't matter. Because even in the process of me over-explaining my position over and over and over again, people will take whatever takeaway they wanted to have that confirms their priors on my commentary to begin with. Which is why I'm so fucking tired of hearing people talk shit about you on Palestine, man. You're so consistent, it's maddening. I don't know how you deal with it. You just fucking keep pushing. Who cares, you know? Yeah, they're still gonna clip and shit, but that doesn't stop me, because I still believe that there are people out there who will hear what I have to say, right? And okay, and also my call is ready. Liz Olivia is going to be on the broadcast right now from Belly of the Beast. Liz Olivia Fernandez, and I'm going to be talking to them. They're calling in from Havana. Hopefully they will have good internet. We're about to find out. I think we ran a test beforehand. Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. All right, let's.
I can hear you. I don't know why I can't hear you.
You can hear me, or you can't hear me? You can't hear me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but can it be a little bit loud?
Oh, it's not. I'm not loud enough. Let me see if I can. Oh no, my input volume is like the highest it can be. This is the highest it goes. I mean, I can try to. Do you want me to yell? Is that better? Hello?
Joan, ¿me puedes pasar un cable de C a C? A ver si puedo cambiar porque siento que el volumen de él está muy bajito. No tiene que ser esa de la que pasa imagen para cambiar. Si no, voy a tener que desconectar este. No, de aquí, de la compu, aquí, del monitor de la compu. Porque el audio lo estoy sacando del otro lado. Can you talk now?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Is it a little bit better?
Yeah, it's better now. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. By the way, thank you so much for taking the time out and joining the broadcast. We're live right now, and you're in Havana, right? You're in Havana, Cuba. You're tuning in from
Yeah, I'm in
Havana.
Havana.
Okay. We're gonna get right into it. Obviously, the American government has decided to increase the embargo that it already had for the past 67 years. And right now, from what I understand, there's rolling blackouts taking place in Cuba. But can you give us more details about what the day-to-day experience in Cuba looks like?
Well, right now, the situation has been really complicated and it's getting worse. For example, the hospital have to cancel like other services that are not essential. So that means that urgent care and emergency rooms are the ones that are running right now. But the rest, for example, you have an appointment or a surgery that they call it elective, like cataracts or something like that, that is not necessary to go through immediately. You're gonna be canceled until no one knows until what point. The students from university and college are taking classes from home, and the ones who are coming from different provinces in either other part of the countries are sending home. And that's if you say, well, that's good. But the problem with Cuba is like when you don't have electricity, you don't have connections, barely. The public transportation is almost shut down. So people just can move around when they can walk or going in a bike or electrical vehicle, something like that. But you actually can go farther because that means that you have to pay like a private taxes, and it's getting expensive because the prices of the fuel right now is skyrocket. So the situation at the Black House they're famous for, I think like right now is more than 12 hours, 14 hours, depends. But I'm pretty sure that in the countryside, I'm talking about in the city because we are in the capital right now in Havana, but in the countryside, the situation is more worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to talk about the different ways in which the Cuban government currently is getting energy, or is it like is it as dire as the way that it's been presented in Western press in general, where from our understanding there is currently no oil on the island whatsoever, and that people are resorting to different means, or is there a way to procure oil at the domestic level at all? Obviously, it's be enough to make up for the needs, but is there a lifeline at all?
Well, if we are keep following the Western outlets, will be shut down 2 weeks ago, I think so. Cuba produced some oil. It's not good quality oil, but we produce some. It's not, as you said, enough to maintain the whole country running, but it's something. And also, I think like the Cuban government is putting a lot of will to increase our city using energy through renewable energies. Right now, solar partners are running the 10% of the energy that is to electrical grid nowadays, and they are trying to increase that capacity. But that also means that we need to increase our capacity to storage that energy, because of course we're in Cuba, in the Caribbean, we have a lot of sunny days, but you can't control the sun and intensity. So you need to try to find a balance. That means that you need money for investment and for creative conditions in order to be able to like produce as much as energy as the people demands in Cuba. Right now, there is a lot of like some media that has been reporting one cruel like oil ship that is going in Matanzas and another one, but we don't know for sure how much oil that ships are bringing to Cuba or for where or from where. I think that that's an information that just the government is managed right now, and everybody could understand that this is just a national strategy security, because if the United States knows about this, he's going to put, and also he's going to be sanctioned of the country who is sending oil to Cuba. This is not like oil for free. We are buying that oil,
Yeah.
but even though that country is under sanctions.
Yeah. There's been talks about potentially like Russia stepping in, but I feel like given its proximity and given the fact that the American government has already intercepted oil tankers leaving Venezuela and going back to Russia, there is like what's the attitude from the Cuban government as far as you understand about like potentially having Russia play a bigger role here to provide oil?
Well, we of course we are thankful for that, but like as you said, like Russia is too far away from Cuba. We are going to buy oil from Russia and buy just oil from Mexico that is just in the core is able to, and it's a country that is able to send us. I think like what is happening right with Cuba is like we are out of solutions. So the people or the countries who are stepping out to helping Cuba is the one who actually can face the United States and in some way can decide what the United States will. And I think like it's important to people to understand that the oil blockade in Cuba doesn't start January 26th. The oil blockade that the U.S. oil blockade to Cuba started in 2019 when the United States, during Trump's first term, were sanctioned the shipments, like the oil tankers that were coming with oil to Cuba. That was when everything started. This is just the last chapter. This is not new. The blackouts in Cuba are not new. The scarcity of fuel or gas is not new for us. Of course, that we have been given like a lot of crisis in all this in the last decades, but this oil blockade is starting in 2019, and also the United States not just stopping Cuba to buy oil from other countries, it's also stopping the main incomes that are coming to Cuba with the medical missions. You say like Guatemala is shooting down Cuban medical missions. Like there is a lot of small countries in the Caribbean that has been threat by the United States. This is not like an asking or a warning. This is a threat to the United States to shoot down the medical missions with Cuba because they know that this is one of the Cuba's main sources of income right now, as is tourism. So,
what's your attitude about tourism, even coming into Cuba right now? Do you feel like it's still a lifeline, or because there's some confusion here in America and in many other places where people have this attitude that it's more so a burden now on the island rather than a benefit or a lifeline, that like tourists are still coming in?
Well, I don't know like where these like worries are coming. I think I understand a little bit, but Cuba's other country in the Caribbean needs tourism. This is one of our main sources of incomes. The way that we manage the tourism depends of us. This is like, for example, I think like yesterday I was having a conversation with people from the United States, and they said like, you actually want like Americans coming to your country? Do you know what they mean? I said, yeah. We live that. We go through that during Obama administration. We know what is increased, but it's like, and we are willing to take that risk because we can be just too apart from the United States. It's our one of our closest neighbor, and also I think like the people doesn't understand how beneficial for both countries can be the cooperation and have like just normal relations between the United States and Cuba, because at that moment Cuban companies were coming to Havana to put in money in Havana to create like, and the economy in Cuba was booming, and the sanctions, like Obama doesn't lift the sanctions, it's just open a small window. And for the first time in many decades, for me, my friends didn't talk about leaving Cuba. My friends didn't talk about like I need something to help me to escape that island, because for the first time they saw that they have a future here, that they can have business here, that they just can survive here, because the relation between Cuba and the United States, like we need to survive every day to the U.S. sanctions on Cuba, to the U.S. policy on Cuba. And we are tired to be resilient and to have to survive to this situation. We want to learn how to deal with Of course, that American tourism is bringing a lot of challenges to Cuba. Of course that is, but I really trust that we can manage, or at least we can learn how to manage that in a way that benefit the Cuban people.
Yeah. Speaking of 67 years of sanctions and what kind of impact that has had on the day-to-day existence of Cubans, what do you say to people that are Cuban immigrants that now live in the United States of America and who still claim, like Camila Cabello did recently, that the real reason why the Cuban population is starving and the conditions are getting worse right now is not because of the starvation brought about by the American government, but instead about the quote-unquote regime and its despotic and oppressive nature?
Well, like the whole thing, like when I hear that kind of argument, I just say, okay, let's play this game. Get rid of the sanctions. Let's prove who are really let's prove let's get rid of the sanctions without regime change happening, because that's the goal. So if the sanctions actually doesn't care, let's get rid of it. And I think for people that doesn't understand Cuba, and believe me, I know that U.S. propaganda is really good. You just need to come back to Obama era. If you say that the sanctions doesn't any harm to the Cuban people, just come back to there. Let's ask the people, the private business that was growing in Cuba and is still trying to grow and stay in Cuba. Let's ask them. And also, if the sanctions doesn't have any weight on this situation, why Cuban American politicians are talking about the hunger of a mother, of the suffering of a child that doesn't have medication as the price that Cubans who live in Cuba has to pay in order to get access to freedom? Why? So they know the entire time that the sanctions has been always affecting the people in Cuba.
Yeah.
So they just playing this game no, it's not us, it's the regime, blah, 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 whatever. Well, if it's a regime, just get rid of the sanctions. That's the best way to prove your theory.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Except, of course, more and more public officials in the United States of America are open about the cruel nature of the sanctions while they celebrate it, as a matter of fact, where they do talk about sanctions are actually a mechanism to starve the population, starve them enough that they get so angry that they overthrow their leadership and put a more pliant leadership in charge that is going to with American needs and American demands, the demands of the State Department. And I guess one of the other things that I think about is what we can do here to show solidarity, to show the perspective of Cubans on the ground. There's obviously a flotilla that we're working on bringing to Cuba right now. By the way, this entire time that you and I were having a conversation, your internet did not cut out at all. It's perfect. My internet has been so shaky that there have been numerous instances where it cuts out and my audience can't even hear what we're saying. Unfortunately, I'm recording it as well, knowing full well that there are going to be issues like this. But just know that you currently have in Havana better internet than I do in West Hollywood, California, in Los Angeles, which is another regular occurrence as a direct consequence of oligopolies and how much power corporations have here in the United States of America. But going back to what we were talking about, what can regular Americans do, and how do you feel about initiatives like this flotilla that we're putting together right now?
Well, I first want to comment something that you said earlier that was about people who wants to actually and were happy and celebrated the sanctions. I need to make clear that sanctions are collective punishment. If you think that punishment an entire population and make them go through hunger, desperation, blackouts, they have actually psychological impact, kids, and all the people, is a win in order to get to have your freedom, you are not actually that's not a win. And there are things we actually, and I say I'm gonna talk for myself. I actually don't believe that And I know that this is maybe the thinking of a lot of people in Miami, maybe that people in the United States, the government of the United States can bring us freedom because in my opinion, they are not able to give freedom to their own people. How is it possible they are going to bring me freedom to myself and to my country? And I'm a Black woman, so I know what I'm talking about. And about solidarity, I think like the most important thing, because sometimes I just have this feeling that I'm talking with the people that have the same mindset than me. So we are in a kind of loop, repeating the same. I think that it's important to try to be open to discussions and to arguments with people that don't think like us about Cuba, because there is a lot of misunderstanding about what Cuba means. And forget about us, forget about our life. I think like if Cuba lost this battle, the world is gonna lose this battle, because I think like the Cuba represent is the danger of the good example, the things that you actually can achieve being in a global south with a lot of little support. But if you care the people, you actually want to try to bring a change that represent social justice for them. And I think like if we lost that, if Cuba lost that, the war is gonna lose that, because I'm sure that the United States is gonna make sure that no other Cuba come and rise again. So that's important. That's why it's so important, the solidarity with Cuba. And we really appreciate it. We appreciate that people show up, because the actions talk more than words. The words are important, but actions are more important in this moment. And the other time, I'm just like thinking about like the ways that we are building this kind of relationship with the world, like because in ideal world, we don't need that people actually come to save us, because I think like we are a capable population to do the things right and to try to bring and build a future in Cuba. But because we are under siege and we don't have any control, any agency of going on with our life, because we don't have any agency of the sanctions, because Cuba as a country can push back to an empire of the United States, what it represent. We need all mobilization of people as is possible. We need people to get educated and get educated right about Cuba. We need like a discussions about critical thinking. We need like visibility of the war that we are doing inside of Cuba, because I'm tired of people telling me what is happening inside of my own country.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about international audience, like a mainstream media, but like, no, you are not talking about how is my life here, how we face that. And it seems like they live in a bubble. That's why I was laughing when you mentioned about mainstream media saying like, well, you're running out of oil soon, you're gonna die soon. No, we don't gonna die soon, and we haven't survived so many things in the past that maybe we can survive to this too. But the thing here is like we are tired of having to survive. We are tired of having to be resilient, and that's the thing. People are just tired. You just want to have access to food, basic food, access to medication. Cuba used to produce the 60% of the medications that we consume inside of Cuba. How is it possible that a country that is able to create a medication against Alzheimer that actually works, a medication against like a lung cancer, like a vaccine for COVID in month, is not able to have syringes? It doesn't have enough like tools or materials to take care of their own people. How is this possible that we get to this situation right now?
Yeah. I mean, that is the reason, like you said, it's the danger, it's the threat of a good promise, an alternative that is the reason why America has endlessly punished Cuba for the crime of having sovereignty and dignity. What would you say to, because there are a lot of Cuban fans that I have, Cuban American fans that I have that are obviously sympathetic, given my ideological background, given my advocacy, but they have conversations with their relatives all the time who, as I'm sure you're aware of, do not agree at all and do maintain the same position of Camilla Cabello and many others, Marco Rubio, people who even lie about why they left Cuba. I don't know if you know. Do you know that Bob Menendez and Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio all left Cuba under Batista, and they lie in America all the time and say they fled Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we did a documentary about this Harlan on the Heart about Menendez. So yeah, believe that. And like for me, like I understand that. Well, when we were shooting that documentaries, Belly of the Beast was shooting in 2023, two documentaries in the United States, Harlan on the Hudson and Uphill on the Hill. I have the opportunity to go to Union City, that is in New Jersey, and to talk to Cuban Americans, hardliners, Republicans, Democrats, some of them, but the most of them hardliners. And I really have a really good moment with this couple of elder people that was just talking about how much anger and danger this regime in Cuba made to them. And it was so touched for the way that they were talking to me about, because they were saying like, sorry if this like is hurting your feelings in some way. I say, no. But I can feel that they actually love Cuba and they actually wants the better for the people in Cuba and for the families, their relatives that they left behind. I can feel it. Even when we don't think the same. And I'm pretty sure that this government as the same like other governments have come in like a lot of things that are not acceptable, that we are not proud of that. But I think like it's important to talk about reconciliation and it's important to talk about forgiveness. And because I think like the both of we have in common is like the love that we feel for Cuba. They are not agree with the sanctions, but they are not agree with the sanctions for the same reasons that me. They were not agree with the sanctions because they say, we don't believe in the sanctions because the sanctions are the excuse that the Cuban government use. So even they are not agree with the sanctions. Yeah, but that's good. That's okay. I understand
whichever way we lift the sanctions, I'm happy with. I'll work with whoever.
I'm not opposing to that.
Yeah.
But I really can feel that they have like a profound love for Cuba. And I think like the people, when they talk about Cuban Americans in general, I think like I understand that hurts a lot and there is a lot of feelings and there is a lot of trauma that needs to be healed in both sides. But I think like you can desire the worst to the people that you left behind. That's not Cuba. That's maybe Miami, but that's not Cuba. So that's why I get offended. Yeah, that's why I get offended when the people say, oh, Miami's Cuba, is not Cuba. I think like the feeling is the same, because if you have the opportunity to come to Cuba as an American, people are gonna love you, gonna like embrace you, hug you, because that's the way it is. Like, and people understand like the difference is between the governments, and it's not a difference because, as I say, it's not like there is not a balance there, but they understand that it's like the government who wants to hurt us. It's not the people. So we embrace the people. We deserve the best for the people. So that's why when the Hurricane Katrina hit the United States, Cuba, one of the first countries to say, hey, we have a doctor brigade ready to go. And we put it Henry Reeve because it was a U.S. citizen who fight in our independence. So we are always ready to help the United States. And people need to understand that better relation with the United States, normal relations with the United States, between the United States and Cuba, is also good and benefit the United States. Because how can you pretend that you're going to destabilize a country that is 90 miles away from you and it's not going to hit you in your face? If the situation in Cuba gets really critical, where do you think that the people in Cuba is going to go? Yeah. Jamaica, Haiti? No, it's going to go to the United States.
Yeah.
It's the way it works. So you don't, and also if you want to do business in Cuba, you don't want to do business in a country that is completely destabilized. So I think like people also need to understand, like, and all this damage has been doing with the money that the taxpayers paid. This is not money that is putting in place in the United States in order to get to the people better life, better condition, better access to health care, whatever. It's just the money that they are spending to try to they call it democracy promotion program, but they are really regime change program. They're trying to harm people.
Yeah. It's, we can't even fix our own democracy, and then we act as though we want to bring about democracy. But I think a lot of Latin American countries know when America starts talking about bringing about democracy, they mean regime change. They mean the installation of a puppet that is more pliant with the interests of their super wealthy. It is to rid countries of their sovereignty and dignity. That's the primary goal here for Cuba as well. Are there any parting words you'd like to leave with us? Thank you so much for coming on, by the way. And I do really appreciate the work that you do at Belly of the Beast, because I feel, I'm sure you also know, voices that are oftentimes presented in American media are voices that are aligned with the State Department, that present a completely false narrative, and it's very rare that there are any opportunities to hear from Cubans living in Cuba that have a very different perspective than the only one that is unfortunately heard in mainstream news. Are there any? Do you have any parting words for the audience, and where can people find you?
No. Just thank you for the opportunity to being here today. And also, I highly recommend people follow Belly of the Beast War in all social platforms, because we are a small independent media outlet, so we need all the support that we can get.
Yeah, and I'll be seeing you when I get to Havana in a month or so. So, hopefully.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on.
Bye. It is a pleasure. Bye.
That was Liz Olivia Fernandez, Cuban journalist from Belly of the Beast, and it was a fantastic opportunity we got to have a conversation here. This is one of the things that I talk about all the time, as far as like how fortunate I am. I never thought that I would ever have the opportunity to be able to talk to people that oftentimes do not have a voice in mainstream news by design. And I'm glad that we are able to shred through that hegemony to the best of our ability in this community. So, spread this, talk to your parents if you have, Cuban parents, and show them examples such as this. And Hasan chat was rude and mean. Yeah, I don't care. I know. And I recorded it on my end as well, just to make sure that even if there are like breaking points, we can upload a clearer, a better upload on YouTube as well. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that people understand that, like, you're the only person I've ever seen cover Cuba. Thank you so much for having someone on who could talk about it from their own perspective. Yeah, there are some other places. Chapo did an interview with her as well recently. I urge you to check it out. It's very good. She's much nicer than I am about like America and Americans and how they just go about their daily lives. But like, Cuba is one of those incredible examples that, like, the moment that you learn about what we have done to Cuba and to Cubans in general, and how we have kept up that pressure, is a moment that forever changes you. Like, it's one of those things where you're like, this is the most fucked up, most evil country. Okay, it's truly one of the most insane, ongoing, psychopathic, bloodthirsty things that we do. And because American cruelty is on autopilot, we don't even fucking think about it. Okay? It's just, it's mind-boggling. As a Venezuelan who bought all the regime propaganda, I really appreciate your coverage and opening my eyes to why places like Cuba and Venezuela actually struggle. Yeah. Cubans are some of the best people we have on this side of the hemisphere. As an apology, we should just give Florida to Cuba, man. I don't think they would want that. Let's be real. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah, that is not a gift. That's a fucking cancer. Anyway, all right, let's get back to the American design of evil and how silly we are. Another HasanAbi vindication moment. CNN was constantly asking Bernie about Newsom. I know. It's funny that you mentioned this, because I already had a conversation with Alex about this. Yes, of course, CNN also asked Bernie Sanders about fucking Gavin Newsom. It's the most understandable. It would be journalistic malpractice not to. Okay, This is why you can't listen to fucking dumbass liberals on the timeline be like, oh, Hasan was trying to advance his own personal petty vindictive agenda and Bernie Sanders was based and didn't actually lean into it. Yeah, they're fucking stupid. Those people are dumb. They're brain broken by fucking drama. Yeah, of course, KTLA also asked Bernie Sanders about his thoughts on Gavin Newsom advocating against the fucking the billionaire tax. I think your rotisserie chicken in the back is done. It's so funny. It's so funny to say Kaya's looking like a rotisserie chicken with the halo lighting that she has, because she does. She does. It's so cute. She looks yummy. I'm going to take a bite out of her in a second. She bacon.
And they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now. And the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've
I didn't
spoken
call
about...
you in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure the uphold?
I don't know.
By the way, speaking of Cuba, before we end it here on the Cuba Talks, Stop the Siege on Cuba campaign launch is going to happen on February 22nd. This weekend in 2 days at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, hosted by Brendan James of Noah Colwyn of the Blowback Podcast. So if you are wondering how you can actually play a role here, you can participate that way as well. It's sponsored by DSA IC America's subcommittee, and the byline is the Trump administration has opened a new front in its decades-long assault on Cuba, cutting off the island's access to oil, choking its energy grid, and accelerating a humanitarian crisis for 10 million people. This is a deliberate act of economic warfare. It's a siege. Join us for the national launch of Stop the Siege, a new DSA campaign to fight its escalation, send material aid, build a powerful legislative push, and change the narrative around Cuba in the United States. We'll be joined by special guests Noah Colwyn and Brendan James of the Blowback Podcast. This is also why it's important. Like, this is not me glazing our boys here or myself here, but like, you never hear this fucking perspective. You never hear this perspective in CNN. You don't hear this perspective in mainstream news at all. All you hear is fucking Ana Navarro talking about how the Contras were awesome and how Cuba deserves less. Okay? So I'm glad that fucking there is independent news out there. I'm glad that there independent news exists out there who actually does offer this fucking perspective. Now, obviously, our reach is limited in the grand scheme of things, but we will try to do our very best with the limited amount of power that we have. That is my commitment. My commitment is to the truth. My commitment is to helping people to the best of my ability, and I will continue to do this. And I hope you can too. So for all the haters, all the naysayers, all the people who are like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Are you bringing oil? Are you bringing oil to the island? Like, a big part of this fucking conversation revolves around changing people's minds by showing them the truth, by offering a platform to those who rarely ever get heard. Okay? Everyone has a different role to play here, and you can make that change, just as you all played a role in making this change in the sea shift, in the attitude shift about Palestinian existence, the broad awareness initiatives that you participated in, the direct actions that you participated in, the demands for boycotts that you still continue to participate in. You can play a role. You are not as powerless as those nihilists fucking present you as. And you have to remember that, okay? You have to remember that. Every little bit helps. Don't listen to fucking dumb fucks who don't do anything but just farm drama on the internet. Tell you that every little thing that you're doing is actually irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If you're not like nuking Washington D.C., then you're not doing the right thing. That you haven't done anything. Okay, I hate that shit. Very, very frustrating. Anyway, let's get back to our dumbass president.
No, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great, and Justice Alito to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers,
Cap, no shot.
And you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We're in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week. And then you came in and imposed tariffs. And all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway, same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they made chip, and they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What was said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And Got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now.
Just remember, Donald Trump did NAFTA too, for the record. After running on an anti-NAFTA position, he literally did NAFTA too when that was like one of his first trade deals that he put together. So whenever he talks about that shit, it's like, just know that it's bullshit. Like, he understands. It's even more fucked up because he understands the economic devastation that has been brought about due to NAFTA at the behest of capital, and is still very much a servant of capital first and foremost. You will always do the bidding of wealthy people.
They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report beat expectations, CPI report beat expectation, real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this.
Brother. Oh, my God. I'm going to talk about Iran in a second. Don't worry.
We really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, at some point you're going to say, and they have reduced it. Fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. They say, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them, and do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
We're
negotiations?
going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You've claimed that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like the farmers. We took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
When he says he's taking care of the farmers, he means the Argentinian farmers. Okay? Because that's who actually won big. When China was like, okay, we'll just get our soybean from Argentina instead. Fuck you. Big W. And then Trump was like, well, I would reward you even further. Here is $40 billion. Here is $40 billion. I want to give it to you. I want to give it to you so bad. Javier Milei, this guy, he's so handsome. I'd kiss him. I'd kiss him in the mouth. But I won't do it. You'll call me gay. No homo. I'll kiss him right in the mouth.
And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly.
Who is them? What are they supposed to? Farmers farming? Please clarify. Wait, what? I already explained it to you. I just explained it to you. Did you not hear it? When Donald Trump implemented a tariffs war with China, China said, bet, we're no longer getting soybeans from the American agricultural soybean producers, which China was purchasing soybeans from, and said, we'll just purchase them from Argentina. So then they turned around and purchased the soybeans from the Argentinian farmers. Good. Soy is gay? Yes. Go tell that to the American heartland, chatter. Take it up with them. They were making China gay with our American soybeans in an effort to fight against China. We were making China gay with our soy. But now it's Argentinian soy that's making China gay instead of our soy. You can thank Donald Trump for that.
And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So to the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out. And
Yeah. So unfair. What Laos has done to us is so fucking unfair. When I think about unfair trade practices, immediately my mind rushes and reaches out to Cambodia, a nation state that has for far too long taken advantage of the unfair trade practices between us and them. I think about France. I think about European countries that refuse to purchase our F-450 pickup trucks. Will we make different cars for the European market that are smaller? Sure, sometimes we do that, okay? But I think we need them to purchase not selfishly, our chlorinated chicken and our F-450 pickup trucks, and we need them to say we love it. Yeah, Laos, a country in which cybercrime and heroin is over 70% of the GDP. They're taking so much advantage of us. What we need to do is starve them, okay? What we need to do is right this wrong. They need to purchase, with all of the revenue that they get from the cybercrime, they need to start purchasing American F-150s right now, a fleet of trucks.
We're going to keep continuity in the program.
Also, Brazil, although there's a trade surplus from Brazil, they can still fuck off. Why? Because I felt like it, okay? I don't like that they're the B in BRICS. So guess what? Brazil, you can get one too. Also unfair. Unfair in a different direction, okay? Unfair in the opposite direction. I've decided you can also get one too. Do you notice how stupid this fucking like universal tariffs agenda is when you break it down, even with the logical reasons that they are presenting? If you say it's trade surplus, there's a fuck ton of countries that just cannot make up for that, okay? It's just never going to happen. That's not how anything works, okay? If you say it's a trade surplus related problem, then why the fuck are you tariffing Brazil? That doesn't make sense either. If you say it's fentanyl trafficking, well, that's not an appropriate tool to fucking deal with fentanyl trafficking at all. So I don't even know what that purpose would look like, what purpose that would serve. Like, what are these other countries supposed to do? Also, where is the fentanyl coming from? It's coming from China, and in some instances coming from Mexico as well, like the chemical compounds. But they're not even coming through, the border in the way that Donald Trump has presented it. And if it was actually coming from border crossings, then Mexico has been very compliant with offering additional safeguards to ensure that people actually don't come to the United States of America. They actually
do not come. Do not come.
They remain in Mexico, right? So that doesn't make any sense either. None of it makes sense. And it's ironic because the other reason as to why this like trade protectionism is taking place, trade protectionism only makes sense if you have a domestic industry that is competitive, that can make up for the additional demand. We don't really have that for many of these things that we're fucking offering trade protectionism to, such as coffee, which simply is not made in the United States. Like you can't just make coffee. You can't just like grow coffee like that. Okay. We just don't have the fucking climate for it. Okay. And plenty of other goods as well, cocoa, coffee, things like that. But on top of that, there is no domestic industrial output that we are heavily investing in right now. And neither are the fucking foreign companies. They're not doing that either. He just says they keep giving us assurances over and over again that they're going to give us tens of trillions of fucking dollars, and that's it.
We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress. So there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process. Not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress,
down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's been votes in the Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been they are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%, Yeah. Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to... Look, the man I met with yesterday who owned a factory was out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in, he's got a brand new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what...
Yeah. Factories were so on board when he visited the Ford facility. The UAW rank and file was calling him a pedophile protector.
We're going to be doing. There's no way we can ever. This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well, but I don't want them to do well.
There's only one group, even within the capitalist class, there's only one group that is made out like bandits in this new trade design, okay? Before Donald Trump came in and decided to like switch it around a little bit. And that is finance capital, okay? If you're a real estate guy and you're mad about it, or your buddies are fucking frustrated with the way things have gone, why are you dick riding finance capital? Why don't you actually call them out? Why don't you? And why are you also giving them additional rewards right now? I mean, Howard Lutnick is standing right next to him. Howard Lutnick is literally standing a couple feet away from him, smiling from fucking ear to ear. He's like, yeah, it's great. It's great. It's been great, Mr. President. You're doing great. You're doing fucking fantastic for me. It's crazy. And obviously, Big C Capital is already across the board made out like bandits because they've just moved into the world of finance capital. That's it. That's why every major company, every major industry in this country is now a bank. Okay. You know, we don't build things. We don't make things anymore. It's just pure speculation, stock buybacks, and financial engineering. That's all it is. Every company is a fucking bank. Starbucks is a bank. Apple is a bank. Boeing is a bank. And that's what I mean when I say finance capital. And then we just get mad. We're like, why don't we build shit anymore? I don't know, dumbass. Maybe because your solution to the problem of debankifying all of the big titans of industry is making them behave more like banks. This is what happens when you're rudderless, when you are a servant of capital that simply does not want to change the system at all. He just wants to have the appearance of moving and shaking.
On the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision?
Why are you stuck in this loop? You already know. Move your chat further. Jesus fucking Christ. What?
What you felt when you...
I was surprised.
Sorry, hold on. Let me hit the Revolution Now button.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Sorry, that's the wrong button. Hold on. I got the right one. The Revolution Now button.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
Okay, it's not happening. Maybe this one?
Blammo.
It's time.
Blammo.
Communism Now.
Blammo.
Surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. Maybe, I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags. I know.
Yeah, he's literally saying it's good. He spent the first 35 minutes saying it's very bad. And now he's saying, but it's good actually, right? He's like, it's very bad that the Supreme Court took away my power to issue tariffs in this ridiculous manner. But also we have other options. But also it's good that they took this power away from me, because now we have certainty. Fucking awesome.
Well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military.
What the fuck is that, bro? Fuck your stupid mods. That shit is annoying as fuck. Stop playing that shit. No one wants to hear that dumb fuck second time I've tuned into the stream to hear that shit through my speakers. Chat, show this charlatan whether or not you actually appreciate the soundboard. Subscribe now to the Parker Broadcasting Service and gift subs now to the Parker Broadcasting Service if you actually like the fucking soundboard. Now, the reason why look, there you go. There you have it. Say to it, Ron. I think the people want this. Okay, hold on. I think, where the fuck is it? I keep losing. I have so many buttons on this bad boy. It's crazy. Okay. First of all, congratulations. I do think that people actually do really like the soundboard. That's number one. Number two. Okay. I think that people want to hear this. You're a cat. You need to stop being a cat. Okay, you're shedding too much. Bro, this is Dick Suck Mountain all over again. No, for me, I don't think these guys understand that. How did Chapo get Kyrie on before you? Chapo had Kyrie Irving on? Shut the fuck up. No, I just DM'd Kyrie Irving. I was like, King, please come on the broadcast. Ain't no fucking way. They got Chapo did? I just got guest mogged. Unk is chopped. It's over. R.I.P. to me. I got no motion. So the thing I was going to say about the soundboard is, like, when people say shit like this, when people say stuff like this, I don't really mind it. You know, it might not be for you, but from my perspective, the reason why I like the soundboard is whenever someone says something like annoying, Whenever someone says something annoying, I can just like jester max my way out of it. Wait, full Chapo interview with Pablo Torre? Ain't no fucking way. Bro, Kyrie Irving hates me. I swear to God, he must. Bro, he's on the platform that I'm on. For years, I've been trying to get him on. For a year, I'm texting Pablo. I will do unspeakable things. You haven't covered the flat earth. And actually, shut up. Don't even bring that up. Kyrie Irving said, I hate the soundboard. Fuck that. I was a sub. I canceled. Is it because
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Is that what it is? He heard you bought all his shoes, bro. I did. I bought all of his fucking shoes. Bro's 43 and uses a soundboard. I think y'all are haters. Y'all are hating ass bitches, bro. Chill. You need more ball talk clips. No, Kyrie and I are not going to talk about ball. Let's be real. Why is the fucking light so crazy in the middle of the day? I don't understand. Uh-oh. Have you watched the skateboarding journalist, Gifted Hater Joe? He's a way better soundboard than you. Studies soundboard usage, please. No. Anyway, let's continue. I know enough ball to know that ball is life.
He built the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that.
She's roast chicken.
The problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked. Every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
On the trade deals that were negotiated.
Maybe if Kyrie knew you had a Black Hebrew Israelite mod, he'd come on. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to tell him that.
Using IEEPA tariffs. Yeah. Do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely. 3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework, which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision, nothing changes.
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually, but he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now, and we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this.
Mr. President.
No, the India deal is on here.
Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General HasanAbi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea?
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't.
Anyway, here's one more aspect of the Howard Butnick situation. So Howard Butnick has a scheme in play here. I think it's, I have the article here somewhere, but basically, the way that they designed the tariff situation is that that Howard Lutnick's sons, who are still a part of Cantor Fitzgerald, okay, who run Cantor Fitzgerald, they've been buying up the rights to tariffs refunds from U.S. importers at pennies on the dollar, right? U.S. companies paid billions in tariffs that are now ruled illegal, okay? Cantor Fitzgerald approached those companies and said, I will give you 25 cents now for every dollar you're owed in refunds. So when those refunds are forced into, those refunds are forced, like when the companies go back and force the government to pay back all of the entry fees that they paid to the companies for all the lost revenue, because now that it's like rendered illegal, Howard Lutnick will make all of that money. Like every single thing that they purchased for 25 cents, they will get $1 on. It is fucking insane, which is part of the reason why he's been having such a good time. Okay? He's been having such a grand old time here, because when the refunds kick in, they collect the full dollar. This is, I don't know how else to describe it other than like, I mean, it's just insider trading completely. Like, it's just the most transparent insider trading of all time, because as the fucking commerce secretary, he knows what is going to happen, right? Like he has direct decision-making power in Trump's orbit. He knows how the lawyers operate behind the scenes. He is using the insider information he has within Trump's orbit to make this legal bet. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, making 25 cents on the dollar for $150 billion, by the way. That's what we're talking about. The level of personal enrichment is crazy. Semaphore says that it's not correct, even though Wired reported in July that Cantor was among the Wall Street firms pitching a financial product tied to the outcome of the Supreme Court case. It cited an email sent by Cantor salesman that said the firm had already put a trade through representing about $10 million in trade refund rights and anticipates that number will balloon in the coming weeks. 2 Democratic senators call for an investigation into the CEO of one of the country's largest import logistics firms, and this amplified the story. Cantor's founder, Howard Lutnick, is Trump's commerce secretary. You already know all that. Cantor did not consider the product, which has existed for years. According to the president said at a White House press conference flanked by Lutnick that he would reinstate the tariffs on different legal grounds. Cantor did not consider the product, which has existed for years and was a humming trade on Wall Street during Trump's first term tariff push, but decided against it after weighing the political sensitivities, according to a senior banker familiar with the matter. A Cantor spokesman said the salesman erroneously believed that the firm was likely to greenlight the business, then went out looking for the other side of the trade. Cantor Fitzgerald has never executed any transaction or taken risks on the legality of tariffs, he said. Any report suggesting otherwise is completely false. We'll see. This appears to be rooted in a common Wall Street practice. A salesperson gets an inbound bid and goes out to go gin up the other side of the trade, ideally first checking with the higher-ups to make sure that this is the business the bank wants to do. Ironically, this business Cantor should have been doing. It bought and sold claims during the collapse of crypto exchange FTX in 2022 and is active in the broader universe of financing legal risk trades. Connecting companies that might be owed tariffs refunds to hedge funds that are willing to buy those future payments at a discount is what investment banks do all the time. The fact that Cantor didn't suggests is keenly sensitive to the optics of Lutnick's role. Trump's critics in the media have documented plenty of cases of self-dealing around the Trump White House, but this doesn't appear to be one of them. Cantor has clearly benefited from his ties to Lutnick, becoming a big underwriter of deals aligned with the administration's crypto, AI, energy, and national security agenda. As the lead banker to an investor in stablecoin company Tether, it holds billions of dollars in treasury bonds, which has brought criticism from Bill Ackman and others about a conflict of interest. Trump's pressure on the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates would make existing bonds more valuable. So I guess the initial Wired reporting, perhaps maybe after the initial Wired reporting, they didn't follow through on facilitating this trade. I might have been wrong if there's new reporting now that suggests that Cantor Fitzgerald is rejecting the claims that it sold this product. So at least this aspect of pure graft is at this point being denied, being rejected by Cantor Fitzgerald. I don't know if it's the case. I don't trust this administration or anyone that is even remotely associated with this administration. So who knows?
I don't want to spend a lot of time, but all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy.
I will continue, for the record, I will continue to investigate that lead further. And if there's new information, I'll update you guys on whether or not Cantor Fitzgerald actually did process this this swap or not.
He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800, 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in...
Which is why I'm going to bomb them. I'm going to bomb and kill them. If you had to choose, or else the entire world blows up, suck a dick or vote for Trump in 2028, I'd suck a dick. What do you mean? I don't give a shit.
Hell, please.
But people have asked me this question before. They're like, oh, would you suck a dick for like everyone in America to have health care? Like, yeah, a Trump's dick, I'll suck that too. I don't give a shit. It's a one-off. It's literally a one-off dick suck for so much financial freedom. Who wouldn't? You would have to be the most evil person on the planet to say no to that.
You mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find that.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia? That you sanction
Well,
some
I want
countries?
Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech, Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite, some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, and they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you. You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
So specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with that.
Okay, fuck this shit. All right.
This is one of the most significant cases that the justices have decided in recent years. Here, the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump's use of these emergency tariffs that he has implemented are illegal. It's the most significant economic case to reach the high court in years, sweeping implications for the economy.
Yeah, we got Tucker Carlson talking to FUMBLES as well. Obviously, that's going to be another big one. Tucker Carlson is back from Israel. He reveals like his detainment process, stuff like that. But then also had a conversation with Mike Huckabee, one of the biggest freaks, and that's an enlightening conversation as always. So we'll talk. I mean, we'll tune into that too.
And of course, for presidential power, and at stake here are billions of dollars in revenue that have already been collected by the government. Pamela Wolf, the other significance here is that this is the first time that the 6-3 conservative court has ruled against President Trump in one of these major cases that have gone before the court since he returned to power in January. Now, we are still going through this case, but this is something we have been waiting for. The court said that it would take up this case on an expedited basis. So they're deciding, even though it's a significant case now, because of course this has enormous implications. So as we go through this opinion now with our team, another outstanding question is what now happens to all that revenue that had been collected. This is something it really wasn't clear from the arguments what they would say about that, if they're going to lay out a plan. So we will continue to go through this, but this is an enormous decision and a rare loss for President Trump before this conservative court.
This is, Paula, a major slap at the President of the United States, who has made a major effort over these many, many months to impose all of these tariffs. And just to look at some of the background I have here, over these many months, the administration has collected $150 billion in these tariffs. So what happens to that money? Do they have to refund that money to the firms, to the people who paid for those tariffs?
That's one of the big questions that came up at arguments, and it's something that we're looking through now in this opinion. The top line is that these are illegal, that the president cannot rely on this 1977 emergency law to impose tariffs without authorization from Congress, because this question is really about the extent of presidential power. And we know in both his terms in office, President Trump has really worked at the edges of what has largely been recognized as executive authority. But in these arguments back
refund
in November, they went on for.
Of course, if you think as a consumer you're going to get a refund on all of the price hikes that you had to pay for, that's not going to happen. Companies will get a refund, though, probably, if they fight hard enough in the courts.
2.5 hours, it was clear that the justices were skeptical that President Trump could rely on this vague federal law to impose global tariffs. Now, they did appear to likely be willing to decide that these were illegal, but what is not clear, and we haven't gotten to this part of the opinion, is what happens to all that revenue that has been collected by the government. And President Trump has said himself that this is, this is a massive decision for him. So we're waiting for reaction, both from the Justice Department that argued this on his behalf, and also from the White House. But we're going to keep going through this, Wolf, to try to see if the justices laid out any plan for what happens to that revenue.
All right, Paula, stand by. I know you're going to be reading all these the opinions and everything. I want to get back to you, but I want to bring in our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig, right now. Ellie, as I said, this is a huge setback for the President of the United States, and this has been a traditionally conservative Supreme Court, but they ruled that all of these tariffs that Trump has imposed over these many months are illegal. It's a big deal.
Well, Wolf, it's a monumental ruling, and the bottom line is that the tariffs Donald Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal by this U.S. Supreme Court. An interesting...
Which I would like to... It serves me... It brings me no joy or pleasure to report this, but as of today, everyone on the Supreme Court is Chinese. That's right. Clearly, they are all Chinese. And we have to do what we have to do. We have to get them out of there. We have to get whoever the next president is, has to bring in non-Chinese Supreme Court justices. They're Russian and Chinese, but also sometimes Russia is good, and sometimes China is good too. So I guess like they're Iranian. That's right. The one country that's never good, Iranian. They are from Iran. Just, I hope you understand. Sorry, that's just what it is. They are compromised by Iran.
Array of justices here. In the majority, ruling that the tariffs are illegal is Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Gorsuch, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, three conservatives who teamed up with
three conservative Iranians.
With the three liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, to rule these tariffs unconstitutional. The dissenters are Justices Thomas, Alito,
yeah, they're calling her Amy Cuba Barrett because she's the Iranian Cuban in the Supreme Court.
Kavanaugh. And the basis for the ruling is this. Congress, not the president, Congress typically holds the tariff power. Now, Congress passed this law back in 1977 called the International Economic Emergencies Act. And Donald Trump tried to use that law to say, well, I'm declaring an international economic emergency, therefore I'm imposing tariffs. But the majority here said, no, that law does not authorize you to impose tariffs. And no, there is not a valid international economic emergency here. So the end result, and we are still going through this, but the end result is that Donald Trump's tariffs have been struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. But really important point I want to make, Donald Trump has said, various White House officials have said, if he loses on this basis, he will try to re-implement other tariffs through other laws, which he can try to do. However, those other laws are much more restrictive. They would not allow him to apply the type of sweeping, massive, across the globe tariffs that he tried to impose here, but have now been struck down. Look, Donald Trump said these tariffs are the single most important thing he has done in his presidency. He said that, and now they've been struck down by the court.
So you're right. The administration has made clear that if the court strikes this down, that they'll look at other tariff authorities to use. But bottom line here, Ellie, how big of a mess does this ruling create, given the fact that the administration says it has already received $150 billion in revenue, largely paid for by American businesses? Do they get a refund? What happens now?
Yeah, so it's hard to think of a case that has broader implications politically and legally and economically than this one. I know a lot of people are watching for this one. We don't yet have the answer. This was a question that came up during the oral argument. Amy Coney Barrett in particular asked the lawyers, well, what do we do with the $100+ billion that have already been paid by American importers, by American manufacturers? We're going to look carefully at this. I know Paul is reading this very carefully, but that's a huge question. Will there be some sort of mass refund program? Will the court rule that the tariffs are dead from here on out, but there are no repayments? We will let you know as soon as we get an answer to that one.
All right, as you noted, Paula has been reading through the opinion. I want to go back to Paula Reed because we know that three conservatives sided with the liberals on the court, and you have a quote from one of those conservatives, right, Paula?
That's right. Well, this is Chief Justice John Roberts, who wrote the majority opinion where the court agreed 6-3 that President Trump's tariffs exceed his power under the law. He wrote, quote, the president...
Tariff rebate checks, God bless Trump. It's not happening. Chatter, that's so funny. Like, you paid for the tariffs with increased prices. That's far too costly to calculate. It's not going to happen. The refund checks are going to the corpos who paid a decent percentage of that entry fee. If there are any legal battles that will get, stuck in the courts at all, of course, in the process, the federal government will be spending a shit ton of money on lawyers to make sure that they don't pay anything back. So someone's making money. It's just not you.
Well, that's going to be a food fight going after $175 billion, isn't it? So
I got a feeling the American people won't see it.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm just saying, like, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? This is the rug pull presidency, baby. At most, corporations might get refunds from the government because of Trump's illegal tariffs. Those corporations raise prices because of those tariffs, meaning more money out of your pockets, but you get nothing. So all in all, another massive transfer of wealth to the top. And it won't even be corporations because some of those corporations already sold off the debt, or and we don't know if the Lutnick firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, actually is facilitating this now, but it'll be whoever on Wall Street that purchased that debt, like that purchased the tariff repayments. It is pretty funny, though, that people also think that corporations will now turn around and like lower their prices. That's also another funny aspect. That's also another funny concept. That's not going to happen either. If you think like, oh, well, they raised prices because they adjusted to the entry fee that they were paying. Now there's going to be a lower entry fee because Donald Trump is still maintaining like 10% tariffs and shit like that, right? For as long as he possibly can. No, that's not going to happen. You see, that's not how this works. It, again, gives me no pleasure to report that the prices are not going to come down because the prices don't come down. That's not how that works at all. So, have fun with that reality. Almost feels like the system is designed this way, but what do I fucking know? I'm just a dumb commie, socialist, Marxist, terrorist, anti-Semite.
Asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted
What is that background audio?
authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it. And we knew that the Chief Justice would be a key vote after what we saw at arguments. Now, we are still going through this. I want to show you, this is about a third of the opinion. It's 170 pages long. This is just a fraction of it. Wow. So we're going through it very carefully to try to understand what, if anything, the court said about what happens to all that revenue the government has already collected. I know that's a big question right now. We are carefully going through this to see if they laid out a plan, if this goes back to the lower courts. That's what we're working to figure out right now.
And a quick question from me, Paula. Do the tariffs immediately go away as of right now, or does it take a few days or at least maybe a few weeks for them to be removed?
Well, they've been declared by the Supreme Court to be illegal. So we're going through to see if they laid out some sort of plan. But as of right now, people should not have to pay a tariff today or tomorrow, one would think. But we're looking to see, because the logistics of this are so complicated, to see if the justices waded into that, or if all of that is going to be something that's now going to be tossed down to lower courts now that the justices have ruled on the larger constitutional question here, the separation sort of powers and who has the authority to do this, right? Because while this has enormous economic implications, really this was a question about the extent of executive power. We know President Trump really plays at the edges of that. And again, this is a rare loss for President Trump since he has returned to office before this conservative court. So we're going to keep waiting through what they said to work out the details.
Now to the latest on the huge U.S. military buildup in the Middle East and the possibility of new airstrikes.
Yeah. We also obviously have the other side of the story, bombing Iran. Lest you forget.
Against Iran. The U.S. has two carrier groups in striking distance of Iran while both sides negotiate. And President Trump is setting a deadline for the deal and says, quote, really bad things will happen if no deal is reached. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent and Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan is following all this for us. Margaret, good morning. So what is the likelihood that the United States strikes Iran this weekend? And why is there so much saber rattling from the president at this moment?
Well, good morning, Vlad. There are multiple options, including joint strikes with Israel on Iran's ballistic missile sites that have been offered to the president. But he said he's going to take 10 to 15 days to decide whether Iran's next offer to the U.S. is good enough to accept. So, Vlad, diplomatic sources tell me that this timeline could be even shorter than that because the president previously bombed Iran this past summer while we were in the midst of talks with them. U.S. officials are insisting that this latest round of gunboat diplomacy is leveraged to get Iran to offer concessions. We know yesterday Iran did warn any first strike by the United States would be catastrophic and said they don't want war, they want to keep talking.
All right. So, Margaret, what are you hearing about the talks that are happening in Geneva, the progress or perhaps lack thereof?
Well, Vlad, those talks were pretty brief. They were limited, just around 4 hours Tuesday in Geneva. Iran verbally presented unique proposals, according to my sources, regarding their nuclear program. They also offered potential investment deals to the United States. Keep in mind, Iran wants relief from U.S. sanctions. They've offered America access to oil and gas fields. They've offered interest in buying American equipment like aircraft. And they're putting together a written proposal that they'll soon present to the Trump team. But keep in mind, Secretary Rubio and Israel's prime minister previously said a nuclear-only deal isn't enough. A meaningful one should restrain Iran's ballistic missiles and its militias in the region. but President Trump himself has been less explicit. He set one bright red line: no nuclear.
Can the Supreme Court stop this too? Brother, if you think the Supreme Court gives a single solitary fuck about the sovereignty of Iran, the livelihood of the Iranian peoples, you are out of your fucking mind. Okay? Even Congress doesn't give a single shit about it. You know who cares about this the most? Israel. So it's gonna happen. And here is Branko Marcetic of Jacobin talking about this a little bit further. If you suspect Democrats' silence on Iran isn't an accident, you are correct. A foreign policy aide to Chuck Schumer privately explained last year that many Democrats want a U.S. war with Iran, but don't want the ensuing political fallout. So they prefer letting Trump do it. The letter led to a phone call between one of the letter's organizers and the top foreign policy aide to Schumer, who laid out the thinking of many Democrats in the Senate. The organizer who took the call agreed to share details of the conversation in exchange for anonymity. A congressional source briefed on the call shortly afterwards confirmed the details. The foreign policy aide, whom Dropsite agreed not to name, explained that a substantial number of Senate Democrats believed Iran ultimately needed to be dealt with militarily. But those Democrats, the aide explained, also understood that going to war again in the Middle East would be a political catastrophe. That's precisely why they wanted Trump to be the one to do it. The hope was that Iran would take a blow, and so would Trump. A win-win for the Democrats. The aide claimed that Schumer did not share those views and opposed a war with Iran. Schumer's own rhetoric, however, including his taco taunt, which was last year, if you remember, the only time Schumer was making a video about Donald Trump directly was when he was like, "Oh, Mr. President, I bet you actually want to not go to war with Iran. Ha ha." Suggested the aide's attempt to distance Schumer from the notion an Iran war would be politically advantageous for Democrats was perfunctory. This is from the Dropsite News reporting last year. This is a weak-ass statement from Senators, Schumer and Reid, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, that came out in attack. I can't even talk. What the fuck's wrong with me? That came out against a preemptive attack on Iran. Whoa. Sorry. His mouth is full of marbles. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer today released the following statement on the risk of the administration dragging the country into another deadly and costly war with Iran. The administration has yet to articulate to Congress and the American people what the objectives or strategy would be for any potential military campaign against Iran, let alone what it would mean for the lives of American service members or the cost of American taxpayers. As I have consistently said, confronting Iran's ruthless campaign of terror, nuclear ambitions, regional aggression, and horrific oppression of the Iranian people demands strength, resolve, regional coordination, and strategic clarity. It's literally the same as their weak-ass attempt to say, "Oh, Mr. President, don't go to war with Venezuela. You need to let us know why and how you're going to do it, and then we'll fucking gladly agree." That's it. Uniparty, baby. This is what I'm talking about when I say uniparty. As I've consistently said, confronting Iran's Congress has the sole power to declare war. We must enforce the war. Declare war. We must enforce the War Powers Act and compel this administration to consult with Congress and explain to the American people the objectives and exactly why he's risking more American lives. This is the leader of the opposition party, by the way. He can't even say no war with Iran. No war with Iran whatsoever. He can't even say that. He's saying war with Iran, yes, just let us know about it. In response, U.S. Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, today urged the administration to carefully weigh the full consequences of military action before proceeding. A preemptive attack against Iran at this time would be a strategic misstep, and I'm concerned that such recklessness could spark uncontrolled conflict. Military strikes on Iran would risk igniting a wider regional war, endangering American forces across the Middle East, and destabilizing global market in ways that would harm every American. Despite demands from myself and others, I have seen no credible proposal from the administration regarding the strategic objectives of military action against Iran, the logistics of such an operation, nor what a day-after plan would look like. These are not the problem. These are not the problems, okay? I mean, this is some of the many issues that would spark up if we were to go into war with Iran. But you also have to address that the Trump administration is moving in the direction of going to war with Iran regardless. To just hang it on as a process problem is to not actually oppose the administration at all. Because the issue here is not process. The issue here is that the administration is already committed. The American people do not want another costly war, particularly when viable economic and diplomatic tools remains available to achieve our objectives without putting American lives at risk. Further, Congress alone holds the power to authorize war, yet the administration has failed to engage with Congress during this latest military buildup, just like they didn't during Venezuela, by the way, and they will not. They will not. They will not. They will not engage with you. They will offer one closed-door meeting, and then the takeaway, just like with Venezuela in that closed-door meeting, will be, yeah, they gave us actually pretty ample reason, but we still kind of don't want it. But if it happens, we'll just say, oh, well, we don't like the way you conducted it. Okay? That's it. It is easy to start a war. Finishing one is much harder. Before any military action is considered, President Trump must come before the American people, explain why any conflict would be necessary, be honest about the risk and cost, and present a clear strategy with a defined endgame. Do you understand? Vali Nasser says, I told New York Times the problem with Trump's limited strike in Iran is that Iran would calculate that its muted response to previous American military operations had only invited more threats from the United States, and that it must escalate the cost of war for the United States. Hamid Reza Azizi says, and that is already a prevailing view within Iran's security elites. The irony here, of course, as I've explained over and over again, the irony here is that the most restrained person also happens to be the one like prominent figure that they could possibly kill to get a W. His name is Ayatollah Khamenei. Because if you actually do a decapitation strike on some of the IRGC generals, they have contingency plans, and there is no assurance that the younger generation of IRGC generals that come into power in those contingency plans are going to be fucking less likely or more pliant, less likely to respond, more pliant to American demands, more fearful. If anything, the higher likelihood is that they will be more radical, more militant, and more invested in making the American incursion costly. Okay? And the most restrained figurehead, not when it comes to its domestic affairs, mind you. Okay? I'm talking specifically foreign policy from the perspective of like the American military operation here. The most restrained figure is the Ayatollah. So if you kill the Ayatollah and a bunch of generals, you might actually have at your disposal a much more radical IRGC that is interested, galvanized, emboldened in attacking the United States of America. Like there is a significant setback in the nuclear conversation. That setback is literally the Ayatollah.
Weapons. And he has recently tamped down all those threats he was making to regime leaders who brutally repressed protesters in recent months.
When I wondered over here after hearing about the pet controversy, I didn't expect an erudite, sensible American. Why you got to be so normal? Don't worry. I'm abnormal.
Yesterday, a senior regional official told me the U.S. is being urged not to
This is where you get your rare L takes, bro. The murderous Iran regime has to go. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's a major L take for me. What I have to do is sit aside and say, the American government that's currently starving Iran with sanctions needs to continue the sanctions and continue starving the Iranian population. That leads to deaths as well. We just don't see it in the same way that we see, like, you know, direct involvement from the Ayatollah, which I never said is like tolerant to his own people. Let's be real here. The only solution here is to fucking kill tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Iranians. And also get into a military quagmire that will go on for another 2 decades. This is the only way to do it. Saddam is a tyrant. He must be deposed. This is the only thing that we can do. The only way that we can deal with Muammar Gaddafi is by killing him and then destabilizing Libya. This is how it'll happen. Hey, guys, you don't understand. The Taliban is actually protecting. The Taliban and Al Qaeda are hiding in Afghanistan, and there is no way that we can extract Osama bin Laden without a 20-year military occupation. Obviously, we will bring about democracy to both Iran, just as though we did to Iraq, just as though we brought about democracy to Afghanistan, just as though we brought democracy to Libya, just as though we brought democracy to Syria. This time it's going to be not different than the previous times because, as you know, I live in fucking upside down world. I'm an absolute fucking moron. You said we're worse than Iran, rare L. America, of course, is worse than any of our adversaries. This is the most powerful country on the fucking planet. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? We're going to bring democracy to Yemen. We have the funds for militants in Iran, buddy. What? Don't fucking buddy me, dumbass. I don't know what the hell you're even trying to say. How do you reckon with all of the other foreign entanglements that the United States has been involved in, where they were bringing about democracy, just as in the same exact way they're trying to say that we're going to bring about democracy to Iran? Okay? We fund resistance, buddy. What the hell does that have to do with anything I'm saying? You think America is better than Iran because what? We like arm militia groups and movements that further, like in the eyes of the Iranian government, justify further repression? Like what? Oh, you said America's bad. Well, guess what? We have the CIA. Thanks, man. I didn't know that we had... I didn't realize that we were doing that. We don't shut off internet during mass protests to slaughter. Pound for pound, dollars to donuts, America has most likely killed more Iranians than the Iranian government has by way of sanctions. I just need you to understand that, okay? Sanctions are collective punishment. Sanctions are a crime, especially when dealt against our adversaries. Sanctions can be a corrective tool used against our allies who rely on unlimited funds and political and social cover. Also, it's pretty funny when these guys will be like, the Iranian government's biggest crime is shutting off the internet while they were doing the slaughter, as opposed to what? The American-backed slaughter of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that took place over the course of the last 2.5 years, where the Palestinians somehow did have access to eSIMs and shit, so they were able to live stream it. Does that make it better, more honorable, more just? Buddy? Like, what is it? Is it only, are we measuring cruelty and ruthlessness by like how governments deal with their own citizens? Is that what it is? Even by direct bombing vis-a-vis our bombs used by Israel to strike and kill thousands of the regular in Iran, that too. I'm Iranian living in Iran. I've experienced a 12-day war and it won't benefit ordinary people. If you think a U.S. started war would be a victory, but propaganda is pushing a new Iraq scenario. We can even sense our skies filling with planes to block real negotiations, and who wins? Israel. In wars like this, Muslims and Christians lose. I believe Palestine will be free, and we truly hope for it. I mean, there's also plenty of Iranians in Iran who are literally demanding bombs. Okay? I mean, the Iranians are... there are plenty of regular Iranians that are so understandably frustrated, disturbed, angry with the way that their government has operated, especially in the last... in the last round of repression, where they did kill thousands of Iranians. That is fucking real. That is a real thing that happened. By my estimates, at least, it's not just propaganda. It's not just like Israel and America involving themselves with the Iranian resistance internally inside of Iran. That is also real. But the reality is, you can't get away with killing thousands of people. Now you've made tens of thousands of families your opposition. Okay? That's it. As I said in my talk at UBC, it would be wise to remember how the Iranian Revolution happened in the first place. Why the Iranian Revolution happened in the first place. Iranian people, not the diaspora, okay? Not the fucking diasporoids. I'm not talking about people living in, Beverly Hills. I'm not talking about that shit at all. But the Iranian people are a very proud people. They will struggle against oppressive forces, even if it's domestic. They will struggle against oppressive forces regardless. So, that's the reality. It's one that I think the Islamic Republic is either choosing to ignore or thinking that they can just like withstand through more and more ruthless methods of dealing with the crowds. But once again, my argument always is you must not starve the Iranian population. Even if you want the normal democratic process, even if you want like a real revolution, the only way that you can bring that about is by leaving Iranians to deal with it on their own. Every time you add additional sanctions and you starve the Iranian population further, sure, you're destabilizing the economy. Sure, you're making them more mad. Plenty of them are actually holding the IRGC at fault for it. But ultimately, you make it even harder to bring about positive progress in Iran. There were literal Mossad agents on the ground. This is a fact. I never said that that's not the case. What are you talking about?
Regime change, but rather to
Like, part of the reason why there are plenty of Iranians that are willing to take up arms alongside foreign countries inside of Iran is not just because they've been duped by propaganda. It's because there is real cruelty that they're experiencing by their own government. Hello, that's real. The Islamic Republicans' attitude has become a national security threat for Iranian sovereignty, against Iranian sovereignty.
change the regime's behavior through this diplomacy. So, big picture, these talks are an acknowledgement that Iran's nuclear ambitions.
Mariam Koshola, we Iranians want regime change. We can't do it on our own. They will kill us. What do you think America's going to do? Like, I don't understand. Iranians are some of the most educated people, okay? Like, what the fuck do you think America's going to do? Do you think America has like a democratic regime change button? No, they're just going to kill you harder. The fuck? It's so strange. Like, trusting especially the pedophilic cabal-backed Trump administration is hilarious. Like, I get the desperation, but it's just, you're gonna lose even more in that situation. Account created today. I can't see outs teenagers being executed. Yeah. It's totally different when they get decapitated by an American strike. You know what I mean? Like, it's different. Yeah, we heard this song and dance over and over again. Hamas, we are here to free the Palestinian people from Hamas. Hamas is killing their own people, which is very different when we kill them.
Were not, in fact, totally obliterated last summer in those American strikes. There are 40,000 American personnel in the Middle East, and the president is weighing the risk of a regional war along with whether Americans would support even a very limited military action.
All right, all eyes on the Middle East this weekend. Margaret Brennan, as always, my friend, thank you very much.
President Trump.
Wait, there's a Fox and Friends not feeling this random war on Iran?
This operation, and then we're not going to have to do anything else. Remember, there was a lot of bragging about that, and I think most people, even those who were skeptical about going in and doing that, at the end were like, okay, I can deal with this because I don't want a greater war.
And now you have it. I made the account because you banner me. What about Iran's women's basic human rights? No, I know. I have a solution to the Iranian women's basic human rights. It's called multiple atom bombs worth of munitions being dumped on Isfahan, being dumped on Tehran. This will save the Iranian women. Okay? Just wait. The only way that we can save the Iranian women is by flying F-35 jets over the Iranian airspace and bombing the living fuck out of the energy grid, bombing the living fuck out of the Iranian population, just like Israel saved Iran in the 12-day war. I didn't say that, but you just don't use your platform to support us? No, I do. It's just hard for you to comprehend because, you think that American bombs are going to bring about feminism in Iran. And there are Iranian people living in Iran who probably also feel this way as well. And to them, I say the same thing. You are wrong. Okay? There is never been a moment where American bombing campaigns have actually brought about prosperity to a country. There are plenty of countries right there, right next to Iran, as a matter of fact, who have received that American prosperity and American democracy. And they're not better for it. There were so many people demanding that Saddam the tyrant be deposed inside of Iraq. They said, he is gassing us. He is killing us. They are not better off. Okay? They are not better off now. There were plenty of people in Afghanistan who were like, oh, we're going to have feminism. It's going to be great. They are not better off. That's why I keep repeating, look at Libya, look at Syria, look at Iraq. Every single place that we have had this machination, this design is worse off after our intervention.
I think that the president needs to make a better case as to why this is in American interest to potentially go into a kinetic war. I don't think the case has been made sufficiently for me If you read the New York Times, there's a lot of people who also feel that way. If you're going,
Brian hates this. Brian's like, shut the fuck up. No, it's good. We want a permanent militant posture. I would rather live under Saddam a million years rather than be occupied by an extra American puppet. These Iranians who think they will be liberated by the Americans, mostly young idiots, are traitors 100%, and I have zero sympathy for them. They have zero excuse not to learn. Okay, dude, dial it back. Jesus Christ. That's an Iraqi chatter for the record.
I think that the president needs to make a better case as to why this is in American interest to potentially go into a kinetic war. I don't think the case has been made sufficiently for me. If you read the New York Times,
I don't get the Syria reference. As far as I know, we mostly got fucked by Iranians and Russians instead of the U.S. I get Iraq and Afghanistan, though. ISIS, HTS, FSA, and numerous other Salafist brigades that were taking advantage of the sectarian infighting to make it seem as though they were actually defending the Sunni population. We're not really defending the Sunni population at all, okay? America was on all sides of the Syrian civil war. They were both funding and arming and training the ISIS and ISIS-adjacent brigades, while simultaneously funding and training the Kurdish militias as well. Now, of course, the ISIS-adjacent, ISIS-aligned side objectively won this battle. And now they've completely dropped the support that they had for the Kurdish side. America was involved in a limited capacity with boots on the ground military warfare like that. Okay. But ultimately, America played a major role. They also sanctioned the Syrian government, sanctioned the Syrian economy, same starvation initiatives there as well. That's the other side of the story too. And now what you have is ISIS fighters being freed from Kurdish prisons. If you think that the current, like Syria is probably the best case scenario out of all the other American-backed interventions and destabilization initiatives that I have referenced, and Syria is not doing great either. Okay, don't forget Turkey. No, Turkey's biggest benefit was that it never had oil, and Turkey's biggest benefit is that we were compliant with America early on. Okay, we were like, oh, NATO, we love that. Please put missile bases in our country. We will direct them at the USSR. We will be dogs to you, America. We love America. Okay? Turkey went through its own conflict, also with American intervention. They wrote an essay for you. Please check logs. A longtime fan and listen, I'm super disappointed in your Iran coverage. Your coverage of Iran is like Ethan's coverage of Gaza genocide. I swear. Wait, what? Criticizing Western imperialism and sanctions is valid, but doing so while minimizing or excusing the Iran regime's brutality only tells half the story. And to be honest, you follow too many propaganda accounts on Twitter where I feel like you get your info so subconsciously you think it's not as bad. There's never been a moment where I have defended the Iranian government's ruthlessness. You are wrong. Okay? Iranians are not like special and will somehow avoid the American bombing campaign. It's just not going to happen. Okay? There are so many chatters that only come in. What brutality? What do you mean, dude? They fucking murked so many people. They killed so many people even before this last round of pushback. Like the Iranian government is a lion when it comes to dealing with its own citizens and a little bit of a paper tiger when it comes to its foreign policy. Yeah, I covered the Mahsa Amini protests as well. I don't know what you're talking about. You also show people like Mohammed Morandi and Arakshi on stream with no pushback, allowing them to launder regime propaganda and wash their hands of the blood. Yes, you have denounced the regime's actions, but at no point did you platform an Iranian journalist or activist with first-hand experience of how violent this regime represses its own people. The Mahsa Amini protests, 2009 Green Movement protests had nothing to do with sanctions. They were responsive to the moral police, forced hijab laws, election fraud. Well, good thing I also mentioned all of that. Well, not in 2009 because I was, in college at that point. And as a matter of fact, I have mentioned over and over again that there are three pressures that the Iranian people are subjected to. The primary one being the primary one being the sanctions, because it just kills more people in general and it causes more destabilization. But almost as important as the sanctions is the Islamic Republic's own design for domestic repression. Is the sovereign government just expected to allow foreign-backed terrorists to run rampant? The protests were peaceful for weeks before Israel and the U.S. got involved. No, they're not. But a part of the reason is that you can't give people an option, or you can't give people a real reason to protest. Okay? Also, I'm reading ChatGPT logs. You need to admit you're naive on Iran. You're so anti-Israel that you're lost in the sauce and have blind spot on. I'm too anti-Israel and anti-war. What is your suggestion, chatter? What is your suggestion? Because right now there's only one option. That's the same government, the American regime that has starved Iran, now going in and bombing Iran. Do you think that's a good idea? Because my suggestion is that you go harder on the Iranian regime. So at a time when the American government is, okay, let's start here. Do you think the American government actually cares about the Iranian population? Like, do you think that the American government is moving in a way where they want to free and liberate the Iranian population? No. Okay, good. So we're in agreement there. So do you think the American government is trying to launder its militant action against the Iranian people, not just the government, because the government is not separate from the people at all? Do you feel like the American government is maybe laundering their actions by claiming that they want to liberate the Iranian population? I agree with 99% of your points. Okay. So you do agree with me that the American government is trying to launder its actions, launder its militancy against the Iranian population by claiming that they actually want to liberate the Iranian people. They don't want to free the Iranians. Great. In agreement there too. So do you think that my hyper-focus right now, which is going to obviously be avoiding catastrophe, if you agree with me on these points, you also agree that America doesn't have a decent interest in Iran at all. Liberating the Iranian population is not really an interest at all. Do you understand why I am critical of the Iranian government and regularly talk about the instability that it causes, okay, with its repression? But in a moment where, like, we have a third of our entire fucking naval fleet slammed in the ass cheeks of Iran, as the Trump administration, led by the international pedophilic cabal, is very clearly saying we're going to bomb Iran whether people like it or not. Don't you think I should be focusing on that as opposed to what the Iranian government's actions are? Although I am critical of the Iranian government's actions. Also, as an American citizen, I have limited, if at all, any influencing capability over the American government. How the fuck am I going to influence the Iranian government? I can't even influence my own government, and I'm a fucking taxpayer here. My tax dollars are going to bomb your fucking family members in like a week from now. My taxpayers are going to be lasering your family members, those that remain in Iran. And you're over here being like, don't even talk about that. You're critical of the fact that they killed thousands of people for protesting? Yes. The fuck? Of course I am. The problem here is I mentioned that, but then I also mentioned the much greater harm that will befall the Iranian population. Critical, that's all. Wait, what? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, dude? Fly a fucking F-35 into wherever the Ayatollah is? What are you talking about? Hello? He wants you to pass an act? What? What do you want me to do? I'm already paying, so they fucking bomb your ass. The fuck do you mean? You know? What more can I do to fight against the Iranian government? I'm already literally funding the military with my taxes so they can go and kill your fucking family as they try to liberate the Iranian population. This is why it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation to be had.
There's a lot of people who also feel that way. If you're going to get us potentially into a...
If you want me to demand war against Iran, that's not going to happen. Okay? That's just not going to happen.
War. You have to explain why it matters to us, not to other countries, but to us. And so, by the way, you have Fetterman, a Democrat, a rare Democrat who agrees with the president. Here's what he said last night on Jesse.
Clearly, I was the only Democrat last year, you know, like, why? How could you allow Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb? Now, people have always said that. Well, you know, he actually did something to actually prevent Iran from doing that. If they have 900 pounds of near weapons grade uranium, why wouldn't you strike that? Why wouldn't you hold them accountable that way? And now here we are again. And now we've demonstrated that's the only thing Iran ever responds to is strength and power. and hit him. And if they want to hit him again, because I don't think you can't really trust and negotiate with him. You can't negotiate with cancer. You have to attack it and go right at it with superior force.
About this. I just want to mention, I do feel sorry for the protesters. Again, it's not clear to me that doing this move, that potentially going to war, is necessarily going to help the protesters. I'd like to think that was true. Explain to me why. Explain to me why I should risk my military-age boys potentially going into.
Oh my God! Wait, what is happening? Brian is literally like, Brian, kill me. I'm Brian, kill me. I'm Brian, kill me. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What is happening? What the hell? Yo, did her sons get the fucking steak and lobster treatment? Is that what's going on right now? Her sons are on a fucking aircraft carrier consuming perhaps the last steak and lobster dinner that they will ever have for the rest of their fucking lives. And she's over here being like, actually, this has become real for me. I don't like it. Can we not do this? Can we not do this regime change war now that's going to be endlessly costly and, might kill my sons? I don't know how I feel about this now.
Another war in the Middle East. I thought we were done with that.
There's 7 presidents have had to deal with this. They've never been more vulnerable, from taking our hostages to the Iran.
Come on. Now is the time to strike. Yeah. They already got surf and turf, by the way. It already happened. So do with that information what you will.
Contra scandal to the JCPOA. You have Joe Biden actually releasing some of the sanctions, allowing that evil regime to
and that was bad and evil and wrong and gross.
Itself. They've put a hit on our president multiple times. They said they're trying to kill Brian Hook. They're trying to kill John Bolton. They're trying to kill Mike Pompeo. And again, he threatened to say
they're trying to kill John Bolton. Bitch, the president is trying to kill John Bolton. The fucking dude, Trump raided John Bolton's homes at FBI. He swatted John Bolton. It's so funny. He's like, well, not John Bolton, a famous friend to the president. That's awesome.
Nation. And the Ayatollah says we're going to be sinking your ships, and we're not interested in getting rid of our nuclear program. So if there's one menace in the Middle East that has been affecting America since 1979, it's been that country.
That's so funny. Brian had to pick up the pieces. They got too woke. Respect.
Often watches this show. He may not admit it, but he often watches this show, as do members of the Senate and the House. I'm curious, before you go, what would your message be to the president and the members of Congress?
The message is...
Hold on, let me shake my head. I'm shaking my head, okay? Because, Big Dog is on. I'm disapproving. I'm disavowing. Is that how you want me to cover this stuff? And yeah, I'm talking about the real Takia doing Shia Muslim Joe Scarborough.
That previous U.S. administrations, even the current U.S. administration, have tried almost everything against us. A war, sanctions, snapback, everything. But none of them worked. If you talk with the Iranian people with the language of respect, we respond with the same language. But if they talk to us with the language of force, we will reciprocate with the same language. I think Iranians have proved to be very proud people. We only respond to the language of respect. And this is the way that they can talk to us and they would see the result.
During break, I spoke with someone very high in the Trump administration. I'll just say intimately aware of all the details of the negotiations, and a few insights that this administration official had on what we just heard. The foreign minister said that there was at no time a demand for no further enrichment. What our negotiators told him was the president's position is no enrichment. But the burden is on you. If you think you can come back with a counter, the burden is on you to show us what safeguards will be put in place so you will have a nuclear program for power like every other country. also said,
I know it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to fucking happen, but I think it would be pretty funny if, like, we retreated back to the JCPOA, but this time under Trump's banner. And then Trump started running around being like, I brought peace to the Middle East. It's not going to happen because he's dick-eating Israel super hard, and Israel hates that. But, like, literally the most peaceful outcome here would be JCPOA. Of course, Israel is never going to allow that to happen, but...
we want a detailed proposal. We've been talking about this for over a decade. We need it in a week, not in 3 years. That won't work. And finally, I was told by this administration official that the burden placed on the Iranians was a heavy burden because of the lack of trust, because, in the words of this official, they have broken every agreement with us that they've ever had. So, again, it's Donald Trump.
That's so crazy. We did that, bro. We broke every agreement that we had with Iran. We did that. The fuck are you talking about?
The president with a maximalist position. That was taken to the foreign minister, and the U.S. negotiators told the foreign minister, all right, you don't like this maximalist position? Convince us you can have a peaceful nuclear program.
We're about to play you an interview we did with U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee 2 days ago in Israel. In general, it's never worth talking about the backstory behind an interview. It's kind of not the point. It makes it about the interviewer, not the person being interviewed. For one thing. For another, it's not that interesting most of the time. And for another, it's kind of off the record. You know, the other person hasn't consented to you telling the story. So in general, we don't do that. Who'd want to hear that? Let the interview speak for itself. But in this case, we want to tell you just a few things about how this interview came about, because they are pretty interesting, revealing, and now weirdly relevant, apparently. So this interview with Mike Huckabee came about a couple of weeks ago on Twitter. One of our producers showed me. He said something to the effect of, you're talking to Middle Eastern Christians, Tucker Carlson. Maybe you should talk to me. Why don't you come do an interview? And I paused for a minute. I've thought in the past about trying to interview Mike Huckabee, whom I've known for over 30 years and worked adjacent to at Fox. And I had mixed feelings about it, mostly because it's hard if you're me to interview Mike Huckabee because of just the personal affect. Mike Huckabee is jovial, comes off as friendly. He's a grandfather. When annoyed, I can be nasty in interviews. And so it takes a lot of self-control to interview someone like Mike Huckabee, not because I hate him, but because it's hard to ask him tough questions and not come off as a jerk, which I often am. So, but I thought in this case, yeah, I should definitely do this for a bunch of different reasons. Mainly, the United States is moving toward a big war, a real war with Iran, a regime change war, the biggest war we've had since the invasion of Iraq in the spring of 2003. And Israel is driving that. We are doing this at the behest, at the demand of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So it seems like now is the time for more Americans to understand the dynamic between the U.S. and Israel and to call attention to that. And for another, Huckabee's behavior in the last year in Jerusalem as the ambassador has been very, very striking. He famously had a meeting with the most damaging spy in American history. And why did he do that? He hadn't been asked by anybody up until 2 days ago, why did you do that? So I wanted to be able to ask him that. And so we accepted, and then began the usual negotiations about when and where the interview would take place. And we were constrained because we weren't expecting this. We wanted to do it quickly, but we had tons of travel. So we threw them a date, them being the American embassy. We can do it on this date. And they were very accommodating. And then the question became, well, where do we do it? And maybe a Christian holy site. We said, we've got to get in and out really quick, got to be back to do a bunch of other interviews, but we've got this time frame. They said, well, why don't you do it at the U.S. Embassy? Or maybe we said that. Great, U.S. Embassy. So the U.S. Embassy is about an hour, 55 minutes from the big airport in Israel, Ben Gurion. So we said, okay, what about security? Now, at this time, the Israeli government, the prime minister included, were attacking me in this show. Netanyahu suggested I was a Nazi, for example. And so we thought, how about security? Obviously. not because the Israeli government necessarily would do something bad, because there are a lot of people in Israel who think, because they've been told, that I'm an anti-Semite or a Nazi or want to kill Jews. It's kind of crazy overstatement, all untrue, obviously, but it would be good to have security. And I should say, having done interviews on 6 out of 7 continents over 35 years, I'm not very security conscious at all. Never really feel uncomfortable, but this seemed like a thing to do. So we were told by the embassy spokesman, no, we're not going to provide security. And so we said, okay, I guess we'll get private security. But could we get someone from the embassy to ride in the car with us from the airport to the interview? And we were told, no. Could we get what they call a control officer, just an American, with us in an official capacity as an embassy employee with us? No, quote, for legal reasons, we can't do that. So I thought, well, that's very strange. And then they said, but instead, we're turning you over to the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, MFA, and they're going to arrange everything in Israel. Well, this was within 24 hours of the Deputy Foreign Minister, Sharon Haskell, releasing a video calling me an anti-Semite and an enemy of Israel. This was the person who the embassy was telling us was going to handle all of our travel. So it was at this point that I just called. I called the spokesman for the U.S. Embassy in Israel, and I said, okay, I'm an American citizen responding to an invitation from the American ambassador to Israel. And by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. ambassador, so I have some sense, not an expert, obviously, but I have some sense of how this works. And I think that the U.S. ambassador has discretion to send somebody from his office to the airport to accompany someone in. I think that's right. And if it's not right, tell me what law you're talking about, what legal reason you're talking about that would prevent that. And now you're sending me over to a government official who's been calling me a Nazi? That's the person in charge of getting us to the embassy? Like, what is going on here? And the embassy spokesman, who's totally nice, said, well, this was the decision of someone called David Brownstein. He's the DCM, the number 2 guy in the embassy. And I said, well, put him on a text exchange. Like, what is going on here? And so Brownstein got on and didn't answer the question, but basically said, well, okay, let's just do the interview at the airport in the diplomatic reception area at the airport. Okay, I said, we're going to be flying in from Europe, and we had to be in and out really quickly. So at great expense, we chartered a plane, which I never do because I'm cheap. But we did. And so then I said to them, okay, I want to send you the flight information, tail number, flight number, route, and I want you to pass that on to the Israeli military just so, they don't mistake us for an Iranian drone or something. I mean, not to be paranoid, but again, this is probably the most violent country in the world, Israel. Is there a country in the world where a higher percentage of the population has held a gun or shot someone? I mean, I don't know the answer, but this is a country famously waging a 7-front war with all of its neighbors, so this is also the country that bombed the...
This is one of the only moments where I will ever say this in my life where I would offer critical support to Tucker Carlson against the only entity that is more fascistic and more violent, well, definitely more violent, but definitely more fascistic than Tucker Carlson, which is the nation state of Israel. I see a lot of people talking about all the shit that the American government is saying, all the shit that the Israeli government is saying about Tucker Carlson and like agreeing with them, except he's 100% on the money here and 100% correct when he's talking about Israel.
The USS Liberty, knowing, we know this from NSA intercepts, that it was an American ship. So don't, just send the military our flight information and, we can all just sort of know it's on the record and we can all calm down a little bit. No, they said. The U.S. Embassy said, no, this is your flight is not a matter of concern to the Israeli military. I said, okay, now you're making me uncomfortable. Isn't the airspace of Israel the purview of the Israeli military? Aren't they in charge of maintaining the integrity of their airspace? When you fly over the country of Israel or any country, its military keeps track of you because that's their job. So why wouldn't you send our flight information to the Israeli military? You're making me nervous. I sent this exchange. I took a screenshot of it and sent it to a bunch of people, including in the U.S. government, because I'm not a paranoid person and I'm not a jumpy person. I said, is this weird behavior? Yeah, it's really weird behavior. All of them said that. So I got pretty aggressive and just said, look, you got to do this. Okay. And they, to their credit, got back to us and said, yes, we will do that. But I just thought that was completely bizarre and menacing, by the way. Now, at the same time, and I think this is relevant, certainly it goes to motive. I was attempting to set up a meeting, as I have been for the past 3 months, with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who I've dealt with a lot in the past, and who denounced me as a Nazi in public, a member of the woke Reich. And why was I trying to do that? Not an interview. I knew he wouldn't sit for an interview, but I wanted just to meet with him in person. One, to show that I'm willing to go to Israel. I don't hate Israel as a country. But two, just to say directly to him, this is bad. This should be de-escalated. This kind of rhetoric doesn't help anybody. Calling me specifically, a Nazi and an anti-Semite when you know that I'm not. By the way, if I was, I would just admit it. I've said many times I think anti-Semitism is immoral. It's against my religion, just as hating any group on the basis of their bloodline is immoral. So the new year is here, but that does not mean you've got to overhaul your whole life.
What the fuck?
Despite claims that I finally Christians were a friend of mine in California who know him and who are in regular contact with him. In fact, I went to go see some of those people directly. Please, can you help me get a sit down for 5 minutes with Benjamin Netanyahu? And I probably called or met with 6, 7, 8, maybe more people on this question. People in official capacities, people in the Israeli government. I know a number of people in the Israeli government, people in Israel, a friend of mine in California who knows him. I mean, I really, really tried. And I did so for 2 reasons. One, because there was a threat to my family. The Israeli government and Netanyahu himself tried to punish 2 members of my family. I won't be more specific, but actually punish 2 members of my family because he has said in public many times, believes in blood guilt, Amalek. You know, when someone commits a crime against you, you punish not.
Dude, why the fuck do you guys want me to skip this? You're like, get to the interview. No, I want to fucking know. I want to know what took place about his like detainment and shit. Okay, calm down.
Just him, but his family, his bloodline. There's no idea that's less Western than that, more anti-Christian than that. Christians reject that. Netanyahu doesn't. That's why he's talking about Amalek. And he was going after my family, literally. So I felt very threatened by that. But moreover, I think it's bad for my country to have people using that kind of language. Round them up, bring them to the camps, gas chambers, Nazis, anti.
Yeah. That language is what's scary for our country. Not the direct application of said language in the direction of migrants. Tucker loves that shit. He just hates it when someone is, falsely calling him that, only falsely in this unique instance where he's correctly interpreting Israel's actions as unjustifiable.
Semitism, it scares the heck out of people. It makes people crazy and hysterical. And certainly in my case, none of that is true. I hate collective punishment. I hate attacking people on the basis of their bloodline. I hate anti-Semitism and anti-white racism and all of this, or any kind of racism, period. And I've said that a lot. So using that kind of language against someone who is not fundamentally your enemy, who just, in my case, I want Christians in areas controlled by Israel to be treated with dignity, to have rights. And I don't want the U.S. government involved in a war, a regime change war with Iran. Those are my priorities, and I've said them out loud.
He's like, yeah, not even the Muslims, just the Christians.
But I have no secret agenda. So to attack me as a Nazi for saying that suggests a total unwillingness to compromise. Anyone who doesn't agree with us 100% must be destroyed. His family must be attacked, my family, and must be written off as a Nazi. Well, when you do that, it makes people hysterical. It increases the temperature to a point that, someone's going to get hurt if you keep talking that way. And it's just bad. It's bad for the United States. It's bad for the world. So I wanted to deliver that message. I finally wound up talking to a guy called Yoram Hazony, who is an Israeli who famously organizes the American National Conservatism conferences. And I said to him, look, you're having a National Conservatism conference in Jerusalem this summer. You asked me to speak at the first National Conservatism conference in the United States, and I did. Obviously, I believe in national conservatism, America first. I think every nation should put its own people first. That's why you have governments. And I would like to speak at this one. And moreover, I would like you to ask your friend Benjamin Netanyahu to meet with me. And we had this sort of long back and forth, and it was, no, you cannot speak at the National Conservatism Conference because you're an anti-Semite. No, I'm not, I said. Yes, you are, he said. And I said, well, I really would like to speak to Bibi to kind of de-escalate this. And he said, it would not be in his political interest to meet with you. That's almost verbatim what he said. Therefore, no. So then I realized, you're dealing with people who are unreasonable, who are inflexible, who are in fact fanatical. And then add to that, of course.
I think it's pretty nutty that a fucking random podcaster is like, hey, Adolf Hitler, I just want to have one conversation with you. Okay? Like, every part of this story is so insane to me. And yet, because it's the United States of America and like podcasters become the FBI director, it kind of doesn't, podcasting is the highest thing you can be. A podcaster is the highest thing you can be. And Benjamin Netanyahu has talked to podcasters before, like the Nelk Boys. So while the entire story is completely fucking psychotic, I guess it makes sense that a podcaster would be asking for this experience.
That my tax dollars are paying them. It was all pretty distressing. So that was the backdrop behind our very brief and highly intense trip to Israel. So we show up on Wednesday, fly in from Europe, again at great expense, and show up at the diplomatic terminal at Ben Gurion Airport where this interview is going to take place, which is bizarre in itself. A filthy building. The windows are so dirty in the terminal you can't see out them barely. There's like exposed drywall. The whole thing is depressing and grim. There's litter outside. Like, what is this? This is the diplomatic terminal in Israel. I thought that was very strange. Having been in a lot of diplomatic terminals, I've never seen a rattier one. We go in, and Huckabee's there, and of course he's totally friendly, as he always is. Very, very friendly guy, and cheerful, and we sort of chat, and the whole place is filled with these guys in T-shirts, thuggish-looking guys in T-shirts who are some kind of security. So we do the interview. You're about to watch it. It's very long, at 2.5 hours-ish, and I try my hardest to be friendly. I think I kind of succeeded. You can judge for yourself. But I really got the sense, and again, you can decide as you watch it, that Huckabee was not able to answer any of the questions, but also not really in charge. You really got the feeling of a guy sort of trying his best to repeat the talking points, but very constrained, like unable to say certain things. Not because those things might harm the interest of the U.S. government. He was happy to attack, for example, the U.S. military and say they're more brutal than the Israeli military. Okay. But unwilling to say certain things because they might reflect poorly on the Israeli government. And you sort of thinking about this for a second, you're like, wait, you're the U.S. ambassador. You're our representative to a foreign country. Why is your red line criticism of that country? Shouldn't you be representing us? And it was very obvious he was representing the Israelis. Obvious. And again, you can judge for yourself. But anyway, so we do this interview. It was cordial. And at the end, we're set to fly out. We have a time. We have to get out. And the plane is sitting right outside. And we're ready to go. And for some reason, the Israelis still have our passports. There are 5 of us there. And 4 of us are flying out on this plane. One's flying out commercial with our gear. So my business partner and I, sort of standing there, we've never left the airport, never went anywhere. But our 2 producers have spent the night before in Tel Aviv. And they're called into rooms and given the 3rd degree. Now, keep in mind, they're about to get on a plane and leave. In fact, we're late. We have to get out of there. We have a slot to get out. And security, whoever this is, won't let them go. So I don't really know what's going on at this point. I'm like, where are our guys? We got to get out of here. So one of them comes out and he says, that was the weirdest experience in my life. They asked me questions about the interview. Who did you speak to? Keep in mind, this was like 8 feet from where we did the interview. Well, the U.S. ambassador. I'm like, Huckabee, what did you talk about? Why did you ask those questions? Was it a hostile interview? And of course, everything in the diplomatic terminal is taped. Everything in Israel is taped. It's a police state. It's a surveillance state, obviously. You go to Israel, they put software on your phone. Everybody knows this. Okay, they're constantly spying on you more than probably any other country. And so they know the answers to these questions. But they're asking my producer, like,
I just don't understand, like, who in their right mind would ever go to fucking Israel? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Scrub back. No, dude, come on. It's 2 hours and 30 fucking minutes. Okay, stop. Also, half of the shit that he's complaining about is already happening in America as well. And he loves it when it's happening in America.
Where do you work? How many people work there? Do you go to the office? Where is the office? What are their names? They're doing like an intel op and humiliation exercise. on my producer. This isn't security. We're leaving right now. And they're holding his passport. The interrogator is holding the passport in his hand as he's asking these questions. So he's telling me this, and I said, this is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard. Huckabee's gone by this point. You're an American citizen who's just had a conversation with the U.S. ambassador, and some thug is demanding details of that conversation? And I hope you didn't answer. And he's like, no, I didn't. I don't know what to say. Meanwhile, our last guy, the youngest man who was traveling with us, our last producer, is still in a room being questioned. So I pull over one of the guys and said, we got to get out of here. So I don't know what this is about. It's outrageous.
I've hated Tucker Carlson for many, many years at this point. I've said that he is one of the most cancerous entities in American politics. And I never could have ever imagined in my entire fucking life where I would, in a million years, I never thought that I would see Tucker Carlson as a sympathetic figure in any equation. Okay? So congratulations to Israel. I mean, he is still evil. Okay? He's insincere. He's evil. He's the son of agents of the CIA, of an agent of the CIA. His dad is responsible for Voice of America, right? He says it here. I mean, he is deeply tapped with the Trump administration. I do think ultimately that he would love to do Israel in America for what he calls legacy Americans. I think he finally got to you. He's not sympathetic. No, there is. This is like when pedophilia hunters are like unsavory individuals themselves, right? But why do they do that? Why do they go out and like hunt pedophiles, even though they're also fucking weirdos? They do that because like that's the ultimate evil, right? In the eyes of many people, that's the ultimate evil. And in this circumstance, that's what Tucker Carlson is doing. He's like the pedo hunter. Except, unlike with pedo hunters, as much as there is support that you can accrue for, being anti-Israel, a lot of you don't understand the downsides of being anti-Israel. I don't talk about it too much. You obviously are aware of some of it, right? You see some of it in public with like the ADL stuff, CIJA demanding I'm not allowed to enter the state of Canada, the nation state of Canada. Stuff like that is every day. But there are a lot of fucking downsides. There are a lot of downsides that I will never discuss that comes along with it. Okay? You're fine, Hassan. You're going to be okay in IA. In any case, for that reason, all I'm saying is, especially if you're a person with like, oh, inshallah. Oh, thank you. IA means inshallah. Okay, I didn't know that. Internal audit. Okay. The point is, Israel is so cancerous that it makes, and its allies are so flagrant, so ruthless, so brutal, that it makes anyone opposing them look better by design. And Tucker Carlson is one of those people.
And, there's nothing I can do about this point, but we got to go. And this woman comes up to me and says, look, let's just go. We're going to bring you to the plane and he'll come later. I said, no, it's my producer. He's being interrogated, asked totally.
Same with America? No, America doesn't have the same intensity against its naysayers. And the reason why I say that is because like America doesn't operate like a small nation. Israel also has that like small bean reasoning for why they go so hard. America is the most powerful nation on the planet. So if you're an American citizen and a dissident of the United States of America, like I am, Tucker is not, I actually am, right? Obviously, I still get, for the time being at least, I get to travel wherever I want to. Like, at most I've been detained, right, by Customs and Border Patrol, had my global entry taken from me, stuff like that. Those are setbacks. They're annoying, but it's not the end of the world for the time being, of course. I would not be able to enter the nation state of Israel. Okay? There's just no world where I would be able to go to Israel. I don't want to go to Israel anyway, but there is not, like, I am perceived as a much larger threat to the state of Israel than I am to the United States of America, because the United States of America is immensely powerful. Do you understand? Your Jersey boy swag will overtake everything once you land. I swear to God. Yeah. It's also worth saying you were likely detained. No, I was literally detained in the United States of America for my criticism of Israel. America won't detain you for your criticism of America. America would rather detain you and deport you if they can. Because like Mahmoud Khalil, he can be as critical as he wants about America. green card holder, no one bats an eye. Mahmoud Khalil is critical of Israel. All of a sudden, that becomes a massive problem. He has to be deported. We have to take away his green card. Like, that's how it is. It seems like Jewish dissidents in Israel can move freely, though. No, that's also not true. There are Israeli Jews living in Israel that are anti-Zionist, and they suffer repercussions. However, if you are Jewish and an anti-Zionist and you want to go to Israel, it depends on how much clout you have. There are plenty of people who are anti-Zionist Jews from the United States of America, from all different parts of the world, that have tried to go to Israel to at least get into the West Bank and have been stopped and deported. Wow, so nuanced. What is this? Kick nuts. Time to kick some nuts. Yeah, if you're like a normie and you're an anti-Zionist, you're probably fine. But if you're Norm Finkelstein, they don't let you in. Norm Finkelstein was denied entry into the state of Israel.
Over the top, fully inappropriate questions that have nothing to do with security at all. Pull up your website, show us your text exchanges with other people on your staff. What are your politics like? And again, what did you say to the U.S. ambassador and what did he say back to you? Those are not relevant questions if you're trying to keep your country secure. Those are intel questions and they're over the top. And I said, I want this guy out now. Let's go. We got to go. And they said, no, just leave him here. We'll bring him to the plane later. Twice they told me that. Just leave your guy behind. No, I don't think so. So I was enraged by this. Get on the plane. We get a text from a reporter who somehow knew that this had happened. I have no idea how. I had no interest in publicizing it, actually. There was, a long trail that showed that the U.S. Embassy had been coordinating against us in a public relations battle before we even got there. They were leaking that we demanded to do it at the airport because we were afraid to go into Israel. We're cowards. Okay, we're cowards. Right. And so I just said to the reporter by text, they pulled my guys into a room, interrogating them. This is outrageous, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The interesting thing is I never heard from Huckabee or anybody to this moment from the U.S. Embassy about what security did to my producers. They didn't ask us. And instead, Huckabee went out and called me a liar. So it raises, again, the question, who exactly is Huckabee working for? We're American citizens in a foreign country. He's our ambassador. He represents our country. We pay his salary, but he's taking the side of the foreign government without even calling to say, hey, what happened to you at the airport? Did you get hassled? Did your guys get hassled? No. He just immediately repeats their lies without even consulting us. So, what are we looking at here? We're looking at the reality, which is if you're an American in Israel, you can be certain that your government will take the side of the Israeli government and not your side. And really, is that so different from the experience of Americans in the United States? Can you be sure that your government will take your side over the Israeli government? No, of course not. They will always take the Israeli government's side over yours. And that's the core problem. Even if you support a war with Iran, I think the most pressing issue for Americans is that we kill the Ayatollah or whatever. You still have a fair expectation that your government, because it is yours, you pay for it, it exists to serve you, and for no other reason, you have an expectation that your government will take your side against a foreign government. But the daily lived reality, the obvious truth, visible to every single American, is that's the opposite of reality. In fact, if you criticize Israel in your country, your government will work to censor you. If there's a standoff between you and Bibi, you know whose side your government's going to take, Bibi's side. That is not sustainable. That is too humiliating. It's too clearly an inversion of the natural order. Your government exists for you, not for a foreign government. That's not how we live in this country or in Israel. So that's what we learned. And one last thing, the Israelis apparently went, probably with the help of Mike Huckabee, went to the surveillance tape inside the diplomatic terminal and pulled some clip, of course, getting all their bots online to promote it, of me with my arm around somebody to show that actually I'm lying about what happened. That person was our driver who drove us from the plane to the terminal, a short drive. Very nice guy, good guy, Israeli guy. And right when we arrived, and he said, "Can I get a picture?" Of course. He's a nice man. So I just put my arm around him and took a picture. That's what that is. That was before the interview. It was before our producers were hassled by the thugs and asked ridiculous questions. It was before any of this happened. So that's just another installment of the propaganda war. Thought we'd give you the backstory on that. People seem to be more inflamed, not just emotionally, but physically.
to each other and not about each other. And I appreciate very much your coming here to.
Of course, and I'm only saying a couple hours, unfortunately, because I kind of shoehorned this in, but I hope that I'll be back soon, and I hope that I can come back soon, because I actually like, despite what you may hear, I actually like the country. I've been here a lot, and there are a lot of things I like.
This was the clip. I think Tucker Carlson's lying. Yeah, there's I suspect they received the standard questioning that anyone traveling to and from Israel gets. Is the kind of questioning that can seem intimidating for first-time travelers, but Tucker is very, very well traveled. But I also think it's important to be consistent about what we consider exculpatory evidence, and a 20-second clip isn't sufficient. Breaking via Ollie London TV, who obtained exclusive footage of Tucker Carlson's detainment at Israel's airport. And by detained, I mean smiling and posing with a fan, thoughts and prayers. So this is the clip that he was talking about. That made him. This is the clip that the Israeli government is using to say, like, oh, they didn't do any sort of like fuck shit to the producers or anything like that. Would you ever go to Israel? Fuck no. Yeah, I'll go to Palestine. There are some really, really powerful moments from this interview. We'll start here and then we'll go to some of the high notes in a second.
Love about it, and I want to talk to people in it for like a week.
Only 38,000 likes in 7 hours. Wait, what? What are you talking about? This is 500,000 views in 7 hours. It is absolutely not being suppressed.
Good, and get a better sense of it. So I want to ask you, everyone I've talked to in preparation for this has said the same thing. Jonathan Pollard, I'm just going to throw the name to you and have you explain.
No, I'm glad you asked. You know, interestingly, there's been a lot of things about it. You're the first person who has asked me about it, which I find amazing. So I'm glad you did.
Really?
Yeah, the very first.
Good. Well, it's better to hear it.
Sure. I met Jonathan Pollard 2 times. Once I was making a speech in Jerusalem. This has been a few years ago. His wife was still alive at the time, and he was there. And someone introduced me to him and his wife. I said hello to them. That was it. Hi. Nice to meet Esther, his wife. And that was it. I went and made my speech and I left. Later, his wife passed away here in Israel. And I sent him a note and just said, I'm sorry to hear about your wife. I remember meeting her at the hotel and sorry to hear it. He then asked, could he come and see me? He wanted to come and thank me for being kind to him. He came to the embassy. I think we met for maybe 30 minutes. We had a nice, pleasant visit. The funny thing was the New York Times reported that it was a secret meeting. Tucker, if you've ever been to the U.S. Embassy, you would know there's no such thing as a secret meeting at the U.S. Embassy.
Sure.
There are cameras everywhere. You walk through Marines, you walk through security, you walk through the front office, and there's a dozen or more people that are going to check you out when you come. And before you get there, you're going to have to give us your passport information. You're going to have to be vetted and screened and all of this stuff. So the idea that it was secret was ludicrous. The whole idea is, look, Jonathan Pollard did something that was terribly wrong. He sold secrets. He shouldn't have done it. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and spent 30. Actually, I think he was sentenced to maybe more than 30 years, but he spent 30 years in prison. Most people convicted of something similar, which was one count, I believe, would have spent 2 to 4, but he spent 30. I don't have a problem with him spending 30 because I think what he did was despicable. I'm not defending anything about what he did, but even people like the former director of the CIA, a number of other senators on the Senate Foreign Relations of the Senate Intel Committee said that he should be allowed to leave and move to Israel if he wanted to. So it, to me, was not as big a deal that I had this basically courtesy meeting. He wanted to thank me for being nice to him when his wife died. That's pretty much the story.
You advocated for his release when you ran for, I remember it, in 2011, long before he had served 30 years. And I agree with you that there are a lot of people languishing in prison, you know, in our country and in this country, many countries, you know, for longer periods than they deserve. And I think it's a Christian impulse to...
Yeah, no, Tucker is a real Christian, as we know. He famously is very woke.
To want to see them free. But this was the greatest traitor in modern American history who sold our battle plans against the Soviet Union, our main enemy in the Cold War, to the Israeli government, which, according to our Reagan CIA director, Bill Casey, then gave them to the Soviet Union. So this was the most profound betrayal of the United States in my lifetime. Why advocate for that guy's release before he serves his full sentence?
If that were the case in 2011, it would have been because I had a number of friends that suggested that he had more than served time, and he didn't want to live in the U.S. anymore. He wanted to live in Israel. And but my association with him, again, I had never met him until I met him in Jerusalem at a hotel. That was the first time I had ever encountered him.
I'm friends with 1 million bad people, or I've talked to 1 million bad people.
I'm sitting here with you. Right. I mean, come on.
I mean, Jesus ain't with tax collectors. So trust me, do not judge people who are friends or know or enjoy the company of immoral people, because it's not an endorsement of their immoral behavior. Pollard is different. I think once you become U.S. ambassador, the representative of the president of the United States in the United States of America in a foreign country, and then you invite not only the most damaging betrayer in our lifetimes, but also a guy who continues to advocate for betrayal. So he gave an interview, as I know you know, in 2021 to Israeli media, in which he said, I would encourage Jewish Americans with security clearances to spy for Mossad against their own country, the United States, because, and I'm pretty much quoting him, all Jews should have dual loyalty. That's not repentance. That's not someone who feels bad.
He did say that. Jonathan Pollard literally said that, which is fucking crazy.
Bad about what he did. That's someone who's encouraging American Jews to betray their country. That's pretty heavy, don't you think?
Oh, I do. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think, let's remember, it was President Trump who probably facilitated his departure. And I'm certainly supportive of President Trump. I think you are. And
Pollard's not. He called him a madman after your meeting.
That's why I say Pollard is not, for me, the real issue. It was the fact that he did something that was despicable. I'm not denying that. Of course he did. And he paid dearly for it, 30 years in prison, and he should have. That's what he should have done. There's no question about that.
But why meet with him in the U.S. Embassy? Your colleagues said they were shocked. They said...
Who were the colleagues that said they were shocked?
Quoted on Background in the New York Times. I think the meeting was in August. This could all be fake. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, the same New York Times said it was a secret meeting. And I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a secret meeting in the U.S. Embassy.
Do you see why the U.S. ambassador hosting a convicted betrayer of his own country who's encouraging Americans to continue to betray their country would seem shocking?
Well, I would say that it wasn't that you make it sound like I'm hosting a meeting. I simply met with him. I meet with people all the time.
Some can just walk in without a...
No, they have to have an appointment. Of course they do.
Oh, so it is hosting him then, I think.
Well, I don't know if it was hosting, but it was certainly, he was able to come to the U.S. Embassy to have a meeting at his request. I did.
By the way, the entire Epstein stuff is literally like being homies with the most unsavory individuals. So yeah, I do think it kind of like it depends on like what the interaction is and what the involvement is. But if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, right? Like I'm sure there were people that have been in the vicinity of Jeffrey Epstein in the past that were very critical of him or hated him or whatever the fuck, right? And the same goes for Jonathan Pollard. It's just you're Mike Huckabee. You know, you invited him, you like him, you agree with him. You are one of the most insane ultra-Zionists out there.
And frankly, I don't regret it. I met with a lot of people over the course of the time I've been here, and we'll meet with a lot more. That's it.
So if you spend the evening... There have been Americans in prison in Israel. There have also been, and there continue to be, dozens and dozens and dozens of...
That could be intelligence asset, yes. Chatter, he's literally the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Or more like the Israeli ambassador to the United States. Like, there is no ambassador out there that's not an asset. They're a part of the State Department, which literally is a functioning arm of the CIA. More like the pleasant arm of the CIA. Okay, that was a joke, right? Holy shit, I have no idea how that slipped me. I feel like U.S. ambassador to Israel is redundant. Yeah. Or Israel ambassador to the U.S.
Offenders, accused sex offenders from the United States who fled to Israel, including one recently, an Israeli government official who was caught trying to molest a 15-year-old girl. And
True. This has happened.
Fled to Israel.
In Nevada.
Is not going back.
Ironic because it was his OPSEC too. Benjamin Netanyahu's like cybersecurity official got caught by the American federal authorities trying to hook up with a 15-year-old, trying to do statutory rape.
The United States to stand charges for attempted molestation of a child. Have you advocated for the Israeli government to return him to the United States?
I'm not familiar with that case. It has not come to us at the embassy.
Cap, get the fuck out of here. You're not familiar with that case. The first time that case hit, no, I'll take it back. When the guy literally told the law enforcement officers that arrested him that he was Israeli, that's when Mike Huckabee was like, I sense a disturbance in the force. One of my favorite people on the planet, one of my favorite molesters is under threat. I must save him. I must save him.
So I'm not aware. Is this the person in Nevada?
That is correct.
Okay, I
in
heard
Clark
about
County, I would imagine so.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I heard about it through open source media. It was never something that was presented to us, but I would have no problem with him being extradited back to the U.S.
You're the president's and our country's representative in the state of Israel, so I think it would fall to you to advocate with your friend, the prime minister, to say, wait a second, we have a very close relationship. We're obviously the single largest source of outside funding for this country. How can you take an accused child molester and shield him from American justice, send him back to the United States? Have you ever had that conversation?
To be fair, Mike Huckabee might be the only guy on the planet that could turn around to Tucker Carlson and say, well, Tucker, I've actually tried to stop American child molesters from going to prison as well. Not just Israeli ones. I'm a prison abolitionist for one issue, and that's the molestation of children. Okay? He is the only guy, I mean, not the only guy, but he's one of the few guys who could literally turn around and be like, no, it's just, I'm a fan of child molestation, and therefore I want to make sure that child molesters are allowed to be roaming free. Come on now, Tucker, age is nothing but a number, you know? That's what it is. That's all it is.
No, because the prime minister would not be the proper person
that may be
in
right.
Israel.
Pardon my ignorance. But
that would deal with an extradition. It would go through their court system. And so the prime minister is separate, very similar to what we have in the U.S., where there is a separation of powers. So it would go through something other than the prime minister.
Have you advocated to the courts, to judges, to anybody in the Israeli justice system?
There has never been a request for me to engage in that. I would be happy to do it if the
Oh, the joke I'm making is about the Duggars. Yeah, one of the most famous cases of being caught with, almost a terabyte worth of child sexual abuse material. Huckabee stood by the Duggar family. Good people make mistakes. I don't think we should be punishing people for that kind of thing.
White House sent a message to me. I do work for the president. I serve at his pleasure. If anyone at the White House were to say to me, would you please go and make a case for it? But probably if that were to happen, it wouldn't come through the embassy as much as it would likely come from the Department of Justice at the U.S. in D.C. They would make the request. They might involve us, but they very likely would not.
Does it seem strange to you that people accused of child molestation in the United States are allowed to have refuge within the borders of our closest ally?
Well, Tucker, I think they should just stay in Arkansas. Have you thought about that? I've been long petitioning the American government to let Arkansas roam free, unshackled, unburdened by the restrictive nature of age of consent laws. As a matter of fact, my daughter, you might know her, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, played a formative role in tackling one of the aspects of the nanny state by allowing child labor to no longer be illegal. That's right. That's a real, look it up. That's a real thing. My daughter did that. She signed that into law. And guess what? I want pedophiles and children to roam free in Arkansas. Otherwise, who are the pedophiles going to fuck, Tucker? That's right.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say that
if you've molested an American child, shouldn't you be required to stand justice?
It's an allegation. Let's be clear. One of the things about our system of jurisprudence, you're innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if the charges are there, should he be extradited? I would say so.
The charges are there.
Yeah. Okay. So they should be. But that's a Justice Department decision, and they're the ones who should be pursuing it. To my knowledge, they haven't. They certainly haven't engaged the U.S. Embassy over.
Why would the Israeli...
That's crazy that this interview, literally like 5 minutes in, and he's already out here defending Israeli pedophiles. Bro, it is the toughest job on the planet. You have to be uniquely evil to have to defend Israel, but it really is the toughest job on the planet. It's like, oh, wow, Israel. So you're the U.S. ambassador to Israel. What do you think about this Israeli pedophile that tried to molest a 15-year-old American girl and was caught and then immediately escaped to the beautiful state of Israel? What do you think about that? He's like, well, now, you see now, sometimes temptation rises in my loins.
Government harbor.
Also, we went from, I haven't heard of it, to Well, you see, maybe he's innocent after all. It's fucking crazy.
For fugitives from justice in the United States.
I'm not sure that
there are dozens and dozens and dozens. In fact, there's an Israeli group that keeps track of them that is dedicated, Jewish Israeli group dedicated to combating the molestation of children, and keeps a long list. And you can look it up. And
Tucker, I hope you're not saying that you think the Israelis support the molestation of children.
Obviously, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm saying that the Israeli government shields accused child molesters from justice in the United States.
I'm not sure I could say that that's something that is provable. I don't know. But I am not aware.
Well, you see, Michael, the entire reason for why there are Israeli Jewish organizations that specifically try to combat this thing is because it does happen a lot. So much so that even the American media that would normally, obviously, shy away from criticizing the state of Israel has written extensively about how Israel is seen as a pedophile safe haven of sorts. That's not my assessment. I would never say such unkind words about the most beautiful nation state on the planet, Israel. Am Israel high? Am Israel high? Am Israel high? Please don't, hopefully my internet doesn't go out. But that's not my statement on the matter. Oh, that's CBS News. Now, this is pre-Barry Weiss. How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. A widespread problem. Just, that's Barry Weiss, currently Barry Weiss's own outlet. KD coming in with drones as we speak. So it's just, Hasan clipped this. It's gone next Tuesday. Nah.
Aware that the Israeli government is shielding people.
You obviously want to sleep well and
oh, come on, man. This guy fucking slammed ads everywhere.
And I've written it down, but of course my handwriting is so terrible I can't read it. But yes, he is an Israeli, I believe, cybersecurity official who was at a conference in Las Vegas last year and was caught up in a...
You see, Tucker, there it is. He was actually trying to penetrate the cybersecurity of America. He was pen testing, Tucker. He was trying to see if Americans will stop Israeli molestation from taking place on U.S. soil. And his job is done, I think. No reason to convict. He was at a hackers conference seeing if he could do a penetration test. What you and I know to call a white hat pedophile. That's what he was. You see. Oh, that's a good one, too. Wait. Kremlo says, Tucker, what happens in Vegas mean nothing to you? I thought we had an arrangement. I thought everyone around the world knew that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Sting.
I'm getting increasingly more Kevin Spacey with it for some reason.
Designed to catch people soliciting sex from children. He was one of a number of people arrested for this. He was arraigned and charged. And then 2 days later, he fled to Israel.
Tucker, I'll have you know, it brings me no joy to say this, but have you considered that the man you're talking about used to be a child at one point? That's right, Tucker. He was a child, too. Yeah, bet you never considered that, you anti-Semite.
And did his first hearing by Zoom. He was allowed for some reason to leave for a foreign country, having already been charged for a attempted molestation of a child. And he remains here now. And there have been many news stories about this. And I just wonder if you would ask the Israeli government to
Tucker, you don't believe we're all children under God? We're all a child of God?
Put him on a plane and send him back to face justice for attempting to molest an American child. It doesn't seem complicated.
No, I wouldn't mind doing that, but...
What is this loud and hard F? What?
Shielding people.
You obviously want to sleep well and...
Oh, come on, man. This guy fucking slammed ads everywhere.
And I've written it down.
Oh, he said the F... It sounded like he said the F slur. Damn.
I want to find out if the Justice Department of the U.S. has already sought to extradite him. Is there anything in process? I don't know.
Why wouldn't they seek to extradite him?
I have no idea. That's a question for the Justice Department.
I have many questions for the Justice Department, like why are millions of Epstein files still classified? Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with that. I've never met the man. I don't know him.
You haven't kept up with the Epstein disclosure?
I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from D.C. these days, and I'm
Yeah, but you're very close in proximity to a country that is deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you're inside of it right now. God damn! God damn! Oh, I'm too far away in proximity to Jeffrey Epstein. 6,000 miles away.
Pretty sure that there's so
the
much going on.
current president of Israel, current president, who I know you know, President Herzog,
knowing very well,
apparently was at Pedo Island. That's what it says in the disclosures. And of course, we know that the former prime minister, Ehud Barak, was living on and off at Epstein's house. So still living high-level Israeli
This is what I mean when I say, like, the worst, one of the worst American political villains of all time, Tucker Carlson, literally comes across like a decent human being in this conversation, because that's how fucking evil Israel is. Okay? It's so strange that I'm like, who do I side with here? Do I side with Israeli Hitler or American Hitler? At least American Hitler hates Israeli Hitler, but like Israeli Hitler is in Israel, American Hitler is in America, and if he actually seizes power in America, then that's worse for like my neighbors and for me. You know, this is the calculation that's going on in my mind. Of course, from this, you know, from where I'm standing, let him fight, right? I mean, it's great.
Officials are directly implicated in Epstein's life, if not his crime. So I would think that
I guess my lived up sensibilities causes me to take the harm reduction here, the harm reduction approach, the lesser evil approach, which would be 99% Hitler is better than 100% Hitler, and Tucker Carlson is 99% Hitler, the 1% being also pro-Israel.
Be following this.
Only, I was not aware that there was any connection with President Herzog. I would be surprised to hear that, and knew there was about the former prime minister, who apparently had a lot of dealings with Epstein.
Business dealings, and by the way, I'm not alleging anything, but I mean, it's in the Epstein files, and I don't know that I've heard the current president of Israel respond to it, but he is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island, so that's kind of a big deal. I wonder, considering there are so many suggestions in the files, as I'm sure you know, of sexual abuse, and given that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender, I wonder why the administration you work for would be holding millions of files, which I believe belong to the public, hidden for, quote, national security reasons. What would those national security reasons be, do you think?
Honestly, I think you've probably got more access to the White House sometimes than I do. You should ask them.
But you're the government official representative.
That's crazy to say. Dog, you're the U.S. ambassador to Israel, also known as the most important ambassador, perhaps the only ambassador that matters to the country, the only country on the planet. What the fuck are you saying? Who has better access to the... Like, Tucker Carlson's pretty connected. Tucker Carlson is pretty connected to the American government. That's why he keeps getting these fucking interviews, and I am jealous of that, I will say. Like, he was such a monster, and still is, such a monster for so long, that all of these other monsters think, oh, of course I'll have a comfortable conversation with Tucker Carlson. He's Tucker Carlson. That's why he gets these guys, by the way. That's why he had that fucking Ted Cruz interview. Like, they literally think, oh, that's the devil I know. I mean, it's Tucker Carlson. Of course he's not going to go there, you know? And then he goes there, and they're like, oh, my God, I can't believe, oh, my stars and garters. I didn't realize he was gonna go that hard.
Getting that White House
in Israel, and I represent the U.S. in Israel to the Israeli government from the U.S. government. But honestly, nobody has presented that to us.
Well, now
we have a pretty dynamic situation here. I don't know if you know that or not, but there's a lot going on in this part of the world, and frankly, that has not been top line item.
But you're surprised to hear that the current president of Israel, whom you know, is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island.
Had never.
How do you reconcile advocating class consciousness while mocking Southern accents so gratuitously? It's awesome, and it's very funny. Also, I am trying to do the Mike Huckabee accent. You know what I mean? Maybe you should try being not so sensitive. That's one way to get over it, you know?
Heard that. Never heard it even in the Israeli press.
Are you going to ask him next time you see him?
I'll be happy to. Talk to him almost every week.
I guess what I'm asking is not simply as a representative of my government or a high U.S. official, but just as like a man and a father and a...
Sorry, I got to hit this. I got to hit this for the chatter.
Liberal,
Liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
That's you, lib of the day, woke of the day.
Question, how could you resist saying, like, were you on Pedo Island with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, if I'm not aware of it, and secondly, there are a lot of things that go on in the world. I don't question every single person about every single thing that may be alleged about.
Country,
I understand all that, but this is the first I've ever heard of this. So why do you expect me to have knowledge of something like that?
Well, because you attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad, and you said that.
You think he does?
What's very clear he does from the
You
files.
think he does?
Yeah.
Where do you get that?
Well, the fact that he was in contact repeatedly with members of the Israeli government, including the current president and the former prime minister, and all kinds of Israeli intel-connected people. I'm not saying he worked for Mossad. I don't think we know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA.
But I think you said it, a turning point event. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein.
I said everyone thinks, and it turns out everyone was right, that he did have.
I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks.
Okay, but you said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me.
I don't think I said you were lying, Tucker. I don't recall.
I'm just saying.
Bell Steve, thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
Why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess?
I got no problem with that. Go ahead.
Would you call on?
Bro, you can't fucking defend this shit like, oh, how anti-Semitic of you, Tucker. How dare you think this man who was hosting not only the Israeli president, but also the former Israeli prime minister at many of his different locations where he was doing international sex trafficking of minors, would somehow be involved with the beautiful nation state of Israel, even though there are thousands upon thousands of emails that are now released to the public where he's talking about setting up surveillance contracts both inside of Israel and also Israeli surveillance contracts outside of Israel. How dare you say that? I do declare, my good sir, it's obvious that he was actually an agent of Iran. That's the argument? That's the fucking argument, dude?
Well, because you weighed in on it and said that this was not true, when of course...
I said there was no evidence.
Well, there's quite a bit of evidence, but you haven't apparently bothered to read any of the files. Is that what you're saying?
I have not read the Epstein files. Apparently you have.
Well, they're on the internet.
But when you say that that everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent.
That everyone believes that.
I don't think everybody does. I don't know.
Well, everyone knows that he had contact with, and by the way, not just Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, which is much more distressing for me. I'm not Israeli, I'm American. I don't want my government having any contact with someone like Jeffrey Epstein. So the shame
I wouldn't either.
Is on the United States, as far as I'm concerned, just to be totally clear about that. Everyone's very sensitive about the Israel connection, not at all sensitive about the U.S. connection, which I find very revealing. We should care about what our government does first, I think. But since you weighed in on it and said there's no evidence, I'm surprised that since that evidence has been open to the public for a month, since you've already weighed in publicly on this question, that you've made no effort to evaluate that evidence. Why is that?
I just told you I was certainly not aware that there were some specific allegations. I knew about the former prime minister, but I don't know him. Not sure I ever met him in my many times. You know, I've been to Israel over 100 times since 1973, the first time.
Oh my God. That's crazy. What the fuck? Bro, that's a crazy amount to go to Israel. That's a crazy amount to go to any country. It's crazy, dude. What the fuck? I guess he's just living his dream now. He's just living there. That could be you for China, but you're weak. At that point, I would just move, man. What do you mean?
The time I came here was 1973, July. And it's almost 53 years of coming and going to this country. So I know the country well. I know a lot of people here, but I don't know everything, and I don't know everybody. But I do a lot of people.
Of course, no, and I can see your love for it, and I think that's great. But I'm talking about the U.S. government and its responsibility to, you know, there's a lot of complaint about conspiracy theories.
Butter stains. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
A hater. Everyone's assigning motive, but there's a way to end these conversations very quickly with facts, and I'm highly confused by.
Have you brought this up to the president? I mean,
no, I don't work for him. I've said this many
I
times.
know you don't
public.
work for him, but you go to the White House and you see people there. You and J.D. Vance are very good.
Kind of got his ass there. Fucking got him. I mean, actually, have you brought this up to the president that you see all the time? That's a good Uno reverse card. This is what happens when two demons match up. You know what I mean?
Good friends. So have you brought this up to them? Because
I have brought this up in public many times.
It's not on my portfolio, but apparently it's very strongly on your mind. And I'm
child
just thinking
molestation
you should
is
deal
a
with it.
significant concern for me.
Well, it should be for everybody. But if
there's
you're
there is a charged child molester.
But I'm saying if you are very involved in the details of this,
I'm not.
And you think it's the U.S. government that's hiding and shielding somebody, then bring it up to the people that you personally know.
I don't think that. I know it because the Justice Department has said we have millions of documents we're not releasing.
Why are they not releasing them?
I'm asking you as a U.S. government official.
Well, but
what the answer
a
might be.
Government official at the embassy in Jerusalem that has not one thing to do with the Justice Department and what they're investigating on any given day.
Again,
unless it involves...
And I don't want to argue or talk in circles, but you were the one who brought it up and said it's absolutely not true.
I was only responding to what I've heard you say.
Okay, but now that you know there's evidence and we can settle this debate, you haven't looked at the evidence and you're not pushing for the release of the total corpus of evidence. And I'm confused because I want to believe that your goal is to get to the truth, and the fastest way to do that is by releasing the evidence. Don't you think?
You suggest that I can release the evidence?
I'm suggesting you could call for it right now.
Well, fine, call for it. Let's have it all open. I thought it was being all opened up for everything I know.
Once it's open, I hope you'll read it because it's really interesting, and then it puts to rest a lot of the debate, and it ends the name calling because we can say, here it is right there. And we don't have to call people names. We can just assess the documents. Let me ask you.
But you bring it up. I hope you will bring it up to people at the White House. That
I'm bringing it up right now. I'm bringing it up now, and I'm asking. I just want to say this one last time. As the U.S. ambassador to Israel, I hope that you will make a formal request to the Israeli government to send every accused sex offender in this country back to the United States to face justice. And I don't understand why that hasn't been done. I'm confused.
Oh, he don't like that. I know this is Tucker's style, but this interview feels extra passive aggressive. It's fucking amazing. God, I could sit through this forever. I mean, this is going to do numbers in the WhatsApp unks too. Oh my God. The entire Ummah is shaking right now. Some of them actually, some of them actually broke their fast without realizing because they were watching this video, okay? This is like, oof. You rarely ever get a chance to have one of these fucking demons in such like a disarmed environment. It's crazy.
Well, we'll try to clear up all the confusion that we have.
Well, if someone's been accused of trying to molest a child, I think it's...
Then certainly, and I'll check with the Justice Department because it is a DOJ issue and it would be handled through DOJ, the U.S., to the court systems in Israel. That's how it would be handled.
But the first step is the Israeli government saying, yes, we will allow you to extradite this person back. The person is being shielded by the government. That's why the person's here. That's why he fled here, so he wouldn't have to stand trial for trying to molest a child. I want to get to as I said at the outset, I said something awful that I regret that my wife barked at me about. I lashed out at Christian Zionists and evangelicals, and I just want to say again that I'm sorry. I've always liked them because they're pro-life and they're also really nice people. So for the third time, I'm sorry that I said that. I think part of my problem was I don't understand the theology, and you are not a fake Baptist minister. You're an actual minister. You had a church for many years. You're an actual theologian. So, and I mean this with sincerity. I hear people say, those who bless Israel will be blessed. I know it's a reference to Genesis. I don't understand the connection between that concept and modern Israel and the geopolitical world. And so I'm going to stand back and
well,
ask
let's first define, because, from my days as a debater in high school and college, one of the things I knew, you didn't start the debate till you defined the terms.
Amen.
Let's define the terms.
Thank you.
What is a Christian Zionist? What does that mean to you? What does it mean?
I don't know. It's the people who call me a Nazi for asking what Israel means. I mean, that's kind of my... I don't even know.
But here's the point. If you say a Christian Zionist is a person who has a brain virus and is guilty of heresy, that's a pretty big charge.
I know. I shouldn't have made it. I made it out of anger and ignorance.
So
He's such a bitch. He's such a bitch. Yeah, no, you should say that. I think Zionism is a cancerous fascist ideology, and it don't matter what qualifier you have in front of it, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, doesn't fucking matter. They're still fascists, and they're brain diseased. That's it. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fucking bitch.
I'm Christian. I think we can agree as somebody who follows Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Has a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, believes in his death, burial, resurrection, has repented of one's sins, and have accepted him as one Savior. Would that be fair?
Amen.
Christian. Define that. Zionist. A Zionist simply means a person who believes that the Jewish people have a right to have a homeland where they have security and safety. Did you believe that the Jews have a right to live in Israel? Do you believe that?
A Nazi simply means, Tucker, now you know this as well as I do, people of the Aryan nation having a homeland in Germany and Greater Germany, just like Israel and Greater Israel both have a right to exist. That's simply what it is. Why do you hate Aryans and white people having their own homeland, rid of the scourge of the uninitiated, the socialist, communist, Jews, the disabled, the Roma population? Simply speaking, do all people not have the right to a homeland? They didn't say dying room is what they need. They said they need living room, Tucker. That's right. Living room, not dying room.
Jews have a right to live in Israel?
That
would be a Zionist. That's all a Zionist is.
I
It's
have
not
a million questions about what all of those terms mean.
Yeah.
But conceptually, I wish Israel no harm. I don't want to see them
Do you want them to have a place where they can live with safety and security?
So I saw this recently in an extremely...
This is where Tucker Carlson, not being an anti-Zionist and being low-key a little bit of a fascist, actually puts them at odds with the way that CUBA is framing the conversation, right? Because, like, I mean, I'm sure he'll do a good job slicing and dicing through this, but like the reality of the matter is, no, there is no like established right that one people can go and kill a bunch of people that are not a part of that in-group and like settle there. That's ridiculous. There was a country that tried to do that. That country is called Nazi Germany. There was another country that tried to do that called Rhodesia. It doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, there have been countries that have attempted to do this and they failed. They failed in large part because, like, in the case of Nazi Germany, we fought back, right? And it was good that we fought back.
Telling exchange between the lieutenant governor of Texas, who I know and I've always liked, and a woman I don't know, never met, who's on the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And she said, I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a Zionist. And they had this ferocious exchange. And he kept saying, and everyone on the panel seemed to keep saying, you have to believe in Israel's right to exist, which I've never kind of questioned, just for the record. But it did raise two questions I think are really important, and I hope you'll answer them. One is, where does that right come from?
I would say it comes from, essentially, you could say it comes from the Bible. I would say that it does. But it comes also from a long iteration of historical precedents going to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. It comes from the League of Nations 1927. It comes from the United Nations 1947, the Declaration of Independence of the Israel State in May of 1948. They were immediately attacked. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1956. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1967 by 5 countries. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. They won the war. The point is, does Israel have a right to exist? They also had wars in 1982 in Lebanon. They've had intifadas, 2 of those. They've had
Lebanon again in 06. I was there. No, I'm very familiar with the modern history of the state.
Okay.
Pretty familiar, I think. And
but a Zionist simply means somebody who believes that Israel has a right to exist. Now, the question is,
dude, they're just always getting attacked, man. Always the victim. It's just so crazy. And Tucker, think about all that land that happens to reside right outside of the confines of current Israel, waiting to be called Greater Israel, Tucker. After all, there was a great appetite for said land, Tucker. Why can't Israel grow, Tucker? Why do you not want them to have a living room?
I believe Israel has a right to exist.
I guess. I mean, I want Israel to exist. Well, no, but I want to know what that means. So, like, do other countries have a right to exist?
Well, they do exist.
Do they have a right to exist? You keep saying Israel has a right to exist, and I want to know what other countries
they
have
a
right.
legal right, because every international body in the last 100 years has said the Jewish people have a right
I understand
to their indigenous homeland.
My question
so that's
is,
a legal right.
What
Do
other?
they have a biblical right? I would say that yes, but you may say they don't.
I don't know. I'm actually sincerely interested in finding out what you mean by a biblical right. But first, to the legal right, does any other country on the planet have the same right that Israel has to exist?
Well, you could say, does Jordan have a right to exist? When it was Transjordan and the Brits came and divided up the Middle East, and they gave some land to Jordanians, and they gave some land to the Saudis, and they gave some land to various Middle Eastern countries, and it was all carved up. And the French gave Lebanon its right to exist. Do they have a right to exist?
Do they?
Well, why not?
Okay. So that's my... So every country...
Does the U.S. have a right to exist?
I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I think the U.S. has a right to exist.
Okay.
We came here. We came there. We're in Israel now talking. But does the U.S. have a right to exist? Does anyone question whether we have a right to exist?
I don't... Yeah, but I... Of course, I'm for America, you know.
Good for you.
But so every current country on the map has the same right to exist that Israel has. Is that what you're saying?
I think what we're saying is that when a country has established itself and it is following international law, it has been deemed by numerous bodies that it is indigenous to its homeland, as Israel is. This is its homeland. It goes back 3,800 years to the time of Abraham. It's not that the Jewish people just showed up here in 1948 and said, we're going to have some land.
Hold on. So those are two different tracks, and I just want to make sure that we separate them so I understand each one separately.
All right.
So you're saying there's the modern legal framework, and so you said a country that abides by international law has a right to exist.
I would say that that is a part of its existence.
Would the inverse be true, that a country that does not abide by international law forfeits its right to exist?
Not necessarily, if it has the capacity to stay and make its case known. But there have been Jewish people in this land,
okay, but that's
in this very land, for 3,800 years.
Okay. So, but you're saying as the modern nation state with borders and a military and a Knesset and just all the kind of trappings of a modern country, all of which I support, that country has, every country on the planet has the same right as Israel to exist because it does exist. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand the concept here.
Well, I think what we're trying to get to is Christian Zionism, and you've taken this way off the road here.
I don't know that I have. I don't mean to. Christian Zionism is a separate thing, but I just keep hearing people say Zionism is the belief
but that's the fundamental argument that's going on. Does Israel have a right to live in their indigenous, ancient, historical land, a land that has been affirmed throughout international organizations, a land that has direct ties to the Jewish people?
I just want to know if this is a universal principle. I guess that's what I'm getting.
It's boring. No, Israel doesn't fucking care about international rights at all. Why the fuck should we act like they care about it only when it benefits the existence of the state of Israel? No nation has a right to exist as a fucking ethnic enclave built on top of an indigenous population that it's ethnically cleansing. What is this fucking argument, dude? And if the answer to the counter to that is, well, America became what it is because of that, then you say, yeah, that was a horrifying, evil thing that the early settlers did. Does it, like the Nazis did the Holocaust, does that mean we can do another Holocaust? Should we do another Holocaust? Do you not have an opinion separated from, well, other countries did it too? Do two wrongs make a right? Well, I mean, I guess he would say, yeah, Israel has a right to do a Holocaust. After all, it was done to the Jews, and therefore Israel can do a Holocaust. That's why I defend Israel all the time. It's just like, it's such a stupid back and forth. Like, oh, does this country have a right to exist? Does that country have a right to exist? This isn't boring. Everyone is watching him refuse to say any country is equal to Israel and its right to exist. This is pure normie gold making him say, wait, I thought he would say yes. Why isn't he saying yes? I don't know. I'm more annoyed by it.
Yeah, because if it's not, then it's meaningless to me. Because as a Christian, I believe in universal principles. Something is right for everyone, or it's wrong for everyone.
If the
we
Jews
don't
didn't-
believe in special
But
cases.
here's the
I don't
question.
think.
If the Jews didn't have this land, would the Jews have a right to any land?
I don't know. I'm not attacking the Jews. I'm asking if this applies to every people in every nation. Does every nation have the same right to its own homeland, to its own physical land that you say Israel does?
I feel like we're in a rabbit hole here.
No, I think it's a very straightforward question.
No, but
does that right extend to other countries other than Israel?
But the most important thing that is going on in our culture right now is whether or not the people that are yelling in the streets from the river to the sea, whether that's a legitimate point of view to say that there should not be a Jewish homeland. There should not be a Jewish
You'll
state.
never hear me say
period.
that. I just want to
know.
know.
I know you haven't said it, but
if
that's the argument.
It's one of the arguments going on globally. And the United States, excuse me, has a pretty narrow view, I would say, in our media culture, of what's happening around the world. There are plenty of countries having this debate. Stonehenge is a lot older than the first temple in Israel. And it was built by the same people who live there now. It's the same people. And they are being pushed off their island and outnumbered by people from other places. And so in Great Britain, in Ireland, which is also a country with a nation of people, a race, if you will, that is being displaced, replaced.
Who are they being replaced by?
Immigrants.
Okay.
It's cool that Mike Huckabee is so fucking predisposed with defending Israel that he like doesn't even understand that Tucker Carlson is doing like right-wing fascist agitprop, and it causes Mike Huckabee to come across as woke for a brief moment. Like, who's displacing them, Tucker?
From other places.
I just wanted to clarify because I was one of the.
Well, just as a demographic matter, it's just like you can look at the numbers. It's not controversial. Just look at the numbers. There'll be a minority in their country, and their people have been there longer than.
Stonehenge was built by the people that are still living there. Is so funny, especially when you talk about like England being invaded or displaced. It's one of the fucking dumbest arguments to make because England is mostly just famous for being invaded. Okay, like throughout time, there's very rarely been a moment after they got done being invaded quite a bit. Then they decided to do the invading with its naval fleet. But like, it's pretty funny for him to talk about England as though it's like this an invasion of England is this totally unique incident that has never happened throughout history. Every person that you consider to be, proper British is a product of those centuries of invasion.
Jews have been in Israel, and so they're having this debate too. That's all I'm saying. And lots of places are having this debate.
Sure.
So does that principle apply to everyone, or is it specific just to Israel?
I think it applies specifically to Israel. It applies to anyone who can prove that they have some connection to the land and connection to the history and connection to international
Okay, Palestinians then? Like, that's fucking insane.
law. But Israel, I think, does
Why
have
do you keep
an
bringing up
extraordinary
international law? So if, again...
Well, no, but let me finish this, Tucker, because here's the point. We're talking about Christian Zionism. The idea that as a Christian, I believe in both the Old and the New Testament. Why wouldn't I?
This argument fucking annoys the shit out of me, dude. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if every single Jewish person around the planet could directly trace their lineage back to what is now known as the state of Israel, okay? I don't care. Why should anybody care about this? Does that mean they get to fucking wipe out the people that are living there? Are you fucking stupid? There is no world in which this kind of argumentation is applied in 2026. The very fact that, like, Ashkenazis can't trace, some Ashkenazis can't trace their fucking lineage back to Israel or whatever is irrelevant to the conversation. It's also obviously not true. Like, there are plenty of people that have mixed throughout the land over time, over thousands of fucking years. But like, I genuinely think that argument, even if it was 100% correct, is not useful in this conversation at all. Okay? The people that tried to make this conversation, also by making up this like fake mythology around peoples, was literally Nazi Germany.
A person of the book. There are 80 million evangelical Christians in the United States. What makes us who we are is our adherence to the Scripture, our belief that the Bible, all of it, not part of it, but all of it, is the Word of the living God.
Yeah.
So if I believe in the Old and the New Testament, I do believe that there is a very specific call to the Jewish people that started with Abraham, and he called them out of what is now modern-day Iraq, said, "Come where I send you." He came. This is the land. Genesis 12:3. He says, I will bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you. In Genesis 17, he looks out at the world. He says, look, and this is where I'm giving you the land.
I think
and
it's
since that time, there have been people living in this land connected to that moment of history. So there is a historical connection that is unbroken.
You've said that, and I want to ask you what that means a little more specifically, if that's okay. But first, let me just say that you could say the same thing of Britons who've been there in their land longer.
Is anybody trying to tell the Brits they can't live there anymore?
No, what's happening is...
But they are saying that to the Jews.
Oh, okay. But I just wonder if you would extend the same sympathy or the same principle. You seem like this is... You think I'm trying to trap you? I'm not. I'm at all trying to trap you. It'd be as simple as saying native Britons have the same...
I got no problem with the native Brits having their land.
Having the right to their land.
But my point is, I don't know that there is a biblical connection for the Brits.
Okay.
But I would say...
So that's what it comes down to.
Take that off the table. And I think there's still a basis for the Jews having this little bitty strip of real estate.
I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're saying, because it's not obvious to me, and maybe it's an IQ problem, but I'm having trouble understanding this. But let me just go back to just clarify one thing.
Okay.
You've brought up international at least twice, maybe three times, as a basis for Israel's legitimacy. If Israel was out of compliance with international law, whatever that is, would it be less legitimate?
Depends on if the law and the way it's applied is legitimate. There are some applications of so-called international law that are not legitimate.
I agree.
Look at the ICC or the ICJ.
I agree.
Utterly ridiculous. One of the reasons I'm so grateful President Trump and Secretary Rubio are pushing hard, trying to get rid of the ICC and the ICJ, is because they have become rogue organizations that are no longer really about an equal application of law and justice.
I don't know enough about it to say if that's true or not. But I'm interested that you yourself appealed to international law as a basis of Israel's
Well, what I'm
legitimacy.
looking at is the whole of the last 100 years.
The Balfour Declaration is not exactly international law, by the way. It was a letter, I think.
It was maybe not law, but it was a declaration. It was an assumption and a declaration that was done by Lord Balfour in Great Britain. At that time, this land was under the British mandate, and he said the Jews should have the land that was theirs from 3,800 years ago. It was simple as that.
Right. And I'm not debating that. I'm just... It was not international law. It was a colonial power saying, okay,
but then
here's how
later
we're going to divide up the world
law
after
under the League of
fall
Nations,
Ottoman
under the
Empire.
United Nations, and then because of the victories that Israel had against those who tried to annihilate them, and it wasn't just that they were trying to take a little piece of their land, they tried to annihilate them.
Okay.
And there is still to this day the shouts of from the river to the sea. And Tucker, that means only one thing, not the shrinking of Israel, but the annihilation of Israel.
I don't think
that's different.
I don't think you can say that you know what it means, actually, because you don't know what's in people's hearts. So why don't we just deal with the facts? Maybe some people mean it.
I know it's in their
that.
mouths. I know it's in their minds.
But I'm not, look, you'll never hear me say that. What you will hear me say is I'm confused by what the definitions are. So let's go through this. You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be,
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started on
I'm not
this.
going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all. But I don't think that's what we're talking about here today.
What would be fine? Well, it's exactly what we're talking about today.
But here's what I don't think
you think it would be fine if the state of Israel took over all of Jordan?
They don't want to take it over. They're not asking to take it over.
But you're saying that the reason that Israel is legitimate, has this inherent right to exist, is because, in part because God gave it to his people. And I am going to the same Bible that you're referring to and noticing that that is a huge piece of land. So if God gave them that land, then they have a right to take it now by your definition, unless I'm missing something completely.
Well, I think you're missing something, because they're not asking to go back to take all of that, but they are asking to at least take the land that they now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately, and it is a safe haven for them.
Well, but may I ask, though, because you're explaining what Christian Zionism is and your theological beliefs. And I think you just said it would be fine with you if the state of Israel took all of Jordan, all of Syria, all of Lebanon.
That's really not exactly what I'm trying to say.
I'm asking,
Tucker.
is that what you said? I thought that's what you just said.
It was somewhat of a hyperbolic statement in that, if that's what you feel like that we're talking about, but it isn't. We're talking about this land that Israel, the state of Israel, now lives in and wants to have peace in. They're not trying to take over Jordan. They're not trying to take over Syria. They're not trying to take over Iraq or anywhere else. But they do want to protect Lebanon? Their people. No, they're not trying to take over Lebanon.
But you're saying that as a religious man, as a Christian Zionist, you agree with a lot of religious communities here in Israel that the justification for this country is theological. It's a contract between God and his people. And I'm telling you that that contract includes a tract of land that is much larger than the current nation state.
So you may be a bigger Zionist than even the Jews are that live in Israel.
I'm trying to understand the implications of your theology for geopolitics, because you're saying that the present government of Israel has a moral right to take over what are now other people's countries.
No, I didn't say that, Tucker.
Then what are you saying?
I'm simply saying that the people who live in Israel, I think, have a right to have security, have safety. They have a right to be able to live in this land that they have a connection to for 38
I told myself, and I said a prayer, that I would not get annoyed, but as someone who is, the father of daughters, when I see child molesters hiding in Israel and escaping American justice, I think I have a right to safety in my country too. So you can understand that I think most people feel they have a right to safety. I do think Israel has a right to safety, and I hope that for them, and I'm sincere. But I'm an American, and I have a right to safety in my country too.
Of course you do.
Agree? And I think so. But I just want to get to this point. If Israel were to say God gave us in Genesis 15 all of Lebanon, all of Syria, all the way up to Iraq, would that be legitimate in your view?
I don't think in this particular day and time they're asking for it.
Would it be legitimate?
I'm not sure that it would be.
Why? Because
bro, if they said we want it, Mike very clearly is like, yeah, in the future, if they want it, they can get it. I mean, he just said it. ADL hasn't tweeted about Tucker. Isn't that interesting?
You just said that God gave it to them.
Because I think that there is an understanding that the people of Israel today, now, if they end up getting attacked by all these places and they win that war and they take that land, then okay, that's a whole nother discussion. But you and I started out. We started talking about something simple: Christian Zionism.
But it turns out it's not simple, because the core of Christian Zionism, you said, and I'm quoting you, is the understanding, the belief, the theological understanding that Jews have a moral and legal. We went through the legal,
biblical.
Moral deriving from the biblical, from the promises in our Bible, which we share with the Jewish people, the first part of it, the Old Testament, that it derives from God's promise to the Jews. And so I have two questions. What are the borders of that? And who are those people in 2026? And you're not the first person I've asked, but you're the most reasonable, most gentle, most theologically informed person. So I'm really hoping for an answer.
Yeah.
The first question was the borders. I can't get an answer.
Yeah.
Those borders are. So I'm going to give up. But the second question is every bit as pressing, which is who are the people? Who are the modern? Yes. Who are the descendants? So we know, and I believe, and I agree with you as a Christian, that God promised this land from modern day Iraq to modern day Egypt to this people, the Jews, to Abram's, actually not to Abram's descendants. as it says in Genesis 15. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are?
I think they're the Jews, and we know.
Do you guys understand why I think this argument is like kind of stupid though? Like I'm sure for like Christians that are listening in, maybe this like makes Christian Zionism look stupid. But like the argument against Israel isn't like whether or not Jews can trace their genetics back to like this historic land. You know what I mean? Like it's not. Destroying that argument doesn't actually make Israel's right to existence less valid, right? Stop calling the fairy tale argument stupid. I mean, it is stupid. Even if the fairy tale was real, it would still be stupid, right? That's my point. Like, even if this wasn't a fucking fairy tale and it was like valid, like I'm talking straight up, every single Jew can directly trace their lineage all the way back to this location, it would still not be valid. What Israel is doing would still be considered invalid. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm not doing the r/atheism argument here. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying like, oh, Santa Claus promised me, Mongolia or whatever. Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if Santa Claus very much promised me Mongolia, it was in the book of Santa Claus. I still don't have a right to go to Mongolia and kill all the Mongolians and be like, this is my land now, bitch. Sorry, sucks to suck. Like it's just so crazy. You know, yeah, jingle bells, bitch. Saint Nicholas was Turkish and he promised me Mongolia 3,000 years ago. Turks still desiring Mongolia because of epigenetic memories. Yeah, that's why I brought up Mongolia.
Know who they are because they've always been a Jewish people. There has been an unbroken line of Jewish people.
You're missing the argument. You're not understanding the target audience. I'm just saying it's extremely relevant to any Christians who can be convinced that those are real. Those people are Palestinians. It makes them feel motivated to protect them. Ugh, sure. I mean, to each their own, I guess. Everybody has a different way, different role to fulfill in this conversation. It's just like, I think if you're a Christian, you should not want people to be slaughtered, okay? It shouldn't be like, oh, well, those are the original Christians that Israel is now slaughtering. Only then am I primed and motivated to stop this slaughter.
This land for 3,800 years. Sometimes not very many of them because they were chased out all over the world. They were hunted down. They were almost annihilated during the Holocaust. They came back. To this day, Tucker, they represent, you know how many Jews there are in the whole world?
Please,
No,
I understand. But first of all, the greatest genocide of Jews no one ever mentions was by the Romans, where they were literally banned from Jerusalem for 500 years.
Yeah, of course.
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to
hear you say that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
And I hope
I
we can
believe
agree
that.
on that.
I believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer, how do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include Bibi's family? How do we know that if his family
they were
comes here,
scattered?
But how do we know it's the same people? Why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem, does that not give you a little bit of a clue as to who they are?
Let's go through those things, because I would like to have a rational, this is the conversation I've wanted. Bless you. Thank you for doing this. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language in 1948. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay, that's a compliment. I'm not slighting.
No. But it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
That you can attribute to this land.
Bruh. I don't want to say something that was going to come across as anti-Semitic, so I'm just going to say it in the nicest ways possible. Mike Huckabee is a Philo-Semite, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Like, I laugh when people talk about like goy cattle or whatever the fuck, 4chan neo-Nazis say. But Mike Huckabee is definitely a person who is more invested in Israel for philo-Semitic reasons than anyone else I have ever encountered in my life. Okay? It is crazy. And I guess this is like evangelical Zionism is this. It's just wild to see it go through its motions in real time as the fucking cogs are turning. Like, this man does not need AIPAC money. Okay? Sure, the AIPAC money is great. Absolutely. But this man, with or without AIPAC money, is a fedayeen for the state of Israel. Okay? It really makes me understand better when I hear stuff coming from certain government officials and I'm like, what are you saying? Like, what do you actually care more about Israel than you do about your own country, for example? Like, I think Mike Huckabee, and I guess it's not anti-Semitic to say this because he isn't Jewish. Mike Huckabee cares 100 times more about Israel than he does about American citizens, his own, maybe even members of his own family. Okay, I think if there was a situation where Benjamin Netanyahu was like, you have to kill Sarah Huckabee Sanders, like you have to shoot her with this the cattle prod machine that we have, Mike Huckabee would be like, oh yes sir, yes master, I would love to do that for you. Does this advance Israel's interests an iota? Because if that's the case, I would do it gladly. Should I kill myself after? It's fucking crazy. Mike Huckabee cares about Israel more than 99% of American Jews do, with the exception of, like, I don't know, fucking Miriam Adelson or something, okay? And even then, they're going toe-to-toe. Like, Miriam Adelson's telling Mike Huckabee, like, bro, dial it back. Like, fucking Jesus Christ, dude. What are you saying? It is fucking crazy. Why don't you go as hard as Nick does on this? Because I'm not an agent of the American State Department, like Nicolas Fuentes is, okay? Mr. Jeffrey Epstein is actually based. The only problem with Jeffrey Epstein is that he's Jewish. I have plenty more issues with the American State Department because I have a more complex view of the situation. What kind of fucking dumb question is that? Oh, why don't you just like shit on Jews, bro? I don't know. Maybe because I'm anti-genocide and anti-fascist, not anti-Jew. Yeah, why don't you go as hard against Israel as the neo-Nazi does, who sells Jeffrey Epstein quarter-zip merchandise, who very clearly cares more about being edgy and based than, like, I don't know, making any sort of meaningful commentary about the state of Israel. Fucking idiot. This is one of the most annoying parts about, like aside from the overall environment of unsafety for random Jewish people and shit, like, this has been a real nuisance, a real thorn in my fucking corner of dumb fucks thinking that, like, the maximalist position on Israel is to be an anti-Semite. You're a fucking loser. You're an idiot. Israel loves anti-Semites. You're serving the purposes of Israel. Fucking cattle. That's what you are. You're like, oh yeah, all the edgy stuff that I learned on 4chan, which may or may not have been a fucking Jeffrey Epstein-backed psyop to brain break a bunch of young groypers and take all of the dissatisfaction into a much more manageable position and not an like actual anti-Zionist one. All you give a fuck about is being like, yeah, well, why don't we just like get rid of the Jews, bro? Say Hitler's base, bro. Nick does not hate Israel. Nick loves Israel. He's just jealous of Israel. He wants to do Israel in America, but for what he considers to be true legacy Americans. Now, whether or not Nicolas Fuentes as a homosexual Mexican man fits the part of that in-group, I do not know. He seems to think so. Some other, more Aryan versions of Nicolas Fuentes might disagree with him. He gets real bent out of shape when you bring that up.
It's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. They didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were
take
scattered.
the land?
They were scattered to Eastern Europe. They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in.
Yeah, look.
They're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me and
1
you?
point some billion.
Yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude.
Why would you lie and say he's a homosexual?
Bruh.
Just because he's in the closet doesn't mean he's not throwing it back. Okay? Pull up the cowboy pics.
Is why you're losing. When you say
Who am I losing to?
white people,
Who
these
am I losing
poor
to?
old white people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10
There it is. I mean, this is the most honest assessment.
million illegal immigrants in 4 years.
He is
And
correct. Israel does have Nick Fuentes' politics. Jewish supremacist politics, exterminationist politics. Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, has a different hierarchy. He has a different in-group, out-group dynamic. That's it.
whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the...
Okay, the rest of it is just like white genocide nonsense.
Poland, they were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay,
That's
so then
what
let
made
me
them
get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational
I'm not
question.
discouraged.
No, you're not discouraging.
Yeah.
Me. Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now, that means
then
there are
how
some people,
can an atheist...
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're
but
not
I'm saying
entitled
that
to...
they still call themselves Christian, even though they identify in that way.
Here's the difference. You're saying that people...
If he wants to fucking cook Tucker Carlson, he could be like, don't you love it when white Christian nations want to come to the United States of America? White Christian nationals? Why can't the Jews have that, Tucker? You know? Because that's it. That's where you get Tucker Carlson. You can just do the same thing to Nick Fuentes as well. If someone is obsessed with demographic replacement or whatever psychotic nonsense they have, because this is what all nationalists believe at the end of the day, you could just easily turn this around and be like, oh, well, why can't Jews have this thing? Why? Isn't it wonderful if America was more tolerant to white Christians coming from all around the world? Wouldn't you want to combat against this demographic replacement that you talk about by allowing more white Christians?
People who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean, okay? So there's... You know, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right. And so it's totally fair to say, if you come to my house and say, I've got the title to your house, I get to ask, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here, in a lot of cases atheists, and kicked out a lot of people who lived here.
Land.
Well, but
they did not just throw people out.
They bought a lot of land. There's no question about that.
They did buy a lot of land.
But they
The
also,
whole
in
idea of
1948,
Zionist movement
kicked out a lot of people.
in the war.
It was a war. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not want to relitigate the history. I'm just saying it's a fact.
Okay.
Including a lot of Christians wound up fleeing, and they lost their homes, and they've never been allowed back. And all of this was justified on the basis of this identity that is the ticket to the right that you keep referring to. So my question is very simple. I'm going to wait patiently for an answer. Does this right derive from religious affiliation or from genetics?
And I would say it's both. But I would also say that when you said the Christians were kicked out, Tucker, Christianity is growing in Israel.
Okay, but
and there is a big lie that goes out there. But no, let me finish this, because I keep hearing that Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's a lie.
Well, there are lots
it
of
is
different,
a lie.
There are lots of different.
There were 34,000 Christians in Israel in 1948. There are 184,000 Christians here today.
And by Israel, what are you counting?
You're talking about the land?
What territory are you counting? You're counting about Israel proper? Or are you counting
about Israel
the West
proper.
Bank as well and Gaza? I mean, what do you, when you say Israel, those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper.
Okay.
There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto, who are the service workers.
I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to argue with you. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's not true.
It actually is true. And I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr. Ambassador.
Wikipedia.
It literally is true. It is true. They're just not. No, it is true. They're just not. They're residents. They're not nationals. Which still, as residents, they get better treatment in Qatar than obviously the Palestinians do. So.
I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. I'm in
Jordan.
By the way,
numbers are down. In Syria, the numbers are down. In Lebanon, the numbers are down. I'm just telling you that
about twice as many Christians.
But they live in the enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel. Fact.
How many?
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there and.
Assange had a Cuban journalist who's living in Havana right now. She directly contradicts Camila Cabello's post in terms of blaming the regime instead of U.S. sanctions. Get rid of the sanctions is the best way to prove your theory. Hassan previously interviewed a Cuban doctor who works in Cuba. He explains the devastating impact of U.S. sanctions on their healthcare industry. The first challenge is the blockade that was imposed by the government of the U.S. for more than 60 years. Damn, my beard was fucking thick back then. Holy shit. So she's a government propagandist. Of course she will defend their dear leaders. What the fuck? I do think that a lot of this conversation is just like all over the place and it's so silly. Hassan, Israel is not real. It's not a real state. It's not their land. It's just these living on stolen land. Every Muslim country should not every Muslim country. Every country should denounce Israel. Every people with a conscience should denounce fascism of every sort. Okay, it's that simple for me, at least. Whether it be American fascism, what we're doing in fucking Cuba, or whether it be the fascism in Israel. Your Discord doesn't welcome vegans. They called me out and then they banned me for defending my views. Here you go.
There are many more, like whatever. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Yeah.
And you said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity. Because as I noted, and you agree.
It's very obvious that chatter got banned from Discord for being fucking annoying. Like right now. You know, like clearly.
Many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel, did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe them. So that suggests it's ethnic. But it's also true, as you well know, because there's a famous court case about this, that ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not have the right of return. That was settled by the Israeli Supreme Court. I'm very confused. So that would suggest it's not ethnicity, because you invalidate your Jewishness by converting to Christianity?
There are a number of Messianic Jews who live in Israel who are here.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that number.
He's like, I'm one of them, Tucker. He's like, I should know. I'm practically one of them. Now, I haven't fully converted. I am a little scared of the snip process, you know. I don't got too much meat down there to begin with. I don't want to shave off an inch.
But you're not contesting what I'm saying, because it's a very famous court case.
The right of return has to do with your mother, your grandmother, It has to do with family.
Yeah, or it has to do with how white you are, Tucker, from a place called the USSR. Bet you love that one, don't you? That's right. It's mostly just for Jews, but then also sometimes for the Slavs as well that were coming from the USSR with no ties to the religion whatsoever. But we let that slide. Sometimes I say we because I meant they. Not we, Tucker. I'm sorry for saying we on accident.
It's ethnic. There's a lot of, sure, ethnicity is a big part of the right of return.
Great.
To make aliyah, to come to Israel, to live here.
Then if both of your parents are Jewish and you have an ethnic right to the land, you are one of Abram's descendants, but you convert to Christianity, how is it you don't have the right to return? I'm totally confused.
But I know a number of people who have returned as Christians, but have Jewish history.
Are you
Jewish
saying that Jews who convert to Christianity have a right, a legal right to return? Because I
know that they do. When you say, do they have a right to return? Do they prove?
It's a legal category, as in any government.
Which is by their family history, their grandmother, their mother, and there are many aspects of that.
I've read it. I think,
but I know that these are people who are Christian, and they came here, made aliyah. They had Jewish blood, Jewish history. They were Christian, Messianic, but they came here, and they were welcomed here.
And they were given full legal rights.
Absolutely.
And a passport.
Yeah.
So clearly, it's not true that you invalidate your right of return by converting to Christianity. That's just false.
I'm not aware of that. I know that there are a number of Christians here. I go to church with Christians every week here.
Of course.
And
but do you have a right to come and say, I am an ethnic Jew, even though I practice Christianity, therefore I have every bit as much right to move into a settlement in the West?
The answer is no. Yeah, as far as I understand, you also, even if you've converted to Judaism, you can't even be like, I don't even think you can be Reform, right? Someone in the chat might correct me, right? Isn't it like a specific type of Judaism? If you are a convert, if you went from Christian to Judaism, then you have to be Orthodox, no? Or am I crazy? I thought it was only Orthodox, but I don't know. If you want to be, if you want to get citizenship, 2021 Israeli Supreme Court ruling: individuals who have undergone reform and conservative conversion in Israel are recognized as Jews for the purpose of the law of return. Oh, okay. So 2021, yes, you have to be Orthodox, but it says here, the Insular Independent says 2021 Israeli Supreme Court ruling allows individuals who have undergone reform and conservative conversions in Israel are recognized as Jews for the purpose of the law of return. I guess before 2021 you had to be, maybe before 2021 you had to be Orthodox, but now you don't have to be?
Bank or into East Jerusalem or anywhere I want, Galilee, anywhere, because I'm returning to the land of my forefathers. I have a legal right in the state of Israel, even though I've converted to Christianity. You're saying that's true?
I'm saying I know people who've done it. Now, can I tell you what the law specifically is? I'm not sure.
Well, it's really
I'm a Christian. I don't have any Jewish roots, so therefore I cannot quote you the law. If you want me to do that, I'll look at it.
Well, it really matters because you're saying, in fact, people in the United States are being called anti-Semites, a lot of them, including me, because they somehow don't believe that Israel has a right to this land.
Do you think Israel has a right to this land?
No, you haven't defined what the land is, and you haven't defined who Israel is. So I really don't know.
It is the land they're living in now, the borders that they have.
The borders are moving. The borders,
yeah, the borders moved literally this year. So fuck you mean the borders. Bitch, Israel took over 50% of the Gaza Strip. Now, does that mean that's a part of Israel now? Like, are we recognizing this annexation? Is it legal now? You can't. Israel's the one country that you really can't be like, oh, well, the borders that it has now, because it might change next year. Never in the appropriate direction, unfortunately.
Have moved in the last year.
What do you mean the borders have moved?
Well, they are the 1967 borders. I'm including, the
East
West
Jerusalem and
East Jerusalem.
Judea and Samaria.
What are the borders of Judea and Samaria?
Well, you basically take the Jordan River, and it's west of the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, to the Lebanon border. And Israel did have control of the Sinai. They gave that to Egypt. They had control of it.
Right.
They gave it away in 1979 in the peace agreement.
But, okay.
So
whatever you call it, the land that was taken from Jordan in 1967, you call it Judea and Samaria. There's a significance to that I don't fully understand. I'm not against it.
It's the biblical.
Know what it's the biblical.
80% of the Bible happened in Judea and Samaria.
But we've also established that the Bible gives Jews the right to occupy the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. So I'm very confused by why we've shrunk the land and why we're
Israel has shrunk the land. They have made that decision. Okay. That's why they gave away Gaza.
Now's the part for
given
the
away
real
a lot
question.
of things.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing?
Bro, what is this conversation? Oh my God. This is, I know there's people in here being like, this is cooking for like the religious, like right-wing Christians, but like, you know what would cook? I think just like a 5-minute compilation of people defending Israel on television. Okay. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Like, just do a fucking Rabbi Shmuley's greatest hits compilation. I swear to God, there is no better conversion technique of taking someone from like the most pro-Israel person of all time to the most like pro-Hamas person of all time than a 5-minute Rabbi Shmuley greatest hits compilation. Okay, they will come out of that being like, how can I evade the State Department to offer like to offer munitions to the Palestinian resistance personally? I will go to prison. I think this is so much. I want a Bible verse rap battle. Bro, it's this or anti-Semitism to get the right-wingers on board. Tragically, that's all hitting for these ghouls, not because the other argument won't work, because right-wingers won't make them.
On everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are. It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. Why don't we do that? Would you be against doing that?
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean, maybe it would be.
What do you mean? It would prove who Abram's descendants are and who has a right to live here and who doesn't, according to the theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that. If you believe the theology that you've just explained to me.
Would we do that all over the world?
Well,
and everybody
this is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God, that this people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism? Would they have a right?
Well, you've just said.
I mean,
that
there are
it's not
converts to Judaism, so
you just told
they
me
can make Aliyah. They may not have.
You've just
DNA.
told me that it doesn't matter. You told me moments ago, I'm trying to keep track, that it doesn't matter whether or not you believe in God or whether or not you practice Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism, which is something else that I don't even know if we should, I don't even know what that means. But it doesn't matter whether you're, quote, a religious Jew or not. What matters is that you are part of the Jewish people to whom God gave this land that extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. And so if you believe that, wouldn't you want to know with a burning passion who those people are? And because of science, we can now know who those people are. So why aren't we finding out?
I guess you could propose a DNA test for everybody who comes here, everybody who lives here. But the point
I'm comfortable with secular nation states where none of this is done on the basis of blood. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'll just say that.
But there are people who may not have bloodlines, but who have converted to Judaism. Are they going to be able to live here? Are you going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live here.
Because
you just told me that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abram.
They're the descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism, then do they have a right to live in Israel?
Well, there's a whole legal literature in Israel on that question. And my understanding is that certain types of modern Judaism qualify a person and other types don't. Is that your understanding?
Oh, yeah, they're getting to
I don't believe that people converted, and I could have this wrong, but I know people who've faced this personally, people. I don't believe people who've converted in a Reform synagogue have the...
He's talking about Tony Double Cert, my goat. Tony Two-Tone, Tony Double Snip, not Orthodox, not allowed. They got to fix that up.
The right of return. I don't think that is, because I know people who've married into Jewish families and they find out they don't have the right of return.
He's talking about fucking Quentin Tarantino.
So that is perplexing to me.
Yeah, I know, my experience is a little different than yours. I know people who have definite Jewish connections, family relations, but now they're Christian. Some are not necessarily practicing Jews. They're not. They're more secular Jews, as you've discussed, but they come back here.
Okay, I'm not against that. I'm just wondering, since you began this conversation by asking me, did I think they had a right to come here?
Yeah, that's
and
what
my
Zionism
question
is.
was, on what basis do they have the right?
Yeah.
And
And
you
I'm trying
said
to-
because God granted it to them.
And I also said because that there should be a land where Jews can live in peace and safety.
And I asked you what a Jew was, and you couldn't answer it. You
No, I
said
didn't
it partly is religious, but doesn't have to be. It's partly genetic, but it doesn't have to be. And so that you can see why I'm confused.
I think I was very clear that being Jewish is an identification either through blood or through faith that you're Jewish. It may be that you're a blood Jew, but you don't necessarily practice Judaism, just like there are people who say they're Christian, but they don't do a thing to demonstrate what Christian
There are a lot of
means.
bad Christians, including me some of the time, a lot of the time. But I don't have a right to real estate on the basis of my claim of
But you don't
Christianity.
have a right to real estate if you're talking about a specific parcel. But if you're talking about a land, I think what we're talking
That's
about
real
is
estate. That's all I'm,
yeah,
all I'm saying.
and there was a
sounds like a
designation
Warhammer race.
to the family of nations of the world that there would be a Jewish homeland.
Why did you ask this to Bernie? That's what some chatters want me to do, to have this conversation with Bernie Sanders as though he would agree with any of this shit. Bro's going to everybody but you.
Hey, they see.
Oh, Big Gav on Midas Touch. Yeah, he'll go to any outlet but this one. He'll go to any outlet but face a constituent, okay? And not just any constituent. Like, I pay a lot of fucking taxes in this goddamn state. This is so fucking boring. Just this part of the talk. I do like when the hogs fight each other, but this part, what is a Jew question, is so stupid. Yeah. Same question Adolf Hitler also asked. And two guys that are descendants of his ideology with minor differences are having this conversation. The age-old question, once again, what is a Jew? Oh, man. I mean, this is the biggest...
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis
This is
15
the biggest takeaway. I was like not fully paying attention when he said this, but...
says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean...
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Yeah, Mike Huckabee cares more about the Greater Israel Project than he does about Americans. He cares more about Israel than the majority of American Jews do. Like, this isn't to say that there aren't a lot of Zionist Jews, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. But to this degree, this is like a very unique obsession, okay? Where is your data for that statement? For the second statement, that he cares more about Israel than like the majority of American Jews do, there are very few people on the planet that care about Israel this much, that are outside of Israel, I mean. Like, this isn't to say that there aren't American Jews who care about Israel this much. There are Kahanis, there's Miriam Adelson, people like that. But, like, they're going toe-to-toe with this guy. I mean, also, here's my proof. American Jews live in America. If they cared about the greater biblical Israel as much as Mike Huckabee did, they would live in Israel. Like, they're not living in America because they're like, ooh, I'm going to do, inside outside techniques of like infiltrating America to use America like a flesh puppet. No, they live in America because they're like, yeah, well, the fuck would I live in Israel? You can still be a Zionist and not want to live there. Jeffrey Epstein was a great example of this, right? Jeffrey Epstein straight up was like, yeah, Israel fucking sucks. I'm not going to lie to you, big dog. That shit is kind of ass. But also, I will still work for the nation state of Israel. Like, human beings are not monolithic. I don't know how else to describe this. It's just like a fundamental thing that I believe, okay? And it's just the truth. And yet, people oftentimes, when it comes to like identities outside of their own, have no capacity to understand it as such, okay? They think like, oh, well, maybe there's some secretive purpose here. No, I know plenty of Zionist Jews. They live in the United States of America. They would never, ever in a million years live in Israel. They visited Israel. They have family in Israel. They would never live in Israel because they love America. They like America. They like living here. So for many of them, I think they're fake fans, if we're being real. That's what I think. I think they're a little bit phony with their support, where it's just like a thing, a rallying cry, a way to organize, a way to have a sense of community. Okay? That's it. And they just can't shake it. Some of them are obviously more aggressive with their support, but plenty of self-described Zionists don't actually care that much. They've just been trained into thinking that like this is important for them, and this is like, this is their organizational principle. This is what they organize around. You can just say Adam Friedland. We all know. Yeah, Adam Friedland. Oh, that's funny. Yes. That's who I was referencing. You've made this you made this comparison a million times. The main difference between Huckabee and ISIS is that he's a rich white Christian. Call it what it is: supremacist, fundamentalist, violent religious extremism, justifying conquest through lawless terrorism and perpetual war against the Middle East's entire civilian population. Yep, he's white ISIS. My family member who said between living in New York City as a Jew and living in Tel Aviv with bombs flying overhead, they'd rather live in Tel Aviv with bombs flying overhead, yet their ass is still in America 3 years later. Yeah, exactly. Very common attitude where I know this from my friends who are anti-Zionist Jews who have this conversation with their relatives, where they'll be like, you know what the toughest place to live in the world as a Jew is right now? The Upper West Side. And it's like, that's not true. And that's not true. Okay? Please stop with this nonsense. That's not true. Like you didn't even choose like a somewhat anti-Semitic area. You just chose the least anti-Semitic area. Like, you're so insane. But also, if that was the case, you would be in fucking Israel, but you're not. You're not, because you like living here. You're an American citizen. It just offers a little bit of spice into your life. The hysterics, man. The hysterics, dude. It was so post October 7, like that first couple of months was extra insane. Remember when the doxing trucks came out on every college campus? I could not believe it. I was like, I can't. Are other people not seeing what I'm seeing right now? Like, how are we just, will you hide me? Remember the fucking will you hide me campaign? Amy Schumer losing her dang mind. I mean, more so than usual. Yeah, it's easy to make the Israel-ISIS analogies as both fantasize about establishing ethno-religious supremacist states that stretch across the region. But while ISIS is a fringe minority scorned by everyone, Israel has the institutional backing of the world's most powerful states. I also agree with that take as well. I'm glad that the Israel-ISIS comparisons are coming out. Who could forget Beverly Hills area posting images of kidnapped victims on every light post? I know. Oh my God, with like 1 million fucking cameras on it too. And God forbid you touch God forbid you like sneeze in the direction of one of these fucking hostage posters. You're going to jail, big dog. We're putting your ass on the timeline. New York Post. Remember New York Post, like putting it on the front page of the two ladies that like ripped one of the hostage posters, and they were like, nah, we don't give a fuck. Beast mode. That was like a big conversation that people were having at the time. It's like, is this the most anti-Semitic incident of all time? I don't know. Maybe the existence of Israel is the most anti-Semitic incident of all time. Yeah. Would you hide me?
And let's get to that point, because I think you've taken us on several.
Okay, there's definitely one more anti-Semitic incident. than the existence of Israel. Second, let's say, is the second most anti-Semitic incident ongoing. Okay, there is one that was more anti-Semitic.
Trails here, and I'm not sure we can follow them all. But is there a reason that the Jewish people that represent, and I want to get back to this because you didn't let me finish a while ago, they represent 0.2% of the world's population. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total, and 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people.
Killing a Christian is Benjamin Netanyahu. Where are the 9/11 files?
Historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense?
How do we know
that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language.
Yeah, Bibi's not even Orthodox. He's conservative, right? Wasn't Benjamin Netanyahu from Philadelphia, by the way? His family is not even Orthodox. I don't know if he LARPs now, but, you know.
Language. He has fought for the land. His family has fought for the land.
Dodging a
No, I'm not
very
dodging.
obvious question, which is where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years.
Bibi's not Orthodox, he's a secular Jew, he's conservative.
Have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any connection
They're
to
Jewish
the
by
Jews
their
of the,
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
well, it's on the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, you know, did my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at. It goes back, do Jewish people have any land on this planet that should be theirs to
I
give
feel
them?
that way about all peoples. I feel that way about Jewish peoples. I feel that way about...
Okay, then you don't mind them having this little
Is there any
land,
country, let me
right?
ask you this bluntly, is there any country that European peoples have a right to exclusively?
I think they have attained their land through conquest. I mean, let's ask ourselves.
Have the Britons attained their land through conquest? No, they've always been there.
The Romans, the Greeks, we've had all these civilizations.
Let's speak. Well, you could certainly say that here. The Romans controlled this, as you know, and they expelled
But they
all the
don't
Jews
anymore.
from Jerusalem. Amen. I don't want them to control it.
Hope not.
I'm anti-Roman. Okay, we're on the same page.
Okay.
But my question is very simple.
The fuck are these?
Is there any European peoples that possesses the same right to their land that the Jews, including people whose ancestors lived in Eastern Europe, possess here? The Britons, we know, the British people, the Scandinavian people, the Irish people, their ancestors have been there for thousands of years. That's provable through genetic testing. Do they have a right to their...
Bro, they're having a fash off, dude. Who gives... I'm going to lose my... Okay. I'm sorry. This conversation sucked dick, okay? You cannot convince me that this is like a really good convo. Like, there's some good parts in here. There's some good parts in here when he just like cooks Mike Huckabee. Apparently, there's a part of the convo where Mike Huckabee literally says the IDF is the most moral military on the planet, more moral than the American military. That one's gonna really fry a bunch of motherfuckers. Okay, do you have that one? I can't watch the rest of this. Cucker Tarlson just wants to get to the point by just agreeing. Does anyone have the other? Does anyone have the other clip where he literally, Mike Huckabee straight up says that the IDF is a more moral military than the American military. Like, listen, I am not a fan of the American military, okay? I believe that the American military has done war crimes in every invasion that it is engaged in. And I believe that the American government has done war crimes that amount to genocide, specifically in Korea, okay? But as far as like modern American military conquest goes, evil by every metric. But there is one military out there that we know of in the Western world that's Western adjacent, that like is funded by the American government and gets all the protection on the planet, that is definitely more evil. Normalizing conquest again? Wait, what? Normalize conquesting again? Oh, you're saying normalize conquesting again? Yeah. And that is the Israeli military. Like, let's be real. The Israeli occupying forces did a genocide. They are truly, truly one of the most evil militaries in a long list of evil militaries. This entire conversation is worth the line where Huckster says it's fine if Israel takes over the entire Middle East. That line alone is God-tier value in boosting anti-Zionism globally. You were texting when he said it first, but that shit's going to go viral as fuck. I know. I also quote retweeted it as well.
Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war. And yet Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't know how many civilian deaths there were. So how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's numbers,
you said you don't know what the numbers are.
We don't.
You just told me that. Then how can you say it's a lower number?
But if you took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you took all of their numbers,
range from 120 to 78. Those are the ones I just read. I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come from?
From the Gaza Health Ministry,
but
which
you
is
said those
Hamas.
were invalid numbers.
I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying
You're saying they're inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's doing a great job?
Let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas,
yes,
let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq.
Where in
Afghanistan?
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul?
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years.
In Kabul? I don't.
Throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what were those rates?
You're talking about what are the rates there?
The
number of
objectively untrue, by the way. Like, there is no modern warfare equivalent of civilian to military casualty percentages that anyone comes close, for the record. What's his face? He's done like a lot of analysis on this. History Speaks. He's like an academic guy. He's always talking about it, and he's using History Speaks, and he's using like the most conservative estimates when he's talking about it too. It's not even like he's not even using like the Lancet study estimates at all. As far as like bombing, direct military conflict, like direct military kills, we're not talking about like sanctions and stuff, because America obviously cooks everyone else when it comes to like the full spectrum warfare. But these numbers, the very, very conservative estimates, are direct combat casualties. Okay. And as far as like direct combat casualties goes, with the percentage of children, the proportion of children among those killed by Israel is radically higher than all recent non-genocidal wars for which I can find data, as well as Bosnia, a genocidal war. It closely matches, however, two of the genocide listed here, the Nazi Holocaust and Rwanda. With the time frame and the number of children killed, well, not the number of children, but like the percentage of total violent fatalities, the proportion of children among those killed by Israel is radically higher than all recent non-genocidal wars for which we can find data on, as well as Bosnia, a genocidal war. It closely matches, however, two of the genocides listed here, the Nazi Holocaust and Rwanda. Okay? The percentage of total violent fatalities for children is 30%. Okay? 30%. In Bosnia, it's 4%. Kosovo, 9%. Afghanistan, Yemen, the Saudi air war, which also is another, it was also another genocide as well, 16%. The second highest on this list that is like, is it a genocide? Is it not a genocide? You know? And if you look at the Battle of Mosul, it's 9%. If you look at the Russo-Ukrainian war, it's less than 1%. And if you look at the 7th of October attack on Israel, it's 3%. The only instance where it's either close to or exactly the same percentage is Rwanda and the Nazi Holocaust, looking at just the Jewish victims only. Okay? It's not a question. There is no question here. There is nothing. There's no comparison. No.
Their land exclusively.
Is anyone saying they don't?
Yes, of course. Yes. No one will say they will. And I'm asking you, do they have that right?
Oğlum, polis gibi vuruyorsun kapıya, amına koyayım. Yuh. O jacket benim lan? No, that's mine. That's my jacket. Yeah, it says my name on it too. We have the same fucking last name, bitch. Anyway, Murat was just knocking on the door like the cops, like the police. Anyway, what the fuck? What else? Oh, we were looking at this. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong video. There's also one more. Hold on. Sure. There's another one as well. I'm trying to find the other data point as well. Oh no, that's just children killed. Okay, if you want to look at women killed, okay. If you want to, the frick is happening, bruh. Bruh. Okay. I hate that we have the power scale atrocities that makes people care about the current and preventable one, and they're still resistant. I know. If we look at the, so we looked at the proportion of children killed, right? If you look at the proportion of women who are killed, History Speaks covers the Hosmer Shimmer box loaner sites Cast Lead and Protective Edge as models for how the IDF has conducted itself in current war. Among those killed in Gaza, the proportion who are women is 138% higher than in Cast Lead and 77% higher than in Protective Edge. Seems like something qualitatively completely different is going on, Hosmer Streamer. As my chart shows, the proportion of women among those killed by Israel dwarfs other recent wars: Syria, KSA air campaign in Yemen, Iraq, Kosovo, Bosnia, Colombia. This is despite the fact that Gaza, because it's such a high percentage of children in the population, has an unusually low percentage of women and men/adults in general. Okay? The only other, the percentage of total violent fatalities in the IDF assault on Gaza from the 7th of 2023 to the 15th of July 2025, note, unlike child deaths, no figure for women is available through December 2025, is 19%. Okay? 19%. And the only percentage that is higher is the 7th of October attack by Palestinian militants, which is at 27%. And that's also because the IDF has a female combatants as well. Like, which implies that obviously, like, you know, female civilians were killed at a high rate, but also a lot of female combatants as well, just so you understand. So there is no comparison in general with any of these other, and these aren't even like, we're talking about violent fatalities. We're not even talking about casualties across the board. As this chatter correctly points to, it shouldn't be just children killed. There should also be children mutilated, maimed, dismembered, amputees, children with lifelong mental trauma. That's 100%. If you talk about children with lifelong mental trauma, that's 100% of the children in Gaza. Okay? But if you look at like the casualty numbers, which feature wounded, gravely, severely wounded children as well, the number obviously even skyrockets past that point. We're just looking at dead children that have been killed. Okay? It's fucking crazy. So when Mike Huckabee said such an insane thing that is so easily disprovable, you know, you got to bring this shit up. And this is like with the limited availability that we have to count this.
People who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to.
I don't know the answer. I've never heard of any of this. You brought it up. You said the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history. I'd never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well, the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas continued to force this war?
Hold on. You just once again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep
You don't
number
know the numbers, do you?
I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up. That's the only reason I'm pushing
but I'm wearing a flag. I've worked for a country, and you...
Do you? Do you, bitch? You're in the process of literally being like, the IDF is more moral than the American military. As an American citizen who is an American State Department employee, it's fucking nuts. I'm telling you, first of all, the dual loyalty trope obviously doesn't work with Mike Huckabee because he's not Jewish, which is part of the reason why I feel no need to restrain myself and can unload on him to the best of my ability as much as I want, because the whole anti-Semitism argument doesn't fucking fit here. But also, even then, it's not dual loyalty, it's single loyalty. He doesn't give a fuck about America, bro. That's crazy. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about America at all. He literally said, listen, I got this flag I'm wearing it right here, Tucker. And I'll tell you what, the only nation's military that matters is Israel.
Pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and that I'm criticizing my own country, and I'm not.
They did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq? Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying that?
From the conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you.
This whole thing is 100% a psyop because anti-Semitism helps Israel justify its existence. Huckabee would not have accepted otherwise. No, Huckabee doesn't give a fuck about fomenting anti-Semitism or whatever. Dude, I'm telling you, I think Mike Huckabee would literally, if there was a 1% chance that it would trigger rapture, and Mike Huckabee was like, if you hit this button and you nuke Washington, D.C., where there are, American Jews living there as well, okay, as well as all of the other Americans, he would not even hesitate. He'd be like, 1%, I'll take those odds. What do you mean? I wish Dems would lie like this. Most we get is a strongly worded letter. I don't think anti-Semitism helps Israel as much as they believe it does. Well, they certainly seem to believe it helps them quite a bit because, they foment it pretty aggressively. It is pretty nuts. I've never encountered a person in the real world like that. I'll tell you that. Oftentimes I'm fascinated with a new type of guy, I'm fascinated with like new types of guys. This is like I've read about guys like this, you know what I mean? But I've never seen them in the wild. I don't know how I would survive that encounter. But on that note, I'm going to end it here today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that'll be all for today on the broadcast, on the HasanAbi broadcast, because I'm tired and my brother's here. I'm going to go hang out with him. There's more to come tomorrow. There's so much that I don't get to cover every day, but hopefully it was an informative and enlightening experience for all of you. Love you all, and peace.
Starting off the day, all the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train. Telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves. Giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL will march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. All these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There